as a number of people who are also taking advantage of our current hybrid situation so that you're able to attend to your business at home as well as here. Thank you everybody for extending yourself to show up today for this annual General Assembly of the Bcafn. We're going to get started in just a minute. So if you just look down into your coffee cup and went, holy heck, not quite caffeinated, you got a moment. If you're like, I'm caffeinated, but I gotta go over there, I encourage you to go over there. So for those of you online, you have a moment to run over to your coffee pot, or as we say, powder your nose. But we're gonna get started in just a minute. So I encourage you to look after your needs in a good way. We have a full day. Just a reminder as well, as I just mentioned a few minutes earlier, for those of you in attendance here, anything to do with supporting your health and well-being, around COVID, go see the staff. They have testing kits, they have masks. Here on the tables, we have the Lysol wipes and the little paper bags to grab those wipes. In classroom number 1, we have cultural support workers if you need a brush off or a smudge. And of course, we got some great breakfast in the back. If you realized, yeah, it's something you forgot to do, you still have a chance to go quick run through the lineup over there. And then of course, the bathrooms are right here to my right. So we're gonna get started in just a minute. Thank you. We're just waiting for people to take their seats. I just wanted to remind you that for those of you in the room, you would have picked up one of these kits as well as a USB drive. For those of you online, we are dropping into the chat all the various documents that we'll be referring to throughout these next 3 days. So in this kit, you're going to find our agenda for the 3 days, the resolution package of the 14 on-time resolutions, as well as the auditor's report, as this is an annual General Assembly, therefore we expect to hear the financials at this one. So all 3 of those are here in the package, all printed out for you, so you can mark up, take your notes, whatever else. Here, any of the supporting documents that we're going to be referring to throughout these 3 days, so please make sure you also have your USB stick, so that you can check into things later on or with us as we go along. So again, we're just getting started here. I'm going to invite people to take their seats. So welcome everybody to Musqueam territory at this time. We're so delighted to be so beautifully received here in this space on site here. Before we proceed any further, I'd like to invite up Bcafn Knowledge Keeper, Dr. Gwen Point, to start us off in a good way. So at this time, I invite Knowledge Keeper Gwen Point.
Rissel, thank you, and Regional Chief, to our chiefs, proxies, and to those online, Shashkawet de Homo te Squi and Halkamel de Homo te Stalo. My traditional name is Shaishkawit, and the language we speak is Halkamelam, and I'm from the Stolo territory. And I really want to send blessings to each one of you, to your families, to your communities, and to Iat, ATIS, for the work today. Our elders taught us that when you do work, don't stand alone, call in the Spirit, and walk and ask. I always give thanks that the Spirit walks with us for the next 3 days and blesses the work at hand. So it's my honor, it really is my honor, to spend this time with you and witness the work at hand. So with that, going to share the song that was given to our people in Stolo territory. And when our leaders at the time stood up to work towards self-government and claim self-government, not asking permission, but claiming it and doing the work. So this song was gifted to the Stolo people, asking you to accept the blessings that come your way, to help you to keep that hum tamata, hum tathala, the strong mind and strong heart, and to continue the ATIS with the latsamat, latsathala, one mind and one heart. Days here. Oh, 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 oh,
Cookschacham, thank you so very much to Knowledge Keeper Gwen Point. Always a pleasure. Wake Waitip, Rissel Koy and Squest. I'm known as Rissel Koy. I introduced you in my grandfather Eric Hillman's language as he is from the northern part of Shwetmukulu. He was born in Dog Creek, and he was also a survivor of the St. Joseph's Residential School. I'm also known as La Loya. La Loya is a name that comes from my Statlium relatives, and my grandmother is Lillian Peters, and I'm honored to stand here today and serve as your chair again. As it's our first in-person chair, I thought I'd bust a move and pull out some of my finest for you all, because you got to look at me for 3 days. No, I will change my clothes, but I did want to just show up with some joy and some pride of serving you as chiefs in assembly for all that you do for our communities, for our lands, for our waters. So I'm absolutely delighted to be with you today. Just a couple of things I'm going to do housekeeping before we go any further into the agenda. This is a hybrid situation, so very fortunately, again, we have a bunch of you joining us here today on site in Musqueam territory in their beautiful center here. We also have some people who have decided to join us online through Zoom. That is something that was adopted during the COVID times, is the online. So we're in a hybrid situation. Just a reminder for those of you online, the Zoom link provided is strictly for chiefs and proxies. We need that for taking in account who's voting on different resolutions. We do have 14 on-time resolutions that are coming forward, plus passing of our agenda, etc. So I do want to ensure that we're able to count if we need to count your votes. So if you are not chief or proxy, we're going to ask you to live stream it. It's posted on YouTube, and if it could be shared where that link is into the chat if you're inadvertently in the wrong place. If you're on Zoom, if you haven't identified yourself, there might be somebody reaching out to you with a direct message or to invite you to change your name, or your name might be changed on your behalf, because we really want to make sure we're identifying people, make sure that we have the representation in the room. Well, we're just doing a check-in on our quorum for today. I am going to invite Regional Chief TG to come forward and share some opening remarks with us. We are taking into account those of you in the room, and also, as I just stated, those who are online. So we're going to just do a check-in on quorum, and we're going to, at this time, it's my honor to invite forward Regional Chief Terry TG. Cookschacham.
Thank you. Deniza, Tsekuza, Skyza. First of all, I want to acknowledge the territory, the Musqueam, the Coast Salish people, and say thank you, big thank you, Masicho, for allowing us to do the business that we have to do today and the next 3 days. Certainly, thank you, Knowledge Keeper, Dr. Point, for the prayer and the song. Really important to start us off in a good way. And just want to acknowledge all of you that are here today and virtually. The Chiefs, we last met in March at a Special Chiefs Assembly, and that was strictly virtual. And thank you, Russell. 5 years ago, when I first took this post, Russell was the chair when I first got elected, and now you're back. So hopefully it's a good thing. So I just want to thank you all for attending. And speaking of resolutions, there are 3 mirrored resolutions that have already passed the First Nations Summit and UBCIC earlier this year. But we have 7 resolutions that will be hopefully passed here at the Bcfn, and then will be being passed at the summit and UBCIC later on this month. So certainly hope to get your support for those resolutions that are quite important. Just going to do a quick overview. Some of the issues that we're going to take care of is within the agenda. And as you've seen the agenda, it's quite packed. So I'll just keep my comments short in terms of some of the work that we're doing in regards to UNDRIP. Children and families is a really important one as we move towards settling some of the issues with the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal and the agreement in principle, the $40 billion. One of the initiatives that we're really pushing on, and this is one of the things that I want to once again bring up, is in terms of education and languages, especially in languages, is a commitment that from the previous Minister, Scott Fraser, committed to the FNLC and overall the Chiefs to have languages legislation provincially. So we need to continue to push that in terms of, we already have federal languages legislation in C91. Economic development, continue to do a lot of work there, and climate emergency is, as we all have seen in the last several years, how big of an issue the issue of climate change is. Fisheries and Food Security. I'm still the co-chair of the National Fisheries Committee, and certainly this year we've seen better numbers. So I think that's really promising, but nevertheless, there will be declines with some of the issues with much of our salmon here in British Columbia, especially in regards to climate change and the issues that we've seen in the last several years, including Big Bar and the atmospheric rivers that we've seen last fall, and the Payable visits and apology. Certainly, this was very tragic, as we've all witnessed a couple of weeks ago. What had occurred in James Smith Cree Nation and in Weldon, Saskatchewan, one of the worst mass killing in regards to stabbings, 10 victims, and 2 overall, that 12 altogether died and 18 were injured. I've been in contact with Regional Chief Bcafn as one of his relatives perished during that terrible time. And certainly, I don't want to forget the 10 that died, especially when the Queen passed away. It took a lot of attention away of the issues here. And the reason I want to bring this up, because there's a lot of issues in regards to policing, justice, and more importantly, what we're seeing within our communities at downtown East Side is the issues of addictions and mental health is really important to bring up these issues, because this perhaps could have been prevented. And that being said, I suppose now would be an appropriate time, at least from our region, to show our respects and have a moment of silence for those that are gone. Thank you. And prayers for the James Smith Cree Nation. Masicho. So in terms of the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples, it was adopted, as we all know, in 2007. And we are very fortunate here in British Columbia that 12 years later, in 2019, legislation was passed in Bill C-41 to implement the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples as provincial law. So we've been well over 2.5 years down this road to implement the United Nations Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And now we've seen that there is a commitment in April for an action plan to be implemented, and there has 89 commitments to implement the declaration. The First Nations Leadership Council, Bcafn, UBCIC, and the First Nations Summit are working on the implementation of some of the priorities in regards to the 89 commitments. And just a reminder that the 89 commitments are committed to, and the timeline is 5 years. Right now, there is a secretariat that has been appointed in terms of overseeing and making sure that the declaration that there is an alignment of laws with the declaration. And Jessica Wood is the secretariat, and she's in charge of making sure that the legislature and the province are follow up on what they've committed to. What we also need to see there too is not only change in the culture within the legislature, change within the machinery, but also for the Secretary to have the necessary resources and help that is required to implement the declaration. So certainly we continue to push in terms of those commitments. Also too, I think, some of the work that we have been doing, such as the tripartite working group to implement taking over child welfare. There we do have some commitments in terms of it. There has been some challenges with some of these ministries, not only within in child welfare, but one that I've been really advocating, as my background is forestry, is to make changes within forestry legislation. It has always been a challenge. Much of our court cases in the past history are involved in forestry development. So I think it's important to continue to make sure that the province of BC live up to their side of the bargain here, or their side of the agreement. We've had some positive movements, such as in the Tahltan territory and Sechelt and other areas, committed to Section 7 agreements to come together to make decisions together, and Section 6 agreements. So we will continue to monitor those initiatives. But I think nevertheless, it's one of those issues where we were really pushing for a global agreement on Section 7 agreements, but the province is kind of taken a piecemeal approach and utilizing Section 7 in different tables right now. But I think we need to continue to push the province in terms of implementing UNDRIP fully. Nationally, last year, June 21st, 2021, Bill C-15, the United Nations Declaration, federally passed as law. I've been tasked as of May of this year to oversee, to develop an action plan nationally to implement the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So far, there has been appointments. I've made appointments for our region. I have Cheryl Casmer and Cookby Judy Wilson as our reps from British Columbia, and technically legal assistance from Merle Alexander. But I continue to push other regions to get appointments to this committee so we could start work. So I believe we have about 6 regions out of the 11 that have appointments, and we'll continue to push other regions because we need to come together. We're already behind in terms of really some of the commitments that we heard from the federal government. One of the things that we need to push the provincial government is to share some of their information with the federal government in terms of the implementation of the declaration, of the challenges. I think we'll provide a lot of those, some of our issues of the challenges of implementing UNDRIP, but also the process itself of how challenging it could be. I think it will be nationally because it does involve not only First Nations, but Inuit and the Métis to get an action plan going. So certainly I'll keep you appraised of those initiatives. Children and families, well over 40 years of certainly a lot of issues with child and family. Certainly it's known in our country as the next issue that we've been dealing outside of the issues of residential school. It's called a new child welfare, very similar to what we've seen in regards to the child welfare system or the residential school system. Residential school, 60 scoop, millennial scoop, it goes on and on. But I think there's really a positive change here as we start to begin to implement C92, but also here is finally we've come to a possible place here to have settlement of some of these outstanding issues in terms of child welfare. the $40 billion. As I've noted in previous meetings, that this is one of the largest settlements in Canadian history, and really it's to settle those that were in care from 1991 up to December of 2021, and also to deal with outstanding class actions such as mushroom, trout, and what have you, and also the AFN and Canadian, or the Child Family Caring Society's court case against the federal government of being discriminatory against our First Nations, and certainly that settlement was going back to try to get approval for the compensation piece this week with the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. That has been delayed because of everything that has been going on with the Queen's funeral, etc. They were supposed to be meeting this week, and that has been postponed to a later date. So the purpose there was to go back to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal to see if the current settlement meets the current decisions from the CHRT, so possibly go ahead with compensation. The other piece to it, the other $20 billion, is still in negotiations of long-term reform, so that our First Nations communities get the necessary resources in regards to child welfare. It's not working. Oh, now I'm going away. Sorry. Education and languages. Languages 2022, 2032 is known from the UN, the United Nations Declaration from the UN, as the decade of Indigenous languages. Here in British Columbia, we have 60% of all Indigenous language that come out of Canada is from British Columbia. And much of our languages are at the brink of extinction. So this is really important to recognize and also to follow up with the federal government in terms of their commitment and in terms of Bill C-91 for the necessary resources, the funding that much of our organizations need in our regions to reinvigorate our languages. Some of our languages, we just have a handful of speakers. Less than 2% of us are fluent in our respective mother tongue. So it's really important to, get more resources. And this is why I bring up the issue of the provincial government, to have provincial legislation on languages too, so we can push the provincial government so we can get more resources and funding, not only federally but provincially as well. Certainly the Declaration Action Plan is support language revitalization, and also, as I said, C-91, the Federal Indigenous Languages Act. Much of the work that is going on there is very preliminary. We do have a commissioner, former Chief Cookbee Ron Ignace. Certainly he has been instrumental in getting the legislation in the last several years, but we need to carry on with that work, as we lost a lot of our linguists and a lot of our elders who take the language with them, and sadly we need to reinvigorate our languages. We have a Assembly of First Nations position paper for National Indigenous Languages funding model, and certainly we do have a resolution that we need to pass at the AFN executive so we can get the funding out. I certainly know here in our region there are many programs that need the funding from our national organizations and from the federal government to get that funding out. So certainly, a lot of that work needs to continue on to save our languages. I don't know where I'm pointing this. Well, anyways. Okay, thank you. Some of the work that we're doing at in terms of economic development, last several years we've worked on and I've reported on, and also initiatives in terms of the black books. There's a second piece that we're developing now, and now we have some commitment, as I reported out previously, and have resolutions for support on a center of excellence. We've also been working with MNP, looking, and this is really preliminary numbers, is First Nations participation in the economy. Right now, preliminary numbers, $32 billion here in British Columbia. I believe that number will probably go higher than that. And that's some of the work that we're doing also in terms of looking at what we contribute as First Nations to the gross domestic product. So that's really exciting. Some of the work that we're doing with MNP, also finding out that Indigenous female entrepreneurs are growing at twice the national rate, and that's really exciting news. And another piece that we're finding out, and some of the information that we're predicting, is that what we've already known is that we're the fastest growing segment of Canadian society. By 2027, our youth population will be hitting 1 million. And the reason why that's important is in terms of taking those places in terms of employment and training. I've heard from so many companies that are asking, that need help in terms of finding people to fill those spots. I think this is a real important opportunity to make sure that we get the necessary education, training, and employment for our youth. They could fill those spots, as many of those positions are people are retiring. So those spaces are getting filled, and quite possibly that could be an opportunity for our youth. So some of the work that we're doing in terms of the Center of First Nations Excellence, it certainly will be incubated, if you will, out of Bcafn, but will be its own organization. The concept is to have people and support and resources for our First Nations communities in terms of economic development. It's one thing to have a guidebook, but certainly it's another thing to actually have people there that can support our First Nations in regards to what are the opportunities for our First Nations communities. How can we develop? What are good practices for perhaps partnerships, or really think about strategy of implementing UNDRIP and utilizing UNDRIP in terms of really asserting your rights and perhaps getting the necessary resources for your economy and being a big part of First Nations, being a part of the British Columbia and Canadian economy. Talking about procurement, those opportunities are out there, but we need to advocate for more of those types of contracts, such as procurement. We're here in British Columbia, or here in Canada, I should say, there's only 2% of government procurement contracts go to First Nations. We're trying to raise that to 5%, because those are really lucrative contracts. They're guaranteed contracts that are worth tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars that really could contribute to our economy. So these are some of the concepts that we're looking at in terms of developing and supporting our First Nations in terms of a Center of Excellence idea. Climate emergency, as we've seen in the last, this fire season hasn't been as bad in previous seasons, which is good news, I suppose. But we've all seen in the last year the issues that we've experienced here in British Columbia, the atmospheric rivers, the fires of last year, fires of previous years, unpredictable weather, And internationally, what we've seen in Europe and China, the many days of drought in California, all of these issues affect all of us as we live on this planet. And certainly some of the work that we're doing at the Bcfn and at the First Nations Leadership Council is that we just passed this spring our BC First Nations strategy on climate change. And certainly climate change and the issues of climate change are directly related in terms of our strategy to implementation of UNDRIP and going back to our knowledge keepers and understanding our connections to the environment and to the lands. This coming November is Conference of the Parties 27 on climate change. I will be in attendance in Egypt, as well as Cook B. Judy Wilson, Chief Harvey McLeod, and I do have some technical support. We'll be traveling with the Assembly of First Nations. I do have a presentation there speaking to the BC region on the issues of climate change and really supporting a lot of the Indigenous perspective in terms of climate change. Many years ago, I had the opportunity to attend COP15 in Copenhagen, and I did meet with well over 200 delegates from 200 plus countries of Indigenous peoples talking about climate change and the issues of climate change, because when we spoke about that, we all recognized that the first people that are affected by climate change are Indigenous peoples, because we are in remote areas. We are in the far reaches in the north, which, by the way, in the northern hemisphere are 4 times more likely to feel and witness the issues of climate change than other people closer to the equator. So we've all got together and we spoke about the issues of climate change. And certainly this year will be similar and speak to the issues of not only what to do about climate change, but also to get the necessary resources to, start dealing with. I think we're past the breaking point. Now, many countries and many Indigenous peoples are talking about is just managing the current situation. So that's the issues of water, food security, drought. That's going to be becoming more and more prevalent in Indigenous communities and more so in urban centers as we've seen in Canada and elsewhere. Speaking of which, fisheries and food security, this year I'm glad to see that there has been higher numbers with some of our fish species, Skeena, Fraser, some where I'm from, Takla Nation. We actually seen some of the early and late Stewart get back to the creeks, which we haven't seen in years. We see numbers down here of 100,000 coming back to the early Stewart numbers, and we actually seen them up in the far reaches of the Stewart and Takla area. So this year that was good news, because we haven't seen those numbers in literally 20 years. I think that's part of the good news, but also next year is a downturn in terms of numbers. It's yet to know what are the effects of what the big bar slide has done, because that happened in 2019. We're coming on to 4 years next year. Are those numbers going to crash? But one thing you got to also consider too is that last year we had the atmospheric rivers, so these are 4-year cycles and some 5. So what will happen to those streams and to those spawning areas that were affected by the atmospheric river? So we got to keep an eye on that and monitor that. It's not just habitat, it's not just climate change. There are many issues. It's almost death by 1,000. 1,000 knives, if you will, in terms of fisheries. It's overfishing in the ocean areas. The issue of international relations in terms of other countries accessing salmon that should be coming back to British Columbia, once again needs to be dealt with properly. So certainly fisheries has always been an integral and part of First Nations here in British Columbia, especially in regards to food security. I'm glad that FSC numbers, a lot of areas here in British Columbia will be met. So that's good news this year, but it's in the years later that we've got to be worried about. One of the things, the papal visit and apology, was able to witness and meet with the Pope in Edmonton and spoke of the implications of the doctrine of discovery, the papal bulls, and the doctrine of terra nullius, and what it did to the Americas and Africa. After those papal bulls were passed, colonization began in countries such as Britain, France, Portugal, Spain started invading our countries, that is the Americas, South America, Central America, and North America. And certainly why this has come up as an issue, as we're well over a year in the finding of 215 graves in the Kamloops Indian Residential School, really was an impetus of reflecting back of the issues of not only residential school, but our relations with the many churches that had residential schools or managed residential schools. But we all know that it was the church, state, and the police. And certainly the journey isn't over yet. But I think this is a time to have that possible change that we need for our residential school survivors, our intergenerational survivors to make substantial change. But also to make those necessary change in terms of our relations with the church and moreover with the Crown. And as we've all seen the last couple of weeks, and this question has come up time and again, on Monday was for many federal, provincial, many in British Columbia was a day off for recognizing, or was a day of mourning for the Queen. And the question came up was, well, why are we having a mourning for the Queen, and yet on September 30th, what we've always been calling for was a national recognition, a day of mourning for residential schools and for the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, the Orange Shirt Day. And yet, that question comes up about why are we recognizing this and not recognizing the thousands. It's well over 10,000 graves, and we all know the numbers are even more than that of residential school attendees that, what about the ones that came out of school that were dealing with the trauma, that died because of suicide and addictions? So I think it's, one of those things that we really need to recognize and push. I certainly know that many, and this was a real positive thing, I guess you could say, was that many, like Iskut First Nation said, no, we're staying open. We're staying open on Monday because we'll close on September 30th to recognize residential school survivors. Because, really that's where the attention should be. So I think it's the other question that has come up was our Crown relations with not only the Queen but the new King, King Charles III. He talks about the question there too, pushing the British government to denounce, repeal the doctrine of discovery, the doctrine of terra nullius, in terms of their colonization here in Canada and in North America. So I think what that has brought up certainly is our relations. And this question has come up not only in our First Nations communities, but within Canada. What is the use of the monarchy? And I think that's a fair question. It certainly is a fair question to us as Indigenous peoples, but perhaps it's an opportunity to make that change. I certainly know that 3 Indigenous organizations attended the Queen's funeral. I know National Chief, I believe she's here, attended the funeral as well as leads for the Métis and the Inuit. Nathan Obed attended the funeral there and brought the messages about the historical treaties that are directly with the Crown in Britain that need to be lived up to. But further to that, I think it's really denouncing the doctrine of discovery, and perhaps that will change with the new king. Yesterday, I was witness to the changing of the deputy commissioner for the RCMP here in British Columbia. Jennifer Strachan is no longer the deputy commissioner. It's Dwayne McDonald. And as a lead here in British Columbia, as the new lead for the RCMP here. And it was good to witness. It was the first time they sang God Save the King. So for King Charles. But to his credit, in his visits in Northwest Territories and the Yukon, he did visit this past spring with residential school survivors. And I did hear him talk about the trauma, about the issues of what that had done to our people. And he's recognizing the issues of climate change. So I certainly hope that this king lives up to what he talked to residential school survivors and about truly committing to reconciliation with our Indigenous peoples here in Canada. So perhaps that Crown relations is more of not just words, but doing something about it. I certainly know that much of the work that we do here in British Columbia, there is a recognition of the issues, but many people are also asking, what do I do? What do I do a part of reconciliation? You might hear that from a non-native, like what can I do? One thing that they can do is recognize that we're a diverse community. We have many communities here in British Columbia. Know what space you take up, whose territories. Understand the Indigenous peoples, that we're very diverse here in British Columbia. Understanding that, that here, the Coast Salish people, the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. In Prince George, where I live, that the Bcfn people live there, the Claytley Tene. Understanding that there is trauma, that there is a long history of generations of trauma that we experience with the residential school, and that it's going to take perhaps generations to deal and heal with the trauma of residential school. So perhaps tolerance with our people. So I just want to say thank you, Rossell, for allowing me to say a few words, and I certainly know we have a packed agenda. So thank you all for attending here in person. I know it's been a long 2 years. We're still not out of the pandemic. We're coming to an endemic, but it's still out there. It's still out there. This disease is still out there, and the opportunity to get your 4th shot, please do get it, as it is bivalent to deal with the current virus in its form, and it is in all understanding, it is more effective. So please get keep up with your vaccine. And it's also, we're coming to fall. There's colds and flus, so be careful about that. So thank you, Rossell. Masicho.
Again, thank you so much, to Regional Chief TG for everything. We're going to now go to the overview and the adoption of the agenda. At this time, I'd also just like to acknowledge National Chief, who's with us and will be speaking with us shortly. So I believe it's been posted already in the chat for those of you who are online. In your kit, you would have found the agenda right there. All 3 days are posted, and as this is an annual General Assembly, you will also find all the business around the financials that needs coming forward for an annual General Assembly. So you will also find the financial statements of the past year for any other financial reporting, so the auditor's report, etc., will be coming later on. As also is normal for an annual General Assembly, we do have elections. This time we have an election for the male youth rep. We will be hearing from the 2 people who have the 2 young men who put themselves forward later today. At the end of today, that's how we're going to end our day, is hearing some future leaders who are stepping up and leaning in. And our electoral officer is Ron Laffer. And so he'll be walking us through that as well. And just a reminder as well, around the election, it is now fully electronic. That was a resolution that you did pass. And to do that properly, you need to go see Joanna in the corner. Joanna, a wave again, please. Joanna. She is ignoring us. Anyways, lovely Joanna over by the banner over there. If you have not gone over there with your ID, your ID that you provide will be your passcode for the electronic voting for the male youth rep. It's also a time when we look after any changes in board of directors. We'll be dealing with that a little bit later on in the agenda, as there are some changes that will be happening. So as you can see today, we have already heard from Regional Chief TG with his fulsome walkthrough of all the many things that they have undertaken on behalf of you, the BC Assembly of First Nations. Next, we'll have Board of Directors report. We'll hear from our BC AFN female youth rep. National Chief will be speaking to us. That financial audit report, as well as the 2 resolutions that go about that, which is accepting as well as appointment of auditor for next year. We'll then hear about, we've already heard some mention about it from Regional Chief about declarations on the Rights of Indigenous People Act. We're going to get into that a little bit more with some presentations, also from the Declaration Act Secretariat, and there's some resolutions around that as well. So we are going to be busy today. And then we're going to try and get through all of that. If not, we might have to roll a little bit over because we do have a 12:30 hard start with Minister Murray Rankin, Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. My understanding for any of the ministers presenting is they're going to present for a set amount of time and also leave some time for some questions. As you can see, it's not a ton of time, but there should be some time for some questions there. We will then have a justice update, and there's a resolution about that. We'll have Fisheries, Pacific Salmon Foundation as well. We'll have an update from the AFN Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal. We'll also have an address from Minister Marco Medicino on Public Safety Canada. That will be via Zoom. And then, like I said, we're going to wrap up with that all candidates forum for the 2 men who presented themselves for the male youth rep on behalf of the BC Assembly of First Nations. As you can see, you have a little bit of detail about the voting. And again, Ron Laffer, his information is right there if you have any questions about that. Tomorrow, again, we're always going to start off in a good way, and I appreciate Dr. Gwen Point for doing that with us. We'll also have Chief Robert Joseph, who will be joining us on Friday. We will have some blanketing and honoring as we have some outgoing board of directors for the BC Assembly of First Nations. We'll then hear from Minister Mark Miller, Crown Indigenous Relations. We're actually going to give you a little weeny health break in there. And then we're going to hear about health governance, and there will be a resolution around that. Child and Family AIP update. And we'll actually have Regional Chief Cindy Woodhouse and Stuart Watke present, and with Diane Corbiere via Zoom. We'll have a resolution around that. Climate change, again, delving further into what was briefly presented today by Regional Chief, will be presented there. Then lunch. Election announcements will happen after that for the male youth rep, and then they will, our new rep or our incumbent rep will address us. And then we'll recognize the board of directors who have been acclaimed into the Bcfn board of directors. We'll then hear from emergency management around wildfires, First Nations gaming update, First Nations housing and infrastructure. The regional health survey will be a quick update from the First Nations Health Authority, wrapping up with Quelminti Schwetmach, which will be both a presentation with a video and a resolution, and then we'll adjourn for the day. Our last day, yep, there's still some more folks. Our last day, we will have Dr. Gwen Point as well as Dr. Chief Robert Joseph joining us. We'll hear from RCMP Commissioner Dwayne McDonald. We'll have a resolution on that topic. And then we'll also have an economic development strategy update, water update with a resolution on that, a drinking water class action suit update, and then an energy and mining update. Followed with an update from the dialogue sessions on murder and missing Indigenous women and girls, our two Spirit Plus relatives, and the resolution about supporting that report that came out. Then there will be an address from Minister David Lametti, Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of Canada. Then any outstanding resolutions that we do have will be presented, and a closing and a blessing. Just a reminder that our cutoff for any emergency or late resolutions will be Thursday at noon as per the bylaws. And any supporting documents around resolutions other than it's in a kit. Again, you have a handy dandy jump drive or USB key. I believe it's also being shared online. Joanna, if you want to just type into the chat for people to know where they get the supporting documents online for those who are joining online, that would be fantastic. So I am looking for a mover and a seconder for adopting this ambitious agenda. So if I'm looking for a mover, okay, microphone number 22, if you could please identify yourself.
Chief James Hobart, Spaza First Nation.
Thank you so much, Chief James. And I'm looking for a seconder. Microphone 26, please.
Splotjean.
Once more, please, with the microphone on. There we go.
Cookby Doug Thomas, Splotjean.
Thank you so much, Cookby. So at this time, is there any need for further discussion about this agenda? Not seeing anything in the chat. I'm also understanding someone will, from behind, will give me the little secret handshake that there's something going on online. Seeing none at this time, go ahead, number 22, please.
Check. Yeah, with technology changing, I just want to say these flash drives are becoming obsolete. My laptop only has USB-C input in it, and so I think we need to upgrade these. Some of them have both. Cook's Jim.
Excellent point, and I do know behind me there are other Apple-abiding people, and they have the extension for you to be able to upload that. But I hear you, and I also encourage you to reach out to our staff. They can share the Google Drive where that lies, and we'll follow up with that for you. So that said, any need for further discussion at this time? No? Any opposition or abstention to this? Seeing none, I will accept this as moved by acclamation. Thank you so very much. We're now moving on to update from the Bcfn Board of Directors. So before we do the update, which will be by Chief Councillor Elaine Moore, and Chief Councillor, I invite you to start making your way, or do you want to do it from there, or do you want to make your way forward? Come on down, the price is right. So Chief Councillor Elaine Moore is one of the Bcfn Board of Directors. Not present with us today, but will be back with us tomorrow, is Cookby Roseanne Casimir to Kamloops to Schwetmach. We also have Chief Harvey McLeod, there he is. Also from Upper Nicola, we have Chief Councillor Elaine Moore. We have Chief Linda Price over there for Chaco, and then we have Chief Jerry Jack. And right over there. There you are, in the black hat, fantastic. So that's the Bcfn Board of Directors, and providing an update is Chief Councillor Elaine Moore.
Samgiga, Segadam Hana, gan Ratniks Gubawilksel. Good morning, chiefs, hereditary chiefs, grand chiefs, knowledge keepers, elders, and youth, First Nations members, and honored guests. Welcome to the 19th Annual General Meeting of the BC Assembly of First Nations. To those joining in person and virtually, I acknowledge the territory of the Musqueam Nation and offer my gratitude to our hosts for welcoming us to gather here for the next 3 days. I also acknowledge the leadership of our knowledge keepers, Gwendolyn Point and Chief Robert Joseph. Your wisdom and care and the leadership in BC is much appreciated. You truly see us, the challenges we face, the work that happens behind the scenes, and our victories. We are always uplifted by your words, songs, and prayers. Thank you. My name is Elaine Moore. I'm the Chief Counselor of the Nishnawbe Village of Gidwinsilt. I actually had to write that in case I forgot. I would like to acknowledge my fellow board of directors, Cookbee Roseanne Casimir, who will join us tomorrow, Chief Harvey McLeod of Upper Nicola Indian Band, and myself, and as well Chief Linda Price of, now forgive me, Lecture, First Nations, and Chief Jerry Jack. During the Assembly, we'll be honoring several outgoing board members and welcoming new board members. It's wonderful to be able to meet in person and to do this. I would also like to take the time to acknowledge the losses we have experienced due to COVID-19, as well as the wildfires and the floods that affected so many communities in the midst of this. We have ongoing work regarding the residential schools and a papal visit that occurred this summer. While this work is an opportunity for healing and justice, it is also deeply challenging and traumatic. Your leadership and those of the people in your communities has not gone unnoticed. As a community leader myself, I know how challenging the situations we face can be. So I want to commend everyone and remind you that we don't do this work alone. You have your fellow leaders, your support system, and our cultural and spiritual strengths. We are pleased to present the 2021-2022 annual report. The Board of Directors continue to ensure that the resolutions and mandates provided by our memberships from our previous AGM and the latest Chiefs Assembly are carried out and in alignment with the regional chief's mandate and the vision, mission, and values of our society. I encourage you to read through the annual report and to reach out to Bcfn with any questions. Our team has been focusing on critical issues like First Nations children and families, Jordan's Principle, AIPs, and long-term reform, emergency management, the climate crisis, fisheries, cannabis, effective implementation of UNDRIP and DRIPA, homelessness and housing insecurity, the opioid crisis, economic development, justice and policing, and the MMIW G2S+, along with many other issues. With regard to some of the major events that occurred this year, the board would like to acknowledge the delegation that traveled to Rome to present to Pope Francis. Cookbee Roseanne Casimir represented the BC region, along with Taylor Bcafn, I apologize, Bcafn female youth representative. Their visit led to subsequent visit by Pope Francis in July 2022 to Alberta and Quebec. While the Pope's apology was met with mixed reactions and many had hoped for more, we hope this marks the beginning of more concrete action on behalf of the Catholic Church. This year, Bcafn was also honored to host the AFN AGA in Vancouver. Although our gathering involved many difficult conversations, the board supports Bcafn and Regional Chief TG in moving forward in a healthy manner and in the best interest of First Nations in BC. With regard to Bcafn governance, the nomination notice was distributed in July 2022 for 2 director positions available, along with the positions for the male youth representative and the 2S LGBTQIA+ representative. As the deadline date of August 8th, 2022, 2 completed nomination packages were accepted for the director's positions, and applications were acclaimed into their positions. The board would like to welcome the newly acclaimed board of directors for 2022, Chief Jerry Jack, and from the Mowachat First Nation. Sorry, no, I'm going to butcher that if I say it, Jerry. I apologize. And Deputy Chief Harlan Schilling from the Liard de Ludena Lower Post First Nation. The board would also like to commend the 2 male youth representative candidates, Zachary Astakasik, I apologize, from the Upper Nicola Indian Band, and Justin Peters from the Okanagan Indian Band for putting their names forward. A nomination. A nomination notice was distributed for the 2S LGBTQIA+ representative, but unfortunately, Bcafn did not receive any nomination submissions. The board of directors have opted to put out a request of expression for an expression of interest to fill this position in the interim until the 2023 AGM. This notice will be forthcoming, and we sincerely look forward to welcoming this person who will fill the new representative role. In conclusion, thank you to the chiefs in Assembly for providing us the opportunity to work on your behalf with Regional Chief Terry TG. The staff at Bcafn continue to uphold our Aboriginal title, rights, and treaty rights through collective advocacy and strategic efforts. On behalf of the Board of Directors, I wish you a productive and meaningful Assembly. Bcfn.
Cookschacham, thank you so very much, Chief Councillor Elaine Moore. At this time, it's my honor to call on Taylor Bain I practiced even. Tagoza. Yeah. Yes, yay. So please welcome our BC female rep.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Nega Dagandi Sadzikla Taylor Bandicoza Ote. My name is Taylor Bandicoza. I'm Dene. I come from the Fort Nelson First Nation with paternal roots in the Prophet River First Nation. Both of my communities are located in northeastern BC and are signatories to Treaty Number 8. It's really good to see my chiefs here, Charlene Gale and Valeria Scotti. Yeah, really grateful to have some of our Treaty 8 nations present today. I'm the elected Bcfn female youth representative. Very honored to be able to address the Assembly for my first time in over 2 years that I've been in the position in person. Thank you. And I'd also just like to acknowledge and thank the Musqueam Nation for having us on their land today and allowing us to hold our business here today. Mussy Cho to Dr. Gwen Point for opening us up in a good way and for sharing her wisdom and her song. That always, I think, grounds us and makes me feel good. And just the way she presents herself and is able to address us all in such a kind way is just, I think, sets us up to have a good meeting over the next 3 days. So I really thank her wherever she is. I'd also just like to say Mussy Cho to all of you chiefs and delegates that are here today, both in person and online, for attending the Bcfn AGM, and of course for to continuing to support Bcfn in their advocacy for First Nations rights, titles, and interests here in BC. And lastly, Regional Chief, wherever you are, I'd also just like to say Mussy Cho to you as well for your support, your guidance, and your leadership for First Nations here in BC. I served as co-chair for the AFN National Youth Council over the last year, and I really do have to say being able to witness Chief TG's advocacy and his work and his leadership at the executive level at the AFN has been so inspiring and makes me feel really proud to be from BC and to see your leadership at all levels, all of you, people like Cindy Blackstock, Jody Wilson-Raybould. It's just, BC is leading the way, and I continue to see that every single day in the work that we do here at the Bcfn and at the national level with the AFN. So Mussy Cho to all of you, thank you. Over the last year, as the elected youth representative for the Bcfn, it's been an exciting one and also kind of a hard one as we've been really busy and just with the findings at Tecumloops, trying to find ways that myself and my fellow youth representative Justin have been able to try and find creative ways to support our youth during those times has been both an honor but also very stressful at times. So it's been, just really good year. So this year we started the first ever youth podcast for Bcfn. Justin and I hosted 3 episodes, so if you want to listen to those online, please do. The first one was just him and I having a discussion about what we do here at the Bcfn as youth representatives, and then we had 2 guests from 2 different nations in BC to share kind of what they're doing in their communities. So I highly suggest, they're only 30 minutes long, so if you're like driving to work or something, throw it on, you won't be disappointed. You'll actually be inspired because our youth here in BC are really doing some amazing things. In March, Justin and I hosted the Bcfn Virtual Youth Gathering and Forum where we hosted over 60 youth over 2 days. It was uplifting to see so many First Nations youth in BC seeking connection with other youth and learning from youth leaders like Andre Barrett and Kendra Jesse who are our keynotes. From that gathering, we heard from those 60 youth that some priorities that we can focus on here at Bcfn and as youth leaders is environment, mental health, language and culture, and also being more inclusive of our Two-Spirit relatives. So that's something we'll continue to work towards in the coming months. Also this year, in April, I was very honored to embark on a journey to Rome as part of AFN's delegation to meet with Pope Francis to initiate a dialogue on the impacts of Canada's residential school system. I was the official youth representative that went on the behalf of the AFN, but I also was joined by my co-chair, Rosalie Labilois, so there was 2 of us that got to go. And I have to say, when Rosalie and I were having this discussion, and it was actually this time last year, last September, was when the Vatican had approached the AFN and discussions were ramping up again on that visit. And initially, there was no youth spot on that delegation. And when Rosalie and I were in that meeting and we were kind of texting back and forth, we're like, should we we know that youth need to be part of that meeting. We didn't want to take away from any survivor who maybe should have been there, but after some lengthy discussions, we thought it was important to have an intergenerational survivor voice present in that meeting, and I'm thankful to our advocacy that the AFN also saw it that way as well, and they allowed her and I to go. So very honored to have done that work alongside Cookbee Roseanne Casimir, who isn't here yet, but I also want to thank her for just taking me under her wing and really being that support that I needed, because that journey was very, very tough. Yeah, I can't believe, I feel like I still haven't processed it. It's been, yeah, a lot to go through, because I know a lot of our communities here in Canada had mixed reactions to that visit. So yeah, I just think it'll be a while till I actually kind of really understand like the work that we did there and how impactful it was for our communities, but nonetheless, just very honored to have been there. And I do recognize that that visit was just merely one step of many that we need to take towards reconciliation, and is just one acknowledgement that the Catholic Church and Canada have to take to acknowledge the genocide that happened to our people. And again, it was just an honor to share space with all the delegates that traveled to Rome in March. So in July, I also attended the AFN AGA as part of AFN's National Youth Council. My peer, Rosalie Labilois, shared a powerful speech with chiefs and leadership on the importance of centering and prioritizing youth in our discussions. I echo her statements and continue to call on our chiefs and leadership here in BC to ensure that youth are prioritized in your advocacy, governance, and mandates. First Nations youth are enduring unprecedented times. We know this. First Nations youth continue to be disproportionately represent the majority of youth in care. Indigenous youth previously in care make up over 50% of homeless youth across Canada. All of this is exacerbated by the climate emergency, which the youth of my generation and those yet to come are going to have to face head on. Youth must be provided a meaningful and equitable opportunities to engage, to make a difference, and to lead the way. Having youth presence is critical to all levels, from the local, regional, national, and international scales. This winter, I'll be joining the AFN delegation going to COP27 in Egypt. These discussions will be paramount to ensuring that our land is protected and that my generations and those yet to come are afforded the opportunity to have a sustainable future. Having a First Nations youth voice, being able to be heard in these international discussions and offering opportunities to connect with Indigenous youth across the world is an opportunity I don't take for granted. And I look forward to advocating for First Nations youth to have more First Nations youth voices in those spaces at future COPs and other meetings like that. I hope that my legacy as an elected youth representative is one that leaves more opportunities for First Nations youth to be engaged and to participate in those meaningful conversations, and that gives them an opportunity to take meaningful action. Over the winter months, I'll be working with the Bcfn staff and our newly elected BC AFN male youth representative to plan and to host our first Bcfn youth forum in over 2 years. I'm excited to finally meet all of my peers in person in March. On a final note, I'd just like to thank Justin Peters for his leadership and his role as the Bcfn male youth representative over the last 3 years. It has been an honor and a pleasure to work with you, and you've really impacted my leadership when I first got elected 2 years ago. And I've looked to you at many times on how, we should show up in these spaces and how, to best represent First Nations youth voices in this province and at the national level at the National Youth Council. And it was you that showed me the way, and I'm really thankful for that. So, Masi Cho, Justin, looking to later this afternoon and into the election tomorrow, I just want to wish both the nominees for the male representative, Justin and Zachary, the best of luck in the candidates forum this afternoon and then in the election tomorrow. I look forward to working with the newly elected male youth representative. I'm honored to be elected as the youth representative for First Nations youth here in BC. Having the ability to meet with my peers allows me an invaluable opportunity to advocate for First Nations youth priorities regionally, nationally, and internationally. I'd like to extend my gratitude again to all the chiefs in Assembly here today, both in person and online, to Regional Chief TG, to the Bcfn board and staff, for all your continued support for myself and for all of our people across the province. Again, Masi Cho to Knowledge Keeper Dr. Grand Point for opening us up in a good way. And again, Masi Cho to Musqueam for allowing us to gather in your community and on your ancestral, traditional, and unceded lands. Masi Cho.
Being a representative for the BC Assembly First Nations is certainly not for the faint of heart, and we appreciate you taking the time to share the myriad of work that you undertook on behalf of the BC Assembly of First Nations Taylor. Thank you for that. Just before we go over to National Chief Roseanne Archibald, who I'm going to call forward to come to the podium, for those of you who can't use a USB, all the documents for the AGM have been posted on the Bcafn website under the events.bcafn. I believe it's AGM is the last part of that. So please feel free to ask one of the staff if you want the exact URL. I can't see it all the way on my phone, so I will write it down and find out and announce it again, but it is already all posted online now. So for those of you who can't access the USB stick, or also those of you participating online, it is all there. So at this time, again, National Chief Roseanne Archibald, I'm inviting you towards the podium to address the Assembly at this time. Thank you so very much for making the trek here to join us today.
Hi everyone, Wachi. I just arrived in last night. Some of you may have read about my journey over to London, England, so I'm very, very jet lagged, I have to tell you. I've gone through 16 time zones in the last 4 or 5 days. But Wachi Maswe, Roseanne Archibald, Nitishnagassan, Dagotaglonshkatakochian. I always want to acknowledge the Creator, the world around us, and our place within it. And I certainly want to acknowledge that we are conducting our work and we're all staying on different parts of the unceded, unsurrendered traditional territory of Tsleil-Waututh, Musqueam, and Squamish nations. And certainly I want to say miigwech to Chief Wayne Sparrow, the council, and the community here at Musqueam for being our gracious hosts. I also want to thank Regional Chief Terry TG for hosting this assembly and for your opening comments. I also want to raise my hands to the Bcafn Board of Directors. Miigwech to the Knowledge Keepers, Dr. Gwendolyn Point and Chief Robert Joseph for the opening blessing and welcome. And of course, miigwech to our chair here, Russell Cooey. Thank you and miigwech Taylor Bandicoza, the Bcfn youth rep who just gave us her report. And I'm really looking forward to meeting the Bcafn male youth rep that you'll elect later during this 19th annual general meeting. And I certainly as well want to acknowledge the different leadership that sit on the First Nations Leadership Council, the UBCIC, and the First Nations Summit. One of my advisors, Harsha, is just handing out orange pins to everyone, as well as some tobacco. I'm honored to be here for what promises to be a successful gathering. And of course, I will continue to stand with you, to advocate with you and support your plans for progress. This year, I was looking at the agenda and I see a number of dignitaries that will be joining you, Minister Rankin, Minister Mendocino, and Minister Lametti. And I also noticed there are a number of groups as well, the First Nations Emergency Service Society, which I had the pleasure of attending their office, the Pacific Salmon Foundation, and of course the RCMP Deputy Commissioner. As all of you know, it's been certainly an extraordinary year to be in leadership. And it's also been extraordinarily challenging. Together, we are going to start to navigate the seasonal patterns of the novel coronavirus. We've navigated several states of emergency due to climate change. We've seen the convoy protests in Ottawa and the rise of populism in this country. And we've also walked the journey of reconciliation with the Crown and the Church. And above all, we marked the solemn anniversary of Kamloops. These three matters are interrelated. And they were in my mind and in my heart as I traveled to London to attend the funeral of Queen Elizabeth II. First Nations belonged in that moment of what I call herstory. Our formal relationship with the Crown goes back 250 years, over 250 years, and 100 years before Canada became a country. And that was with the Royal Proclamation of 1763. At the same time, as Regional Chief TG mentioned, colonization and genocide that has been upheld by the Crown continues to be painful for all of us. And nevertheless, we continue to walk the healing path forward. And part of that journey has been about looking inward at ourselves. We've made inroads in implementing positive and evolutionary change at this year's AFN AGA here in July, where we all committed to truth, transparency, and accountability for the Assembly of First Nations. So I want to say miigwech for supporting that important work, particularly the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal, who did some important work on the territories that we're all gathered this week. And I also wanted to acknowledge Squamish Nation Chair Kilsalem for his co-chairing and the hard work that he's been putting into the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal, as well as your alternate, Chief Harvey McLeod. So at the heart of the AFN is you and your communities. And together, we will clean and heal the AFN based on our values, our cultures, our beliefs, and our seven sacred teachings. Ultimately, our collective vision as leaders is one of self-reliant and self-determining, self-governing First Nations, and citizens having regained their rightful place across Turtle Island. And I echo Kilsalem's vision to make the AFN the most effective advocacy organization in the world, as he said at the AGA. So if Canada follows other areas in the world as it relates to the impact of populism, a Conservative Party government will be with us around the corner and soon. The AFN must be ready. We must complete our internal cleaning and healing so that we can all be looking at those challenges together, united and strong. We no longer have the luxury of internal struggles that will take our eyes off of advancing our collective good. The governance work, the forensic audit, the independent investigation will prepare the AFN for the road ahead. Coming out of this pandemic and the years of restricted travel, the AFN is back on the international scene. Whether showing up to support issues of global importance, such as fishing disputes and First Nations sovereignty, or appearing before the House of Commons to express concerns about the Emergencies Act and what that impact is for First Nations, or participating in special federal budget media coverage, it's my pleasure, and I'm humbled and honored to advocate for you and to be a positive voice for progress. At the UN headquarters in New York this April, we advocated for international justice for our children, the call for a special rapporteur, and an independent investigation. I got to meet Indigenous leaders and land defenders from the global community, such as Colombia, Guatemala, and the Ukraine. We share many common issues as we belong to UN member states who continue to grow rich and benefit from the suppression and oppression of our Indigenous nations. We are also all water keepers and stewards of our lands, and it was good to make important connections that initiate dialogue and foster Indigenous solidarity from Turtle Island out to the world. As a long-standing leader with over 33 years of experience, I've learned that a leader by themselves can do very little. It's other leaders and staff who really do the heavy lifting and ensure a successful mandate. My leadership style is collaborative, and I believe in creating space for regional chiefs to do their own work, to lead their portfolios as well as their regions without any interference from my office. In BC, Regional Chief TG is a portfolio holder on UNDRIP, Indigenous Skills and Employment Training Strategy, Cannabis, Justice and Policing, and West Coast Fisheries. I am here to offer assistance and guidance and any administrative support needed, but the decision-making comes strictly from the region and through the regional offices. I would like to commend you and your dedication and work during these unprecedented times. With you, I'm hopeful about the future, eager to put in the hard work, and motivated by the momentum we have built together as First Nation leaders. With that, I'd like to again acknowledge Regional Chief Chiji and raise my hands to the BCA AFN staff for their support and expertise, knowledge, and particularly for their commitment. I'm very grateful to have spent months living and working in the BC region. And I did recently, as I had said at the last meeting, I was here in Musqueam, I did actually purchase a condo in Tsleil-Waututh as my main home in Canada. I do have a place in Ottawa, of course. But I'm really, I just want to thank all of my connections here for sharing your land and your waters, your culture, your traditions, and for helping us all walk the healing path forward. I'm looking forward to our journey together as we make positive and evolutionary changes where we can realize our vision of happy, healthy children surrounded by the love and care of their families, living in safe and vibrant communities. The positive vision for this future includes a healthy AFN, an organization where everyone feels safe, acknowledged, and empowered. I'm grateful to be here, and I thank you again for your hard work. I acknowledge that each day, chiefs, chief counselors, and counselors go through a lot for communities and your dedication is something that I admire and something that I try to embody as the national chief as well. Ksakitin Ninanaskamon, which in my language means, Ninanaskamon means I'm grateful, I'm thankful, I thank you, and Ksakitin means I love you.
Thank you. Beaten back that jet lag. What you see below is where the documents are. So events.bcafn/AGM 2022 documents. You can also snap a photo of that URL, the QR code, pardon me. But just so if you're not able to access those documents, if you didn't get all that, one of the staff would be happy to share that with you. Again, for people online, it's right there, posted in the chat. So up next, as this is an annual General Assembly, we are expecting to have a financial report. So I'm delighted to call upon the KPMG Auditor Corey Naftali via Zoom, who's going to be presenting the financial audit report. You do have that in your kit. Your hard kit here was one of the few things that was printed off for you. It is in a hard copy there for you to peruse. It's also been provided online for people to peruse. And please note that our very first two motions, 1 and 2, address the adoption of this audited financial statements and the appointment for next year's auditor. So we invite forward now our auditor, Corey Naftali, via Zoom. Welcome.
Great. Well, thank you very much for having me. Can you all hear me in the room? Pardon?
Thank you for your patience. Sounds like a bad rap.
Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you online,
Okay.
Go ahead.
but I think there's an echo in the room.
Okay, can you hear me in the room? Okay. They can hear me online, but they can't hear me on the room.
No. Again?
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Hybrids, hey? We've all been here at least 10 times. Thanks for your patience, everybody. Again, while we're waiting for that, we invite you to pull out the financial statement so you can follow along, because it is fine print to look at. So you do have a hard copy in your kits. We'll test again, Corey.
Okay, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Nope.
No.
Just give us a second. Thanks for your patience. You are our first one up today. We have quite a few coming in via Zoom. We will get this organized.
No problem. I don't mind being a guinea pig.
So you might as well also, for those of you in the room or online, you might as well also dig out your resolutions, because we are going to go to resolution 1 and 2 after the presentation of the financial audit report and any questions that you may have for the auditor. So resolution number 1 is adoption of the 2021-2022 audited financial statements, and number 2 is appointment of auditor for our next year's financials. And I just am going to make one quick correction while they're sorting that out, and that was listed on your agenda for September 22nd. At the 11 a.m. presentation, all 3 people providing the Children and Family AIP update, Regional Chief Cindy Woodhouse, Stuart Watke, and Diane Corbiere, both AFN Legal Counsel, will all be here in person. So it was listed as Diane Corbiere coming in via Zoom. All 3 will be in person. So my apologies. I didn't know I was so talented.
Talking. You do this? I hear something. I hear Zoom. Talks if he says something like.
Bread meetings definitely aren't easy.
Oh, it's working. I think it's working. It's working now? Kind of hearing her too.
Can you hear me in the room? Ah, there we go. Fantastic. Okay. Well, thank you very much for having me here today. And before I start, I'd just like to acknowledge that I live, work, and play on the traditional unceded territories of the Lheidli T'enneh. And for this privilege, I would just say Musicho. So I'm going to carry on and get right into the financial statements. I'm going to present them. So I'm going to hope that this works better than the audio, but hopefully there's a big screen in the audience there that you can see, and it'll help us just follow along here with the financial statements, and I can take us through fairly quickly so we can carry on with the meeting. So these are the financial statements for the Assembly. They are as at March 31st, 2022. So that's the year end. And at that point, all of the assets and all of the liabilities are accumulated and accounted for and included within these financial statements.
Yeah, we can hear noise in the building.
Great. So I will, I'm going to carry on. I think there's somebody else talking on the Zoom. So I'll just, hopefully I can just have the floor here for a bit. But within the financial statements, we start with management's responsibility statement. These are management's financial statements for the year, and then it carries on to our independent auditors report. So KPMG are the auditors of record, and we've provided a clean audit opinion, which essentially means that we believe that the financial statements are a fair and accurate representation of the statement of financial position and the operations for the year. So I'm going to go really quick through all of these words and get us down into the numbers. So the balance is as of March 31st, 2022. So we start with the financial assets. So these are assets that are cash or will be settled in cash. And so these top two numbers are the cash and accounts receivable, and you can see that they make up $2.8 million at the end of 2022, which is quite similar to the previous year, which was $2.7 million. We can see that the cash balance is decreased a little bit as there was funds that were outstanding in accounts receivable at the end of the year. These are funds from both Indigenous services, the Assembly of First Nations, and also the province that were receivable for funding programs. When we look down to the liabilities, so these are the amounts that are owing at the end of the year, so owing to other parties. We can see the trade payables, which would include any vendors of the Assembly and any of the payroll liabilities for the employees. They're consistent at about $470,000 at the end of the year. And then we move into the largest liability, which is deferred revenue. So this represents funding programs that have been committed to and the funds have been received or receivable, but the program has yet to be delivered. So there's an obligation of the entity to deliver that program. And so the revenue does not get recognized into revenue until the program is delivered. So they sit there as a liability until that time. There's a small amount of long-term debt that was used for some capital purchases in the past and continues to get paid in accordance with the terms of the loan agreement. So that will decrease on an annual basis. Moving down, so at the bottom of the statement of financial position, there are non-financial assets. So these are assets that will provide a service, so they're not cash or won't be settled in cash. So they include the tangible capital assets, which are computers, leasehold improvements, those type of assets of the Assembly. And then the prepaid expenses are amounts for services that will be delivered that have been committed to and paid for, but they have not yet been delivered, and it would include things like insurance and things like that. That's about $13,000. So we can see the accumulated surplus year over year has stayed fairly consistent at around $300,000. Moving down, so the statement of operations. So this represents the activities for the year from April 1st, 2021 to March 31st, 2022. And there's 3 columns. So the left being what was budgeted, the middle column being the actual revenues and expenses for the year 2022, and then the right-hand column being comparative for the previous year. So I'll focus in on the totals. So this number here, so there was $4 million of revenue that was recognized during the year, compared to $3.7 million in the previous year. The budget that's prepared by the Assembly includes all funding that's received. So it tends to be higher because there was that funding that was received but deferred into future years. When we look down at the expenses, so the expenses are $4.1 million for the current year, compared to $3.7 million in the previous year. So some increases as some meetings and travel and some of the new programs come online and increase kind of the spending and the activity that the Assembly is able to undertake during the year. When we take the revenues less the expenses, so there was a small deficit of $25,000 for the year, which takes that accumulated surplus from about $322,000 to just under the $300,000 mark. We'll see how this breaks down as the operating surplus for the Assembly has actually increased, but the amounts invested in tangible capital assets has seen the decrease. And we'll see this on the next page here. So we can see that the financial assets have actually grown by about $19,000, so taking them to $44,000. So from an operational perspective, there's more financial assets. That's all I would highlight on this page. And then looking at the statement of cash flows, we can see that there was positive operating cash flows for the year, starting here of about $25,000. Some of the working capital changes. So as I noted, there's more accounts receivable, which has decreased the cash position, but that's temporary as those amounts will be received. And then there was about $8,000 that was invested in technology equipment throughout the year, and $40,000 used to pay down the debt. So overall, that's really what's changed the cash position, and the majority of that change coming from the fact that the financial assets are sitting in receivables compared to cash in the previous year. The remainder of the financial statements, I'm not going to go through in any detail, but the notes to the financial statements provide the significant accounting policies and then further detail on the balances within the financial statements. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen so I can see everybody, although you look like ants on my screen because it's quite small, but I'm happy to take any questions should there be any.
Bada boom. So at this time, if there's any questions for the auditor, Corey, I welcome them both here in the room. I see microphone number 25, please. And also we'll take them online. We'll be monitoring online as well. Please proceed.
Thank you. Charles Morgan from the Indigenous government. Just a question on your cash and deferred revenue, as I was noticing that you have a deferred revenue of 2.2 million, but you have cash of 1.6, but you do also have other revenue of 1.1 million. And looking at the notes on page 7, and just following line by line, you have a deferred revenue from MER of 1.3 million, but you don't have any revenue from MER. So I'm just wondering if you could give an explanation on that, because usually you need to have the cash to, when you're deferring revenue. Maybe you could give a further explanation on that. Thank you.
Yep. So the financial assets, so the cash and accounts receivable amounts would be sufficient to meet the deferred revenue balance of $2.2 million. So that's really what supports some of those balances, as some of them, it was just represented the timing of when they're received, but those programs have already been funded and committed to and will be delivered in future years. So that kind of matches off the $2.8 million of financial assets are sufficient to meet the needs, the deferred revenue needs of 2.2.
I see a nodding of the head, so thank you for that. Again, any questions about the audit as presented today? So we do have in front of us a motion. It's a draft resolution number 1, adoption of the 2021-2022 audited financial statements. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder.
Rochelle?
Oh, sorry. 31, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gisuk Witnam. Cheryl Kasmer, proxy for AGM. Just a couple of quick questions. I'm wondering again if you could just explain what makes up the accounts payable and accrued liabilities again. You were very quick on that and I missed it, so I'm just seeking further clarification on that. Also, in one of the notes, I see the same note that was on page 7 under deferred revenue. It says under the very last line says wage. What is that related to? If you could provide some clarification on that as well. And I believe I just had one more question, and that had to do with, where was it? Oh, I can't find it in my note. I should have earmarked it. I can't. So just for those two for now. Thank you.
Yep. So starting with the accounts payable and accrued liabilities. So those would represent any trade payables. So for any services or supplies that were purchased and committed to by the assembly that had yet to be paid. But it would also include any employee liabilities. So any wages payable, vacation payable, any amounts owing for government remittances and those types of items would be included within the accounts payable and accrued liabilities. And then moving on to question 2 with respect to the $24,000 of deferred revenue under wage. I am going to, I don't have this specific answer, maybe Melanie could answer it, but I believe that's an acronym for a funding program that has come through. It doesn't represent wages, it's just, it's all in capital letters. So I believe it's a funding source that's got an interesting name to it.
So we'll go over to microphone number 7 to Melanie.
Hi, it's Women and Gender Equity, which is a new federal department from the Government of Canada.
Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, Corey. I'm just going to turn over back to Cheryl to see if that clarified the questions. Thank you. I have to peek around this walking stick a little bit better. Pardon me, this talking stick, pardon me, a little bit better to make sure I'm not missing anyone for any further question at this time. We now go over to resolution number 1, adoption of the 2021-22 audited financial statement. We are looking for a mover and a seconder. And it's whereas KPMG LLP was appointed to Resolution 2021 to act as Bcafn's auditor for a term of 1 year. KPMG LLP has prepared and presented an independent auditor's report for the 2020-2021 fiscal year to the Chiefs and Assembly, which just took place. Therefore, be it resolved that the Bcafn Chiefs and Assembly hereby adopt the 2021-2022 audited financial statements as presented at the Bcafn 19th Annual General Meeting of September 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, 2022. That's a lot of twos. So just going to look to see if we need further discussion at this time about the audited financial statements. Seeing no need for further discussions, are we ready for question? Is there any abstentions? Oh, sorry, that's right. I'm all ahead of myself. I'm sorry. We're looking for a mover and a seconder. I'm getting so ahead of myself. Excitement. I'm so excited. Mover, please. Microphone number 13, please.
Bcfn, Coldwater.
Thank you for that gentle point of order. We're looking for a seconder. Microphone number 18, please.
Clarko Gala, Chief Judge Kmowicz Muchlet.
Thank you so very much. Now we'll go on and see if there's any need for further discussion. Question has been called. Is there any abstentions? Any opposition? Give that just a minute to also check online if there's any opposition. Seeing none, as to my ability, just good, so therefore it's been accepted by consensus. Thank you so very much. Going on now to draft resolution number 2, appointment of auditor. Again, we are looking for a mover and a seconder. And it's whereas section 11.4 of the BC Assembly of First Nations Constitution and bylaws require the members to appoint an auditor to hold office until the auditor is re-elected or successor is elected at the next annual general meeting, and KPMG LLP was the auditor for the BC Assembly of First Nations during the 2021-2022 fiscal year. Therefore, be it resolved that the Bcafn Chiefs and Assembly hereby appoint KPMG LLP as the auditor for the BC Assembly of First Nations to hold office until the auditor is re-elected or a successor is elected at the next annual general meeting. So again, I'm looking for a mover for draft resolution number 2. Microphone number 28, please.
Chief Brian Tate, DT First Nation, mover.
Thank you very much, Chief Brian Tate. We're looking now for a seconder. That includes people online as well, but we are looking for a seconder. I saw somebody pointing, but yeah. Okay, microphone number 14, please, for the record.
Chief Dalton Silver, Sumas, I'll second, thanks.
Thank you, Chief Dalton Silver. Opening for any need for discussion on this resolution number 2. The floor is open for any further discussion on the appointment of an auditor. Question has been called quietly, but it has been called. Do we have any abstentions to draft resolution number 2, appointment of an auditor? Seeing none, any opposition? Again, seeing none, my understanding is it's been passed by consensus as well. Thank you so very much. Moving on to our agenda, I'm just going to check time. We're going to tackle at least a part of the next item on our agenda, Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People Act and implementation. I know we have some via Zoom and some forward, but I have 3 microphones here for just ease of, we can move this third one over a bit. For those who are present, we have Cookby Judy Wilson, UBCIC, we have Cheryl Casimir of the First Nations Summit. Online, we have Merle Alexander, and I believe also online we have Derek Auger. So Odgers, thank you very much, Regional Chief. So we invite you to come forward, and I'll just move the microphone number 3 over. Or if tech can do that for us, James? Can you just pop microphone number 3 over? And we'll get as far through this as possible. We might not get quite to the resolution. If not, we'll carry that over to after lunchtime, as we have a hard start with Minister Murray Rankin at 12:30. So we're going to get through this as best we can. We do have to make sure that you also get fed and you have a chance for a break. So we're going to go from now until 11:45. Yeah, thank you. All right. So microphones 1 and 2. And then we also have, there we go, there's Merle Alexander and Derek as well. I believe Derek was joining, but the floor is yours. Again, just a gentle reminder, I will be, I know we have other parts to this as well, but we will get through what we can between now and when we have to break for lunch and that hard start with Minister Rankin. Please proceed, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for allowing us to be here at Musqueam and the prayer this morning and the welcoming from the Musqueam people, and also for Bcafn for allowing us to provide an update to your meeting today. And I'm Cook Beatty Wilson. I'm from Niskonnet Indian Band, and I'm part of the Union of BC Indian Chiefs as Secretary Treasurer, and also part of the First Nations Leadership Council. So our recent updates for the work we're doing on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, and for the updates on our work on the Declaration Act and the Declaration Act Action Plan. Kind of a mouthful there. This will be starting on slide 2. If you look to the screen, you could see the slide. And I want to say also, I was so happy to see both Regional Chief Terry Chiji this morning and also our AFN National Chief Roseanne Archibald. I just wanted to say very much, I really appreciate and thank them for the work that they do at the provincial and national levels. Very outstanding leaders that, are doing the work for us in BC here. And, we have such a diverse nations here in BC. And, we've been working at a lot of issues over the years from child and family, language, and also the justice work and, the UN declarations. So really across Canada, we lead a lot of that work here. So I want to thank the chiefs for all that you do and the support you provide our outstanding leaders that are here today representing us. So with slide 2, did it change already? Okay. With the Declaration Act and now the UN Declaration, we are seeing a shift in the relationship between First Nations and non-Indigenous governments, businesses, and institutions. First Nations decide what happens on our traditional territories, and the UN Declaration requires consent over our land uses. We also have a right to share fairly in the revenues generated on them. So we've seen a lot of that changes already happening. The Declaration Act and the alignment of law processes provide an important opportunity to have shared decision-making powers reflected in provincial legislation and strengthen government-to-government relationships as well as a result. A recent example of this is the signing of the Section 7 agreement with the Tahltan Central Government and BC regarding land management decision-making, particularly consent-based decision-making pertaining to the Eskay Creek Revitalization Project. There have been some wisdoms gained through this process and some growing pains from lessons learned. This is a new process, and we hope to carry through lessons learned through the Declaration Act and the Action Plan to work on the UN Declaration Act and its action plan. Slide 3. Thank you, Rochelle. She knows me, so. There are 4 key areas helpful to reiterate where the Declaration Act requires their implementation is also being discussed at legislative alignment of law tables. So that's a big part of the work, is the alignment of laws. So slide 4. As mentioned, the implementation phase of the Declaration Act Action Plan is currently underway. First Nations Leadership Council technical teams, including the legal and policy staff, are sitting at many tables involving the aligning BC laws with the UN Declaration. Similar work is going to be expected to occur with the National Action Plan to bring federal laws in alignment with the UN Declaration. The FNLC has been involved at legislative alignment tables working on legislation including Emergency Program Act, Adoption Act, Children, Family and Community Services Act, Forest and Range Practices Act, and the Interpretation Act. New legislation has also been introduced in the Anti-Racism Data Act. The FNLC has also been involved in the development of initiatives that will help reform litigation practices in BC with the release of BC's civil litigation directives. Section 7 agreements are also happening in BC, noting again the recent agreement of the Tahltan Central Government and BC and the announcement of negotiations between Shilshot Nation and BC. There have been developments with the fiscal relationship between BC and First Nations. Recently, there was an uplift in forestry revenue sharing coming ahead of future changes. So thank you for listening to the updates from in my section, and I turn that over to Cheryl Casimir to provide additional information. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Cheryl Casimir, Political Executive with the First Nations Summit, as well as a member of the BC First Nations Leadership Council. And today, acting in the capacity supporting the work from the AFN, Regional Chief in his opening comments indicated that he had made a few appointments to the Ad Hoc Chiefs Committee to help the AFN implement the C-15 United Nations Declaration Act. Before I get further into my report, I'd also like to start off by acknowledging the opening prayer and the song that was shared with us by Dr. Gwendolyn Point, and thank her for getting us started off in a good way. Also extending my gratitude to the Musqueam Nation for hosting us here in their big house to do the important work that we have ahead of us for the next couple of days. So in terms of the work, are we on slide 6? Yep, okay. Oh, sorry, no, I'm supposed to be on 5. Getting ahead of myself. Oh, and I should also let you know that my colleague Robert and I have to be downtown for another commitment, and so I may not be here for the remainder of this discussion, but I leave that into the trusty hands of the regional chief, so he's aware that that may happen. So similar to the Declaration Act here in British Columbia, C-41, which we refer to as DRIPA, and then the UN Declaration Act, which is the federal piece under C-15, there's areas that are requiring Canada's commitment to work in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples across this country. For example, Section 4, it states that the purpose of the UN Declaration Act are to affirm the Declaration as a universal international human rights instrument with application in Canadian law, and B, provides a framework for the Government of Canada's implementation of the UN Declaration. Further to that, Section 5 mandates Canada to align its laws with the United Nations Declaration. Section 6 requires the minister to implement a United Nations Declaration Act action plan, similar to the one that was just recently developed here in British Columbia, with your input and feedback, as well as work from the Leadership Council. And Section 7 requires that the ministers to prepare and publish a report on its alignment of laws progress with the United Nations Declaration. And as of June 21st, 2022, the first annual report was released. Slide 6. So I'm just going to call it the UNDA. That's the acronym, the action plan. It's anticipated that that's going to be developed by June 2023, but I think that we do have some concerns in terms of the timing. For example, the ad hoc committee has yet to meet, and we're scheduled to have our first meeting September 27th, and we'll be participating by Zoom because that's going to be a side meeting that's taken place in Fredericton, New Brunswick. And it was going to be scheduled as a side meeting from the climate change forum that's taken place there. And so for a 90-minute meeting, it didn't make sense to take a whole day of flying for Cookbee, Judy Wilson, and myself to go to that meeting. So we'll be participating by Zoom. But that's just a clear indication of how far behind we are in terms of trying to support the Canadian government in fulfilling their obligations under UNDA. So as I mentioned, there's concern regarding the lack of progress on the part of the federal government on its alignment of laws work and with the development of the action plan. We need to continue to apply pressure to Canada to make sure that they begin that work immediately. And I think that we also have some work of our own as First Nations people in this country. As was mentioned earlier this morning in Regional Chief's report, some of the regions have yet to even fill those vacancies on the Chiefs Ad Hoc Committee. And so if we can't even do that ourselves, I don't know how we can also, expect the federal government to move more quickly. We need to make sure that we're coordinated ourselves. So I'm hoping that those regions will fill those vacancies soon. I think what's also concerning is that Canada has not been able to set out a process for its approach in terms of the development of the UNDA action plan. It's not been clarified whether the action plan will follow a regional approach or not. And I know that British Columbia has been quite vocal on this, is that we've done some work specific to DRIPA here in British Columbia. We have some expertise in that area. We're prepared to support the work of the ad hoc committee and work at the AFN level and supporting Canada in meeting their obligations. But we also fully recognize that we need to have regional based approaches so that it's not conflicting with others, and that we can make sure that BC's collective interests are reflected in the action plan and are a priority. So if there is a consolidated national approach, it's highly likely that it's going to miss out on regional specific concerns, and it's not going to be the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous Peoples Act compliant. So that's why we're continuing to apply pressure to the feds on that one. Next slide, 7. So the UNDA annual report, it mentions that changes are being anticipated to the Federal Interpretation Act to include a non-derogation clause. And this work has yet to be reviewed by First Nations, rights holders, Indigenous governing bodies, and representative organizations. And we've been recommending that the work that's been completed to date needs to be shared, and that the rights holders and the IGBs be brought into these processes immediately. The same annual report mentioned that the federal government was developing internal policies to advise their ministries. The interim guide has been developed, again, without involvement of First Nations right holders, IGBs, and representatives. So there are some significant concerns regarding this, and it's critical that rights holders, IGBs, and representative organizations be included in reviewing and revising this interim guidance. And we know how important that is to involve title and rights holders. We've done that work here in British Columbia, and we've seen the result of that, and it was, successful. If the federal government continues to go down the path of minimizing their consultation obligations, or even further yet, to obtain free prior informed consent of title and rights holders, we know that it's going to just cause some challenges, and it's going to create stall as we're trying to make our way down this path to do this critical work. So we see that Canada has failed to put forward a robust policy framework on aligning the United Nations Declaration with federal laws, and the use of the United Nations Declaration as an interpretive tool around Section 35 of the Constitution Act. So the Leadership Council will be looking to do so to ensure that chiefs, leadership, and community members are informed on these points. But we believe that Canada has to be more proactive and should be looking to do this work for themselves. Additionally, Canada should be supporting efforts of rights holders, IGBs, and representative organizations to do this work by ensuring that capacity and resource supports are in place to guarantee its success. So that's my section of the report. I'll pass it on to Merle Alexander.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you very much for this opportunity to be with you today. I would have loved to have been there in person, but my son and my wife tested positive for COVID last night. So yeah, we're in quarantine, but I'm here. I'm still able to be here with you today. So I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to give you this brief update. One of the while the federal government is fumbling in its efforts to implement the UN Declaration, the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, simultaneously there is a Quebec reference case on the Act respecting First Nations, Inuit, Métis, children, youth, and families that is making its way to the Supreme Court of Canada. It's particularly important because at the core of one of the elements of the statute, or one of the core legal subject matters, is whether or not the Act confirms the inherent right to self-government and enables Indigenous lawmaking jurisdiction, and whether or not that self-government jurisdiction and authority will be upheld by the Supreme Court of Canada. To date, Canada's documents that they submitted to the Supreme Court of Canada does take a fairly impoverished approach to the self-government aspect. I mean, Canada's position before the Supreme Court of Canada is that it should affirm an Indigenous right to self-government over its internal affairs by way of Section 35 of the Constitution Act. So it's not a broad affirmation of self-government. In a way, it's consistent with the inherent rights policy, and that it tends to focus the jurisdiction of Indigenous peoples to internal matters. Obviously, UNDRIP, like at its very core, and UNDRIP implementation at its very core, is about uplifting our jurisdictions, uplifting our self-determination rights. So you can imagine that this litigation that's going to the Supreme Court of Canada is particularly interesting in the timing that it is going to the Supreme Court of Canada at the same time that Canada is supposed to be developing substantive jurisdictional room for Indigenous peoples through the implementation of UNDRIP. So as you could, in particular, like UNDRIP has been used and will continue to be used as an important interpretation tool in Canadian law. It should be applied to the interpretation of the Constitution Act and Section 35. So UNDRIP allows for an even broader expansion of the fairly narrow and minute words that are actually captured in Section 35. And for those who aren't legal nerds such as ourselves, there's actually been very few opportunities for the Supreme Court of Canada or any Canadian court to really take up the subject matter of self-government. So as you can imagine, this particular case, the arguing of UNDRIP as an interpretation tool is particularly important in terms of interpreting the divisions of powers. It is also partially problematic that there still seems that the interpretation of self-government being particularly only on internal affairs probably does have some problematic elements to it. Of note, Article 4 of the UN Declaration recognizes the right to self-determination, the rights of self-government of Indigenous peoples. So Canada's adoption of this interpretation of the UN Declaration through UNDA, and now the Supreme Court Quebec reference case will have far-reaching consequences on all federal policies. So as you can imagine, that the First Nations Leadership Council is tracking this case and has applied for intervener status in this case to address legal issues regarding the application of UNDRIP, specifically the requirements of the laws of Canada to be aligned with UNDRIP without delay. That wording particularly is wording directly from the UNDA or UNDA. The judicial use of UNDRIP is important because some lower courts have said that there's not a duty of conformity or alignment with UNDRIP, while others have ruled that there is. So there's there's the legal inconsistency at lower courts. So all this to sort of say that there is a very substantial Supreme Court of Canada case going before actually the very first, and uniquely at this time, as many of you will know, there will be the first First Nations woman appear sitting on the Supreme Court of Canada bench that will hear this case. So as you can imagine, the FNLC and many other interveners are really tracking this case with great sensitivity and great interest. And you can imagine that there may well be direct influences in the way that this particular statute UNDA is implemented. Next slide, please. Well, this is a particularly concrete and intangible area where it's fair to say there's significant frustration from Indigenous rights holders and participants in the alignment of laws. One would have expected that the federal government would track what's happening in British Columbia, use that as a potential best practice, and that we wouldn't have to fight nanometer by nanometer to have a progressive alignment of laws at a federal level. One would have thought the Crowns would have been able to inform each other and that we would see a progressive engagement by the federal government on alignment of laws. That is not occurring. Work on the Declaration of Alignment Laws is a significantly more advanced state in BC than it is federally. A lot of the lessons that have been learned for the BC region have either been ignored or just not being applied at the federal level. So I think, at the FNLC legal and technical and policy team, there's a pretty significant amount of frustration. And I'm sure also that is the case of many rights holders that have been engaging the federal government on this. Without going too much into sort of the interpretation details, there's mostly a attempt by the federal government to try and condense a number of obligations into a singular, when the obligations are actually multiple. The pace of understanding, the UN Declaration in some ministries, seems way slower than others. And this is likely the same at the federal ministries. So, and so this is going to probably create even more potentially more difficult for UNDA interim guidance, particularly as they try to cooperate with IGBs on a national level. The interim guidance could be transformed to provide for a document that can help streamline early legislative processes. But so far, much of the documents that are coming from British Columbia that have been very thoughtfully sort of thought through do not seem to be finding their way into the federal process. So there isn't, instead of learning from past errors or past challenges, we seem to be making those mistakes anew. So we've actually particularly noted that earlier Indigenous right holders, IGBs, and representative organizations are brought into the process, the better the process is for it. And relationships across parties can be built and policy direction can be determined earlier. So, we're really very much advocating that there be much greater involvement of rights holders in the implementation of the alignment laws, and that Canada develop a coherent mechanism. In BC, as is noted in the slide, the we came to the same conclusion, and it's part of like where the advocacy for the creation of a Declaration Act Secretariat came from, which our learned colleague Jessica Wood is responsible for. And that the creation of that secretariat has provided a lot of help in bridging gaps in understanding across provincial ministries. So it could very well be that a federal secretariat is necessary to create that same coherence on a whole government approach. Next slide, please. Lastly, I think that, that obviously everything you're sort of hearing from this update is that there's a real necessity to begin this alignment of laws work. Because one of the things that's very important to keep in mind is that the UN Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, the federal act, was binding as of June 21st, 2021. And the federal government seems to be implementing it as though it's yet to be ratified, yet it's yet to have full power and legal effect. Whereas in the meantime, there is a non-compliance with the act occurring. So Canada really must begin this alignment of laws work sooner, and particularly, like I think it's the initial discussions amongst BC rights holders is that there really does need to be a regional UND action plan, because obviously, and that would be very consistent with it's very clear that there needs to be that each region has particular rights contexts which need to be emphasized, and that the way that First Nations of British Columbia interact with federal laws would be very different than that would be with other regions. So obviously we're continuing to advocate for a regional approach to a UNDA action plan. The problem, one of the sort of last points to be made is that there is, as part of the advocacy to try and ensure that the Canadian government didn't delay the implementation of UNDA, there was a 2-year window created on the first action plan. And we are about a year and a half into that expiring timeline. So clearly these time constraints and capacity constraints are going to present some challenges for communities. And the sooner I think that the BC region engages at an all chiefs level or through other mechanisms that might be developed on a regional basis, the better we'll be able to produce a regional perspective on what should be in the action plan. I think lastly, the last point is really to just say that we do have the advantage in British Columbia of being able to learn that at least we, as Indigenous peoples, have the right, or as First Nations, have the ability to learn from the past mistakes and past frustrations. And of course, we are trying to apply that on a go-forward basis. I think the biggest problem is really that the federal and provincial crown, or the federal crown, doesn't seem to be learning from past mistakes. So it will be a challenge. It's also a challenge that I think that this region is best suited and well skilled to take on. So those are my comments. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair.
Thank you very much to Cookby Judy, Cheryl Casimir, and Merle Alexander for your presentation today. We're going to put a pin right there, as I know our lunch is ready. We want to make sure you look after your needs, and we will pick up. We're just going to go a little bit forward to honor the hard start for Minister Murray Rankin, and then we'll pick up again around the other aspects around the declaration and the resolutions that are being presented. So at this time, we're going to take a short recess. We'll resume with a hard start at 12:30. If we've been sitting for a while, if you need to stretch your legs before you grab some food, I invite you to take a walk through. There's at least 20 exhibitors in the hall. Take a peruse down there, stretch your legs, and we'll see you back here at 12:30. Hukschachum. Oh, and then Harsha Sandhu, if you're here. Harsha Sandhu, please stand. You're sitting, it's not very helpful. This is a gentleman you should talk to if you want to speak with National Chief, as National Chief will be in and out, but if you want to just put a bug in his ear that you need to speak with her today, he's here throughout the day, and she will be in out. Cookschacham, we'll see you at 12:30. so our recess is over. We're going to have this, like I promised you, we're having a hard start. And we have both Jessica Wood, the Associate Deputy Minister with the Declarations Act Secretariat, joining us, as well as Minister Murray Rankin, Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. Welcome today, Minister Rankin, and welcome today, Jessica. So glad you could join us. The floor is yours. So again, everybody, we will have a bit of a presentation. My understanding is you'll take some questions afterwards. I do know that you have a hard stop, but thank you both for joining us. So we're just going to check on sound right now.
Can you hear me okay, Russell?
Absolutely, fantastic. We'll check
Great.
in on Jessica. Check with you, Jessica? Or not? Okay. And we have...
Should be good.
Mr. Rankin, thank you so much for joining us today.
Can I get underway?
Yes, please.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. I'm here as well in the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples territory, and I want to start by bringing greetings from the Premier, John Horgan. I think I'd like to also start by telling you that my heart goes out to the families of those who have been impacted by the tragedy in the James Smith Cree Nation in Saskatchewan. And it's also with those families who've lost loved ones in the Lower Mainland in recent weeks. My heart is with the families of Chelsea Poorman of the Kawakatus First Nation, Noel Soup of the Key First Nation and Saulteaux First Nation, Prem Manuel Godfredson of the Silken Okanagan, and Tatiana Harrison, who's Cree and Métis, and finally with Cynthia Martin's family, Gitxsan Territory. These deaths and disappearances are absolutely horrific and tragic, and my thoughts are with those who are mourning as a consequence of these heartbreaking losses. We just hope that some of the measures we're about to discuss will contribute to greater well-being. Today, I would like to provide you with updates on our work under the Declaration Act, the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Action Plan as well. And to do so, I have with me two very talented public officials. Anne-Marie Sam, who has recently joined our Ministry of Indigenous Relations as Assistant Deputy Minister in what's called the Reconciliation, Transformation and Strategies Division. Now, I'm sure that many of you will know Anne-Marie from her work in her home community of Nakadzli-Wooten, as well as her support for my predecessor, Scott Fraser, who was integrally involved with Anne-Marie during the introduction and passing of the Declaration Act. Anne-Marie is going to provide leadership on implementing of the Declaration Act in the ministry. And since I last spoke with you a year ago, we reached an important milestone. We launched the Declaration Act Action Plan in March of this year, the first document of its kind in BC or in Canada, and indeed in the world. And I want to thank all the nations and the leaders that contributed to this milestone event. The action plan sets out a shared vision for the province, its goals and outcomes to describe the world as it should be. Here is where we want to be, and here is how we hope to work together to get there. It's the world I acknowledge, and everyone would agree, that we should have been building since contact. It's a world, I say, where young Indigenous students, learners, lead graduation rates and are supported in pursuing their own excellence. It's a world where rights and title are affirmed and implemented. And it's a world where anti-Indigenous racism and discrimination are part of our past. We think and firmly believe that the 89 actions that every single ministry of our government is committed to do are tangible steps, real, positive, tangible steps that will help us achieve the outcomes we've agreed to together. The focus now, in the next while, is about implementing the plan, And that's as important as creating it together. Implementation is the stage we're at now, because the Declaration Act requires the action plan be implemented in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples, and we are firmly committed to that. So ministries across our government are re-engaging Indigenous partners on their actions in the action plan that'll help inform planning for implementation. And my ministry, the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, is going to continue this work and will be ultimately responsible for tracking and reporting out on our progress. People will see how we're doing. And annual reports are required under the Declaration Act, and they're going to provide transparency on how we're doing. The relationships that we've built up together over the last while and the commitments that we've set out in the action plan, I think provide a really practical, concrete pathway for the transformational change that this entails. And the accountability that's throughout this annual reporting and reviews that'll take place, it's going to help ensure that we stay on track together. So I am proud to report that this work is underway now to identify how we're going to do this, how we're going to monitor it and assess our progress together on implementing the action plan. And I'm happy that work is being undertaken by Anne-Marie. And so the aim is to include the metrics, how we get there, the tools, in the next annual report to be released in June of 2023. The Declaration Act also changes how government works in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous people on developing legislation, because Section 3 requires the province, again in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples, to take, and I quote, all measures necessary to ensure consistency between BC laws and the UN Declaration. This year, we established a secretariat, the Declaration Act Secretariat, to guide an all-of-government approach to this critical work. And Associate Deputy Minister Jessica Wood, who many of you know, CSITYOCS, Jessica's leading these efforts. And the mandate of the Secretariat is to support not just our ministry, but ministries across government in their work to achieve consistency between their legislation and policy and the UN Declaration. The Secretariat's going to provide guidance and advice on how to ensure we get this required consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples to take place in a meaningful way. So while I'm the minister responsible for the Declaration Act Secretariat, it's really important to note that the Secretariat is independent of my ministry. It operates as a central agency across all of the BC government. Alongside the formation of the Secretariat, there have been discussions ongoing on how we implement Section 3, the alignment of laws, and learning through the process of co-developing the legislation that's occurred, such as, you'll recall, the Anti-Racism Data Act that was an example of that collaboration. We hope to report out officially on these efforts during the fall term, along with some shared resources as well. And we're developing a 3-year work plan, and we look to coming back with that soon. In addition to that, we're also seeing progress under Section 7 of the Declaration Act. Section 7 is one of the sections that enables us to enter new types of shared decision-making agreements. And I'm really proud of the fact that we signed the first consent-based decision-making agreement with the Tahltan in May. This agreement honors Tahltan jurisdiction over land management decisions in their territory, and it deals with the Eskay Creek mining project. I believe that this is a very tangible example of how we're developing new models to advance free, prior, and informed consent in British Columbia. Just last month, we also announced negotiations are underway with the Sechal Nation on another Section 7 agreement, this time a joint decision-making agreement in their territory. When finalized, that agreement is going to apply to decisions on dock tenures throughout the Sechal territory. And It builds on the current model for making shared decisions that some considered revolutionary when we created it a few years ago. I believe that these two agreements, both developed under Section 7 of the Declaration Act, are key, and they're very different in practice. And that, of course, is an example of the flexibility and the power of the Declaration Act. I also believe that meaningful reconciliation requires funding. It requires adequate funding for nations that recognizes and respects their rights to self-determination. And that's why it's very clear in the action plan under the Declaration Act that a new fiscal framework is needed between Indigenous peoples and the province. And so therefore, in April of this year, we announced that we will be co-developing a new forestry revenue sharing model. That's a step along the way, a step toward us really realizing our commitment as a province to co-develop an entirely new fiscal framework with First Nations. A new fiscal framework is going to recognize the need to create space within Canada for the operation and funding of Indigenous governments because they need the same kind of secure funding that other levels of government need. We expect that engagement with the rights and title holders will begin as early as this fall. Minister Robinson, our finance minister, and myself, we're looking forward to seeing this work get underway. And I'm happy that my finance minister is as excited as I am about this change. And while we're continuing these efforts, there are interim existing forest revenue sharing arrangements that, as you know, has involved a doubling of revenue to First Nations governments. That's just a start. It's a first step in creating this new fiscal framework. Started in 2018 when we began working together to share gaming revenues and establish a 25-year arrangement to address the gaming revenues. And that agreement, as you know, saw First Nations across the province share 7% of gaming revenues every year. In 4 years since it started, that's meant over $214 million going to community priorities identified by First Nations. Now, I haven't got to tell any of you that the last 2 years have been tough on everyone. And it's led to a series of cascading crises that no one ever could have predicted. But it also is sad to say that First Nations communities have been dramatically and I think disproportionately impacted by these crises. And so our government announced a $74 million grant to make sure that First Nations are not further impacted by a loss in gaming revenue because COVID-19 closed down casinos and the revenues weren't as we had all thought they would be during the pandemic. That's about ensuring that First Nation governments can continue to deliver the services they must across the province for communities. Because it's those services and supports that'll make all the difference as we recover from the pandemic together. So in conclusion, I just want to say that I, as Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, am the first to acknowledge that we have a lot more work to do. But I see our renewed and deepening relationship improving and growing over time as we address the challenges together. We're very fond of saying that the Declaration Act was the first of its kind in Canada, one of the first on the planet. And there are going to be unforeseen challenges, therefore, in this pioneering work we're doing together. And it's not going to be that we'll address and grow at a consistent pace. But I'm excited right now, I must say. There's so much happening across the province. I can hardly wait to see what another year will bring as we move forward together. So with that, I want to say it's been an honor to be with you today, even though it's only virtually, and myself and my team, Anne-Marie and Jessica, are very happy, Rissel, to answer any questions that folks might have. Thanks very much.
Cooks Chacham, thank you so much to Minister Rankin and Jessica Anne Marie for also joining us today. We're going to open the floor for some questions. I already saw someone signal to me at microphone 22. I'm also going to be monitoring the chat. So if there's anyone raising their hands, we'll also make sure. I see microphone number 13 as well. So we'll take a couple of questions first, and then we'll go back to you, Minister Rankin. So we'll go to microphone 20. Please proceed.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you earlier, Elder Gwen, for the opening comments and the opening song. That was amazing. And thank you, Musqueam, as well, for allowing us to do this work. It's important work. Chief James Hobart, Spuzzum First Nation, Minister Rankin, we've spoken quite a bit. I do plan to come to Victoria, and I want to make sure that when I come that you have your team armed with enough information around the Section 12. I asked you that before when you were actually in the same building. We haven't heard anything about that. And also the Section 12, Section 7 with the co-management agreement. We want to pursue the further discussions on that. Recently, we're trying to put together a news release with your government around the Northern Spotted Owl release. That has been an exciting process for our nation. However, your government is having a hard time with us self-proclaiming the logging, the resources in our territory, that we want to create a sustainable resource management, and they're having a hard time with us using the term moratorium. They want to have deferral because it's up to the, I think it's up to the interpretation of what the deferral word means. And I think that we should be allowed to. In my nation, I think if I went back to them and I didn't say, yes, I fought to have that word moratorium in our nation, with that, that's where I get votes, is when I stand up for our nation, stand up for its resources. Now, I want to make certain that you know that I do plan to come to Victoria soon with my team, and we do want to meet with you, and we're going to need about 3 or 4 hours to discuss all this. And I will have an email chain back and forth with some of the key points. But I wanted to also point out that our own people who are working in the different ministries right now are being abused, are being marginalized, you know, and it's being left. You know, talk at the top is great around UNDRIP and DRIPA, but I know that in the ministries like Children and Families and the different ones, that we have people that are being treated with disrespect, disregard of their Indigenous knowledge, and watching others make fun of the First Nations in front of workers. We're talking about in plain sight as something that's important. It also overlaps onto our people and to our people that are working in these ministries. Now, here's the problem I see, and here's where I think that we need to look at it, is that, sure, at the ministry level, you guys are all understanding this, but you're leaving it to team leaders, directors of operation, executive directors to report back to you. It is going to fail. This plan that you're talking about is going to fail if you leave it up to them, to their interpretation. We hear, well, that's not what I read when I read your shared your information sharing agreement, and you know, well, we're the ones who wrote it, so come and ask us. But we get other people trying to interpret our words, and if you want the process to work, this has got to stop. This has to be there has to be a full-on perspective around the way ministries are treating the First Nation people that are in their employment. And so I just wanted to also add that, you know, when you're talking about change, and this maybe has to come from the top down, from like your perspective downwards to all the way, and I'm not trying to be, trying to put any different levels on the ministry or on the workers, but it has to, there should be the message that First Nations for decades, for over a century, have had to change to accommodate the settlers in our unceded territories. Now we're asking you to change, and it's so difficult, isn't it? How come it's so difficult? And when you're expecting it from us, and all we're asking you is to not just use the words, to dig down into the depths and find out why it's not working, because it's not. And Murray, I'll talk to you soon about the other meeting, but Cookshem, that's what I wanted to put out there, that we need to make sure that it's not just left up to the people to report back from the bottom up that things are fine.
Because they're not. Cookschem.
Chacham, I've noted that that was Chief James Hobart. We have then Chief Elise Bahan, Chief Hahalikton, pardon me for the pronunciation, Richard Thomas, but I'm honored that you put your traditional name there. We then have 19 with Charlotte, Charlene Gale, number 19, and then Chief Harlan V. McLeod. We're going to try and get to you all. We're going to do a break of a couple more questions, then we'll go to you, Minister Rankin, then we'll do the final questions that we have on our list, hopefully. So go over to microphone number 13, please.
Antla Njawa and Squash Lise Bahan Cook Bcfn Selectku in the Cup Nation. Hello, Lise Bahan, Chief Cowater Band. Like to thank Elder Gwen for the opening remarks this morning, and Musqueam for allowing us to do this important work in their lands. And good to see you, Minister Rankin, and extend an invitation to you to come back and talk to the Nicola 5 chiefs in regards to the MOU and Section 7, and have further discussions in regards to the Nicola Watershed Governance Project. So hope we can get a commitment from you, Minister Cookschem.
Cookschacham, Chief Lise Bahan. We'll go now online for a question from Chief Hahalikton. Again, my apologies if that was the wrong pronunciation, also known as Richard Thomas, who has his hand raised.
Good afternoon. I just want to acknowledge the prayer this morning and acknowledge everyone there. Good afternoon, Minister Rankin. Again, I speak to you in regards to the issue that we've been trying to deal with for so many years. And I keep getting responses that, yes, we're going to talk to you, we're going to deal with it. There hasn't been any discussions at our main table since July, and there doesn't seem to be any movement happening. And again, this is a social need. This isn't a treaty issue. And I would really appreciate getting some time to meet with you and really have some serious discussions on this issue. It's important that we come to some kind of agreement. One of the main things that we are lacking for our members is a place to call home, but even more so is we don't have any place to lay our respected loved ones. We have to rely on neighboring communities. So this is something that's very important, and I would appreciate if you could give me a schedule, email me. Would really appreciate this. I've talked for years about this issue, and it needs to be dealt with. I'll leave it at that. Hi, Chapka.
Cookschacham, thank you so much. So we'll go with those first three questions, and I acknowledge that we have two speakers on the list, Chief Charlene Gale and Chief Harvey McLeod. I hope we get to you. Minister Rankin and or your
Yeah, I appreciate that, Russell, and I want to say thank you to Chief Hobart. Absolutely, if you're coming to Victoria, we'll get together. I'd like that very much. And in fact, what we should do is a little bit of planning to make sure that we have Minister Conroy and her people there, so we can address the issue head on of the moratorium versus what they wish to call the deferral in the context of the spotted owl issue. I understand that. It's something that we've talked about before, but we need her in the room to kind of make change. So I'll ask you and your team to give us some suggested dates so we can put it together, and I'll take it on from here. You're making a very, very important point about people continually. You mentioned getting disrespect from certain ministries. I have to say that is unacceptable, and it's going to require, you asked about change, it's going to require a culture shift in the public service. I'm happy to say that overdue work is now underway. There's better training, and I mean, that started, I think, with Mary Ellen Turpel-Lafon's watershed report on In Plain Sight. And as you know, there's a commitment in the education system to do something along similar lines. This is an example of implementing the commitments that we've made. I think your point is well taken. It's not necessarily just at the top. Change has to infuse the entire public service at the regional level, at the provincial level, at all levels. And so drawing attention to that important need, Chief, is something I appreciate very much that you've done. And when you're down here, we'll continue to talk about how we can make that real. Chief Spahan, lovely to see you again. I love your territory, as you know, and I'd love to meet with the Nicola Five, it's what we call them, the Five Chiefs. And yeah, it'd be wonderful to accept your invitation again to come up and visit and see what's happening since the horrible problems that your communities encountered with the atmospheric river and the flooding. Just absolutely mind-boggling. It changes and incursions on your territory. So I would very much welcome that opportunity. And, you know, the Nicola Watershed project is a very exciting one for the government. I've heard a lot about it and love to learn more. So thank you for that invitation. I'd be happy to say yes. Paliktan, Chief Thomas, we've talked a lot in your capacity as Chief of the Liaxin over the years. You've shown great leadership on the issues of anchorages, which I always associate you with because it's something I care deeply about. But the particular issue that you're referring to, of course, is the need for land. As you say, not just land for your growing community, but land so you can have a proper place for your loved ones. Those negotiations have been going on. I can tell you that I've met with nations on Vancouver Island and specifically said we need to find room for the beleaguered Liaxin Nation who are suffering from a lack of land. And that is what the negotiations have been about. I don't know the status. You've indicated that there's been no discussion for some time, and that's troubling to me. So I have on the team, I'm going to ask Anne-Marie to make a note of that, and so we can get back to you and try to figure out why that appears not to be working. But I do acknowledge that important need, and your advocacy over the years on that is also much appreciated. We've got to fix this.
We'll go over to microphone number 19 to Chief Charlene Gale, and then we'll go over to Chief Harvey McLeod. Unfortunately, that will take us a little bit beyond time that we have, but we'll try our very best to get those two in. So, microphone 19, please.
Merci. Minister, my question to you is how are we going to fast track economic reconciliation with Indigenous communities, because many of our nations are on the forefront of, you know, bringing generational opportunities that we feel that are just getting roadblocked by many of your ministries. Some ministries are working with us collaboratively to our efforts, but other ministries aren't. So that is one of my questions. You know, I really feel that economic reconciliation shouldn't have any limit. But as an Indigenous leader up in the northeast corner of BC that has been suffering with an economy for over a decade, it's very heart-wrenching to see policy and regulations continuing to roadblock us from our progress. You know, in a July letter of commitment to our nation, the BC Ministry of Forests set out a tenure offer to our nation of 1.26 million cubic meters a year, making it one of the largest forest tenures commitments ever made to a First Nation in history. The challenge is that, you know, we got a really great partner to build a pellet plant, you know, and we're working with our lands office to ensure that our land management framework is working. You know, we've been working with our project partner for some time. We know the importance of separating the business from the politics, so they still have to go through all the protocols that any corporation would have to if they come to our territory. You know, and this framework, you know, it looks after our traditional values, it looks after riparian zones, wildlife and habitat, especially caribou. You know, it takes in consideration the old forest growth management, landscape connectivity, and so forth. And we invested a lot of money since 2017 for this initiative, also working with the local Northern Rockies regional municipality to secure a community forest. So we have worked extensively with our community, neighboring communities, the town of Fort Nelson, to bring this commitment home and these licenses. The challenge for me and to wrap my head around is like when we're in need, we're just left alone. And in the Northeast corner, sometimes I feel like we've just been forgotten. But I think it's also important to say historically, since 1974, Fort Nelson First Nation traditional territory has contributed $12.6 billion to the wealth of this province. And in order for us to be successful, we have everything in place. In order for us to be successful, we need you to upgrade and invest the $70 million in the railway that you guys own. This is a real opportunity for unlocking the potential of the North. And, you know, our people have worked extensively to ensure that our rights are honored and that our people are leading this charge. But, you know, without that investment in that railway, and, you know, we know the federal government is willing to kick in and match, but we need that commitment from you, and we need it tomorrow. We can't be wasting away any longer. People are starting to lose hope. Fort Nelson First Nation and the regional municipality are hanging by a thread. And this is getting very urgent. And I really do need the Ministry of Jobs to take this seriously, your ministry. And as I said, it doesn't seem like other ministries are working in collaboration, but you know, we've been leading the charge in economic development for some time. You know, we're investing in a $100 million geothermal, state-of-the-art, one of the first of its kind in this country, and it's 100% Indigenous owned. You know, we have the potential to have greenhouses and really plant back and create a different way of doing forestry in the Treaty 8 territory. So with that, I just look forward to your comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Chief Charlene Gale. We'll go over to microphone number 12, please.
It's good to see you, Minister. In lieu of time, I will cut right to the chase. As we talk about reconciliation and the action plan, we have a lot of plans on how we're going to reconcile the governments with First Nations people. I was at one of a provincial meeting recently, and I introduced myself as 69700222101. Isn't there a shock? No, you're Chief Harvey McLeod. I told him, no. I know you as who you are sitting across the table from me, but what you stand in front of is the laws of the country. And the laws of the country have not changed. Not once. Not one thing has changed about the relationship with a person like myself and the Crown and the Crowns. And what I'm talking about in particular is the lands. We had a cattle company on one side of the res was sold and we could not get involved. Then there was another ranch on the other side of the reserve was sold and we could not get involved. I asked to have a meeting with you and your counterparts, whoever can sit with us to make sure that this never happens to another community ever again. We have to be included. We wanted to be included, but the participants in that land transaction said, no, this is between me and them. Upper Nicola Band is not involved or will not be involved in them discussions. If we can't resolve the land question, then we are prepared to go and start buying it back. And that's the only way we see as getting some control over the lands that were once ours. So I had a meeting with your staffers. And there was a long list of things that we wanted to do and things that we should do. But one of the first things that came out of that meeting was a meeting between your department and the BC Cattlemen's Association to set up a dialogue that will ensure and have discussion on involvement of communities when it comes to large land transactions. I don't need to talk to BC Cattlemen's Association. I need to talk to you and your counterparts in Ottawa about how we're going to get our land back. And everything else will fall into place. The agreements that we have on co-managing a watershed, for example, that's good. We can sit at a table and make a decision whether a water license should be approved or not approved. We can have them dialogues, but what I'm looking at is the law, changing the law so that we're really included in the discussions that happen in our territories. And that has to be with you and your federal counterpart. We can't sit and wait for all of the lands to be transferred to somebody else. And probably in British Columbia, we have one of the largest landowners, probably in Canada, probably in North America. And that landowner is a registered BC company, but at the same time, the owners of that company are not Canadians. They're Americans. But we don't seem to have any concern about that. And the other concern we have with large transactions is that there are rights transferred in them lands, them ranches are sold. Licenses and grazing licenses are transferred with the sale. Water license rights are transferred with that sale. And if we can't talk and resolve and come to some resolve on how we're going to address that, then we're going to have to look at free, prior, informed consent and just say no. And we'll start the war to ensure that laws are changed to be inclusive of us as people that want to have some land so that we can call ourselves a nation. So with that, why limit it? Thank you.
Thank you very much to our last two on our speakers list. At this, thank you for your willingness to stretch time with me a little bit, Minister Rankin and Jessica and Anne-Marie. I'll go for you for some responses now at this time.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm really pleased to do so, Marcel. I would like to, first of all, in response to Chief Gale of Fort Nelson First Nation, to say, you know, economic reconciliation is the key. And one of the things, I'll get to the specific transaction that you're referring to, but I really want to reiterate what I said in my remarks about the impact of the new fiscal relationship, and really urge Bcafn member nations to really get engaged in that. We see that as transformational work. We know that you need regular, dependable funding to look after your communities, just as municipalities do, just like the federal government does, just like the province does, and we need to fix that in a meaningful way. So I'd urge you to engage in that. Thank you also for acknowledging that the forest tenure offer that British Columbia has made was one of the largest tenure commitments in our history, and I appreciate you mentioning 1.26 million cubic meters a year. And I've, of course, had many meetings with you and your advisors on the pellet plant project and the notion of the railway reinvigoration, if I can call it that. And I'm willing to have further conversations about it. I had one not maybe 3 weeks ago, and I thought things were on track. So I'll have to dig a little further with the advisors that I've met with. I can tell you that your relationship that you struck with the Northern Rockies municipality and the town of Fort Nelson, really appreciate that. You've just been such a leader, Chief Gale, and I salute you for all of that you've done. And I remember being at that announcement on the geothermal project and how exciting that is another initiative that you have initiated. I'm just so pleased, and thank you for that leadership. Chief McLeod, it was a very powerful presentation that you made, and I heard such frustration in your voice. The Upper Nicola Band ought not to be excluded from transactions. The size of this is vast. You say people don't care. I'm obviously a British Columbian who finds it very disturbing that a foreign company, although registered, as you point out, in British Columbia with foreign ownership, can have such enormous sway over such a large part of our province. And it must be so galling for you as a neighbor to feel excluded from that and be excluded from that. So we do have to work better. And you mentioned in your remarks the role of the federal government, and they've said some powerful things about land back, as you have. I think we really need to roll up our sleeves together. This is this particular site is obviously a very, very large and very important part of our history. But to be excluded from dialogue when you rightly point out there's grazing leases and licenses and water licenses and all the other things that go with it is just unacceptable. And I do understand your frustration, and I appreciate your powerful presentation. I think that's all I have time for, Rochelle, sadly.
I appreciate your willingness to extend things. I apologize to your staff who have to juggle your schedule. Thank you for accommodating us. Thank you as well to Jessica and Anne-Marie for joining us today to share what's all the things that are going on your end. So Cookschacham, till next time. At this time, we're going to go back to our agenda. We're just for some final remarks on the prior presentation on the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People Act implementation. We have Cook B. Judy Wilson over here on microphone number 2, and then we're going to go over to resolution number 3 and resolution number 4.
Thank you, Rosella, and thank you to Minister Rankin and Jessica Woods for staying and answering those questions. I still believe we probably could have spent maybe another day or two just going over all the issues we have in regard to the implementations of the work that's been done on the UN Declaration and on the work the province is doing to implement that. I just wanted to say that through the Minister Rankin's comments regarding reconciliation agreements in the same breath as talking about the FCURSA funding, it only makes it more difficult for our proper title and rights holder in dealing with overlap and shared territory, which has created the process through provincial processes. And I know, that's a lot of the issues. And then part of it is like, how is the ministry, Minister Rankin, actively ensuring that all ministries are implementing the UN Declaration? So I just wanted to say that, in our presentations, we were talking about that as well as developing the federal action plan. And that not the Secretariat, which has specific roles, but what is the Ministry of Minister Rankin doing about that, and how is he asking each ministry to explain that? So I guess what we're saying when we started out with FNLC is it's cross-ministry, not just isolated to one ministry. So this is a whole of government, in which we were told it was whole of government. So then how is the action plan and the implementation being done by cross-ministry, and just not solely piling it onto the Secretariat, which is not fully staffed yet. And, Jessica, had some losses over the summer, so she's really, working hard to do that, but it did stall and delay things as we're working on it as FNLC. So I just wanted to say thank you for listening to a lot of that. It's a lot of information. I know it's almost like we need just specific time just for that. I had a number of chiefs say, there's a lot to go over here. How do we have time to, wrap our heads around all of this, how it's going to affect us in the community, and how is it affecting us through policy and legislation. We see that with all the legislation we report out to you. And how do we, get ahead of it, so to speak, and how do we assure we keep, through the resolutions basically on mandating the Bcfn, the Union BC and Chiefs and First Nations Summit, and as a whole, the First Nations Leadership Council on these really important issues. So it's almost like we could have that whole session on it and specific time just to go over, these types of discussions on the UN Declaration. We clearly are at a turning point and a pivotal point in our history as Indigenous people. And I always say the UN Declaration is just a minimum human rights standard. It does not replace our own Indigenous laws, our jurisdiction, and our legal orders. That is always first and foremost as our inherent sovereignty, as our inherent laws that you heard that Cookby Harvey McLeod talking about, how they still have their laws on the land, and many of the chiefs are saying that here today. So that has to be our foundation. We hold underlying title here in BC to the lands. You heard our previous ancestral and former leaders say that. It hasn't changed. We still hold that title, even though Chilcotin case said it was radical title, was by the Crown. It is our people that hold that title. It's all goes back to the doctrine of discovery, and that's why we have another resolution on the doctrine of discovery, as well as the resolutions on the UN Declaration. Thank you.
Microphone number 2, please.
Yeah, thank you, Cookby, for that update, and thank you to Cheryl for the update on UNDRIP and Merle. I also want to recognize the work of Mary Ellen Terpella-Fawn, who is the technical support, and Stacy Adzerza Fox for the support that they give the FNLC in regards to implementation of UNDRIP. As Cookby said, it doesn't give us new rights, rather it recognizes and affirms what already exists. I think one thing that needs to be said, just as Minister Rankin was presenting there, before it gets too far ahead of itself, is this new fiscal relationship. We need more input. I know there are several tables out there that perhaps you are part of. Before it gets ahead too far, there needs to be proper input from our nations, our leaders, in regards to what that new fiscal relationship looks like. That I'm quite worried about that, because it seems to me that there's a move ahead to really start to create something without proper input, and that's really important. So I think, you know, coming in the next few weeks, perhaps months, is sessions on UNDRIP. In particular, for BC, would be a session on implementing C15, and perhaps we should consider a proper update and more time in regards to implementation of C441, the provincial legislation here in this province. But certainly, I think I know that all this information is a huge information unloading onto you, and this requires certainly more. We recognize that as part of the FNLC, and perhaps we should consider more time in terms of a session dedicated to UNDRIP. And further to that is the issues that you are coming into, especially the other commitments that are out there with the TALTAN, I believe Seashell, the Section 7, and now Section 6 agreements that are be coming forward. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Russell.
Cooks Chacham, thank you again to Cookby Judy and Regional Chief TG for rounding out that conversation. In front of you right now, you have a new resolution, draft resolution number 3, distinction-based approach to recognition and implementation of the inherent rights of First Nations people and governments. It is being put forward, moved by Cookby Judy Wilson and the Sconlith First Nation. We are looking for a seconder on this. And I'm just gonna, it's a very long preamble. It's because we have heard it is a dense subject. So I'm just gonna read into the record that therefore be it resolved, and then I'll be looking for a seconder on this, and then I'll be turning to the mover for any further comments that she may have at this time. So in the therefore be it resolved, therefore be it resolved that the BC Chiefs and Assembly call upon all governments to adopt a distinction-based approach to ensure the distinct rights, interests, histories, and contexts of First Nations as the first occupants and owners of their respective territories are recognized, while ensuring that there is a recognition that First Nations as territorial rights holders in BC are distinct from Métis and or other Indigenous people who are visitors to our territories. 2, the Bcafn Chiefs and Assembly call upon all governments to work with the Bcafn, working alongside the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and the First Nations Summit as a First Nations Leadership Council to co-develop and affirm a distinction-based approach in all of its work to recognize, affirm, implement, and respect the rights of First Nations. And 3, the Bcafn Chiefs and Assembly directs the regional chief and staff to seek funding and or necessary resources to advocate for and assist in the development of a distinction-based policy to all aspects of action planning on the implementation of UN Declaration at the federal, provincial, and municipal levels of government that is reflective of the distinctions amongst Indigenous peoples in order to strengthen future state-led policy and lawmaking. So again, I have a mover, Cookby Judy Wilson, who is here in attendance in the Sconlith First Nation, looking for a seconder. Microphone number 9, please.
Yes, thank you, Russell. Chief Don Tom, Charlotte First Nation.
Cooks Chacham, Chief Don Tom. So we'll go over to our mover if you wish to speak to this. Floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Russell. Cookby Judy Wilson. Just Just wanted to say this is a real serious issue because, as you know, our title flows through our flow through our title, and we have to be able to say, you know, we're not lumped in, even though the government has set out their constitution and their policies and legislation in and around First Nations. We need to make sure we're just not lumped in with other groups that may not have and hold as proper titles to our land and our water and our resources. So I think it's really important to set aside our distinctive rights and how we need to be able to be engaged with the federal and provincial governments, and that we are based, you know, on as First Nations on our distinctive nations and territories, and also that it's in part and parcel with our inherent laws, jurisdiction, and legal orders. So we have to be able to maintain that, even though the government has, you know, their mandates, I guess, if you will. I think it was introduced through the Liberal government with their processes. So we need to be able to make sure that that's recognized in all levels of government, and we have to set out a resolution to do that, because believe it or not, it comes up all the time. We're in different meetings, even in training. Robert Phillips and I were sitting in a training meeting, and they were trying to lump us in with other groups, and we were saying, they were calling us stakeholders. That's what Regional Chief is saying. Pretty much so, we have to be able to set out resolutions to be able to define who we are as proper title and right holders. So I think everybody kind of gets it, but you just wouldn't believe how many times it comes up in the different tables and the different discussions that we have. And clearly that's what the government wanted us to assimilate, I guess, if you will, and, you know, go under, you know, their processes, which we have to be able to maintain ours. So that's basically, in layman's term, not all the fancy wording in the resolution, from my perspective on why we need this resolution. So we look forward to your support on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Judy Wilson. Cookby Judy Wilson. We'll go over to microphone number 9 if you have any further comment. A seconder. No, says Chief Don Tom. The floor is now open for discussion on draft resolution number 3, both here in the room and online. I see a hand up at microphone number 14.
Thank you, Rachel. Chief Dalton Silver, Sumas, and thanks Cookby and Don for putting this forward. I see reference to Métis and the rights they have in our respective territories and that are recognized across the country, and our rights that are inherent, as I prefer, not a right that was given to us by any form of government, but a right we're born to, as presented by the Creator. I think some of the big issue, I think, is that rights are recognized across the country. And I have a good friend who's actually a lawyer, and he's Métis, and he talks about that too, as it's being a little bit crazy, even though it recognizes him. But one of the things I was looking at on the last bit there, on the third, therefore be it resolved. One of the last lines, among Indigenous peoples, in order to strengthen future state-led policy and lawmaking, I think somehow or other I'd like to see a little bit of a change there. We talk state-led legislation and policy. I think right from the get-go, our people should be involved in, if we're talking provincial legislations in our territories, and Cookby Wilson mentioned title in our territories that's never been extinguished in pretty much all of BC. I think from what I've heard and talked to some of our people that work in the field of law, that really by international law, by Indigenous law, and by British common law, our own law should be paramount in recognition in our territories. than state-led laws. And I think if we're going to participate, it should be at even keel. We should be alongside them and to strengthen our own positions, in what they're developing in their legislation. So somehow or other, I think I'm hoping to see some kind of change there that would reflect that more, and that it appears we're looking to strengthen state-led laws and legislation, I think, and that's something I'd like to see change. Thanks.
So I hear a friendly amendment around state-led. So I'm just looking, as much as it was proposed, there wasn't a replacement put forward. So I'm just looking to our mover or our seconder for language around that. So on there, therefore be it resolved, 3, last line, to strengthen future state-led, looking for something that is more of a equal lead, or just go to microphone 13. Is that microphone 13 or 14? Well, Chief Dalton Silver, just.
I would just say, and it appears that, it's almost like we're endorsing the state-led laws and policies and strengthening that. But I think somehow or other, maybe it should reflect to strengthen our position or strength somehow or other.
I think it's just like clarifying our interpretation of that in state-led policy, right? That's what you mean? Like it's, we're not agreeing to everything in the state-led policy. We're just saying it's how we're interpreting that and saying that in our resolution here, right? You get it?
I think so. I was just saying, I read it over several times.
Yeah.
It almost seems.
The last line.
Yeah.
The last line is problematic, and it makes it sound like we're just strengthening their policies around it, whereas we're saying it had to have more interpretation and clarification in regards to our distinction-based approach, or distinction-based interpretation.
So I believe there was a request for a friendly amendment, and we're figuring that out. I'm just looking for the language to put in there.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's all that I can come up with, unless there's anybody else here, your policy analysts here that could have better language. I offered my suggestion. It's like, it's
So simple solution is strike state-led and just put to strengthen future policy and lawmaking.
Okay. I can live with that.
Kosoy.
Can you, Dalton?
Thank you.
Fabulous. That's fantastic. So we're striking state-led. Off of that, we're now going to go over to microphone number 26.
Yes, thank you, Cookby Doug Thomas, Splatcheen. Just another friendly amendment request. So right off the bat, in the first sentence, it says Government of British Columbia. I think we should probably put BC in brackets because BC is mentioned through the resolution. And in number 1 of the therefore it be it resolved, it says as territorial rights holders in BC. I think BC should be, just from a technical writing perspective, be probably put to British Columbia or defined in brackets after British Columbia.
Okay, so just making, instead of having the BC, have British Columbia. For therefore be it resolved number 1, second to last line. Is that what I hear?
Correct. And then put BC in brackets after the first reference to British Columbia in the first whereas.
Cool.
Because BC is referenced about 3 times throughout the resolution.
Thank you. So it's just a technical clarification. I see a nod from our mover. I see a thumbs up from our seconder. I'm also just going to look online to see if there's anybody online that has any further, if their hands raised. Anybody else in the room for discussion on draft resolution number 3? Question has been called. So is there any abstentions to draft resolution number 3? Seeing none, Again, I have, the staff is monitoring online as well. Is there any opposition to draft resolution number 3, distinction-based approach to recognition and implementation of the inherent rights of First Nations peoples and governments? Seeing none, I declare it passed by consensus. Thank you very much. We're now moving on to draft resolution number 4. This is a mirror resolution that has already been presented at the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and the First Nations Summit. It is Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People Act Action Plan. I am looking for a mover and a seconder. As you have seen this, I am going to go straight into the therefore be it resolved. Therefore be it resolved that the Bcafn Chiefs and Assembly recognize the action plan as an important fulfillment of the province's obligation under the Declaration Act and a set of initial necessary steps to advance the objectives of the UN Declaration. 2, the Bcafn Chiefs and Assembly call on the province to develop clear priorities for implementation of the action plan that 1, recognize First Nations self-determination and inherent jurisdiction. 2, prioritizes First Nations decision-making. 3, establishes meaningful space for First Nations laws. 4, responds to clear inequities in outcomes and access systems. 5, advances responses to anti-Indigenous racism. And 6, establishes a proper fiscal relationship between First Nations and the province. 3, the BC Chiefs and Assembly call on the province to develop a clear accountability framework for the action plan, including indicators and detailed progress reporting against all actions in the Declaration Act annual report to the legislature, as well as directly to First Nations, including through the First Nations Leadership Gathering. 3, the Bcafn Chiefs and Assembly call on the province to provide ongoing assurances that the action plan will not inhibit or limit new priorities and opportunities for First Nations, particularly at a local level, nor will it impede upon First Nations jurisdiction and authority. And 4, the Bcafn Chiefs and Assembly directs the regional chief to work with the First Nations Leadership Council to continue to engage with the province on the implementation of the action plan with regular reporting to First Nations. So again, I am looking for a mover and a seconder on draft resolution number 4. So I see Chief Don Tom, Sartlet First Nation, as a mover. Looking for a seconder. Chief Lee Spahan, he beat you by a millisecond. Is there need for further discussion on this draft resolution? Pardon me, we'll open the discussion on this draft resolution. Again, it's something, go ahead, microphone number 26.
Yes, Doug Thomas, Blatcheen. I think just another little technical point in right off the bat, First Nations maybe should be changed to of BC, because if you're a First Nation person from Saskatchewan and you're in BC, that's kind of ambiguous, correct? If you're a First Nation person of BC, then that means the First Nations within BC, if that makes sense.
Great. So I will turn to Chief Don Tom, our mover. Yep. Chief Lee Spahan. Yep. And pardon me, I forgot to check in if you wanted to speak to this further. It's my own point of order.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you for this. This is very much needed in the work that you've given the First Nations Leadership Council to do, and specifically when it comes to the action plan and in making sure that the province is accountable to what they've agreed to and the timelines of which they agreed to. So thank you very much.
Chief Lee Spahan, you're good. And I saw a hand up go up over at microphone number 16 for discussion.
Wad Kuhoida, Cook me Daryl Draney, Squawk Skeetiston, Squawk Muluch, Hello, everybody here. Chief Daryl Draney from Skeetiston, Squamish Nation. Yeah, I'll also like to thank, Musqueam for letting us do some heavy lifting in their part of the woods. Really appreciate that. Those special words that were said at the beginning of the meeting, I'm very thankful for that as well. I listened to our legal, Merle Alexander, and he spoke to capacity and the lack of capacity in our communities. And every one of you in this circle, this strong circle, all have capacity problems. Every one of us do. And I think that, if we were to, in the principles in part number two there, or in the therefore be it resolved number 2, if we added another bullet in that would speak directly to capacity. Because our legal said that, we're going to have big problems with implementing this with the capacity we have. So we need to really address that. I think that in number 2, if we add a 7, or Roman numeral 7 there, that reads directly supports the development of capacity for the province and First Nations through capacity building programs funded on respecting Indigenous law. I think that'd be a good addition to this motion. I got a lot more to say on this. I would like to just leave it there for now, and hopefully that generates some discussion, and hopefully that generates an addition to the motion.
Before you leave that microphone, can you just repeat the Roman numeral number 7 addition directly supports capacity for the province of First Nations, and the last part I missed. Maybe they were faster behind me, but I want to make sure we get that right.
Directly supports the development of capacity for the province and First Nations through capacity building programs founded on respecting Indigenous law.
Great, that was clear. I'm just going to go over to, wrong one, wrong person to look at. Chief Don Tom.
I agree to the suggested changes.
Chief Lise Bahan, thumbs up as well. And I'm just looking back here. You got it back there. Excellent. And Kukshachan for the repetition, so make sure that we got it right. I see we have a hand up in the chat, so we're going to go over to Chief Judith Sayers, or Chair Judith Sayers.
Hello, everyone. Great to see all the work being done today, and been listening carefully to things that are going on. And in particular, I wanted to address number 3. So we're asking the province to develop a clear accountability framework for the action plan. What I heard this morning is the lack of implementation of BC, or issues arising with the implementation of DRIPA and the action plan. So there's nothing in here that addresses that. And I don't know if this is something that we can develop for the next assembly, or if there's anything we could simply put in here, that the Leadership Council and BC come together to find a forum or a mechanism for issues arising in the non-implementation of the action plan. I haven't really had a chance to work out the wording, but and like I said, I mean, because this is more about let's get the action plan going, but we're facing a lot of issues in the implementation. I know, like some of the laws that they've been passing, they hadn't even been talking to First Nations about them, like the Gaming Control Act that we'll address later on this week, and other legislation that they're not doing it. So where do we bring our issues to? And I think there was some talking today. So like I said, I'm recommending we either have something developed for the next assembly, or we add something like 3B to say that call on the Leadership Council and the province to develop a mechanism to address issues arising on the implementation of the action plan and under it. Something like that. Thank you.
Okay, pardon me, I got thrown right off because you talked about number 3. You meant point number 3, not resolution number 3, and I thought we were going back in time.
No, number 3 in the motion we're dealing with now.
Yeah, and your procedure is about not going back on resolutions that have already been passed unless there's a motion to do so. Anyways, you're talking about point number 3, you're looking for language there, or are you just a discussion? Can we just make that clear, please, for me while I was, so.
Well, I'd be happy to ask for a friendly amendment to the motion to add the proposed wording that I had suggested, that the chiefs in assembly call on the Leadership Council in BC in working with First Nations on developing a mechanism to help with issues arising on the implementation of the action plan and under it. Or like I said, if people want to spend a bit more time on that and bring another motion at the next assembly, I'm happy with that too. But I just think that, listening to all the concerns raised with Minister Rankin, there's so much that's not going ahead. And what are we doing about that? I mean, it's nice. This emotion's nice. I mean, I have no problem with it, but I think we're missing out a big part of it.
Thank you. So did we capture that, Maureen? She did. I'm going to go over to, did Don Tom capture that as well? Or do you need us to repeat that back to you?
I'm good with the suggestion from President Sayers, and I think for the calling on the First Nations Leadership Council in British Columbia to maybe Maureen caught the words better than I did, but if we can go to Maureen for what those words are,
Yeah,
I'm
we'll
sure.
go to microphone number 5, please, just to be very clear on that, because that was great and a lot. Number 5.
Sure, okay. The wording I have is the Bcfn Chiefs in Assembly call on leadership in the province and working with First Nations to develop mechanisms to help with issues arising on the implementation of the action plan and the UN declaration.
Yes.
Yes. Chief Lise Bahan. The friendly amendment that came forward from President Sayers, we got a nod okay and a thumbs up, excellent. Okay, just going to check into our chat. I don't see any more hands up. Looking around the room, number 26, please, Cookby Doug Thomas.
Yes, Cookby Doug. One clarification I'd like to make in regards to that last amendment, Cookby drainage capacity. So I just looked up the BC Capacity Initiative, which is a provincial, capacity initiative, which is a Section 35 initiative based on, so Section 35 must show alignment with their overall plan for self-determination. So I guess my point is, do we want to define capacity in terms of Indigenous, of the DRIPA, or tie it in with the Section 35? Because there's already a BC Capacity Initiative, and I think because of the terminology, I think we might want to define it something like as we see fit, so that it is how each community sees fit, because when you allow the government to define capacity, there's always stricter regulations, and it's more based on their need and not ours. Does that make sense?
Okay, so that's a friendly amendment on a friendly amendment. I'm going to just take a quick peek over to Cookby Drainey to see if that made sense to the change amongst Cookbys on that point. Microphone number 18, please. 16, sorry, I didn't have my glasses on.
Wow, Roycelle. I just wonder, Cookby Doug, if the last wording that I added in there was founded on respecting Indigenous law, if that would cover it off. The amendment that or addition I had directly, it says directly supports the development of capacity for the province and First Nations through capacity building programs founded on respecting Indigenous law.
So I'm just going to. I'm getting scrunchy face.
If you want to dig a little deeper, then go ahead and add to it, I reckon.
Yeah, I guess my point is there's already, so there's a reference that we're trying to make under DRIPA, and there's already one under that references section 35. I just want to make sure that it does what we want, and I think what Cook B. Draney is stating, it sounds like it's along the lines of what we want. I'm just not sure if we have to preclude or include these two references, or just not even worry about it. But you know, anytime there's already legislation using that wording, capacity, like I say, there's always restrictions based around it, and I don't want it open to interpretation, I guess is what it comes down to. I want it to be able, the end result for the community is to be able to make most out of capacity without getting bogged down how the government sees capacity, if that makes sense. And I think his wording does actually do that.
Okay, so we're good.
I guess my point is, do we need to even consider these because it's already defined, that word so heavily, capacity?
I'm not sure where you're leaving us. Now I'm making scrunchy face, so.
Actually, let me just show him what I'm talking about. Maybe that might help.
Well, are you still proposing a friendly amendment or not is what I'm asking you to clarify, because I'm not sure, because you just took me on this little circuit and I'm not sure where we ended up. So pardon me, if you could just clarify, are you looking for a friendly amendment or not? And actually the final decision is going over to Chief Don Tom and Chief Lee Spahan, but as there was a friendly amendment on a friendly amendment, I figured we might as well bring in the person who put forward that friendly amendment.
Tell you what, I'll answer Cook B. Draney's question with a yes. So, okay, we're fine.
Okay. Okay. Cool. So we're fine. Okay. Excellent. Appreciate the journey. It's good to question and to make sure that we're clear. This is important. So we're just going to go around the room, see if there's any need for further discussion at this time on draft resolution number 4, Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People Act action plan. And this was a mere resolution, no longer so much, but just some things added. Excellent. Question has been called. Is there any abstentions to draft resolution number 4? Seeing none, I'm going to check also online, nothing. Any opposition to draft resolution number 4? Seeing none, I declare it passed by consensus. Thank you very much for that fulsome discussion. So now we're going to go, thank you very much, and I will, next time I'll bring you forward. Yeah, so thank you very much, Maureen, for it's always great to be able to call forward senior staff to help out. And at this time, we're going to have our justice update. This will be by Rosalie Yazzie, the Bcafn representative for the First Nations Justice Council. Unfortunately, Corey Wilson, the the First Nation Leadership Council representative, was unable to join us today, so we're going to go over to Rosalie. And while Rosalie makes her way here, okay. Well, while she's making her way here, which is how unfortunate that's the timing of that, but I'm just going to update you a couple things. We're going to, after the presentation by Rosalie, we're going to have resolution number 5, support for the finding recommendations of what we heard report on police reform and policing as an essential service. My understanding is that report is on your USB stick or also part of the documents. Also, just to make a note, after that will be followed by the Fisheries update. That will be both Regional Chief TG and Yeah, and Johnson Wong from First Nation Fishery Council. I just want to make a note that the Pacific Salmon Foundation Basic Basin Scale Event to Coastal Impacts, unfortunately, that person was unable to make it here today. So that unfortunately, we're unable to fulfill that part. That was just, and then we'll go right into the update on AFN Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal. I think the person hustling forward would be Rosalie Yazzie. Oh, yep, sir, go ahead, Regional Chief, I'll get out of your way.
Just one other announcement. We have Grand Chief Percy Joe here if you want to stand up. He's our representative on the Veteran Council at the AFN. In their meeting in Toronto, one of their commitments is to have a woman representative on the national level and on the Veterans Council. So if there are any questions in regards to that, Percy's here this afternoon to take any questions in regards to that. So if you have, if you're interested or have some questions, ask the Grand Chief here. And thank you for your service and thank you for representing BC at the Veterans Council. Merci.
Delighted you could join us, and thank you for letting us know you're here with us today. Cook-Strachan, thank you to Regional Chief for that. Now we'll turn it over to Rosalie.
White Haskell Halt, Hipisaxiel, Incha Squeeze Isquakotipala, Istatatsit. My name is Rosalie Yazzie. I am the Vice Chair of the BC First Nations Justice Council. Thank you to the Regional Chief, as well as the Chiefs in Assembly, our elders, our youth, and all the staffers who are gathered today to discuss the issues that affect our people. I'm here today on behalf of the BC First Nations Justice Council to provide an update. I am the BC AFN representative appointed to the Justice Council. And yeah, it's good to be here. Sorry about that. I had my dog in the car and I was taking him for a little walk. So beautiful day here in Musqueam territory. And thank you to the Musqueam for allowing us to meet on their in their beautiful facility here. So do you have a quick deck here? I will endeavor to be as short as possible. I know you have many things on your agenda over the next couple of days. Okay, thank you. So yeah, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Rosalie Yazzie. I am Silk and Sakwatmuk, hailing from the communities of Okanagan Indian Band and Tecumlips Tesakwatmuk. In addition to being the vice chair, I'm also a practicing lawyer, and I've been serving as general counsel for Okanagan Nation Alliance for too many years. If I say how many years, you guys will guess how old I am, so I'm just going to leave it at that. So as you'll see, he knows. There's a couple of you that know in here, Auntie. Our staff right now are circulating some communications materials. I welcome you to take a look at those, take them back to your community. There's information about the Justice Council as well as some exciting opportunities in terms of coming to work with us. Our organization has gone through quite a bit of growth, and we're very excited to be providing this report out in terms of some of the accomplishments that we've had to date since my last update to this assembly. So make sure I even know which slide this is. Okay, so here we go. So it's been 2 years since the implementation of the Justice Strategy, which was signed in March of 2020, pretty much right before the pandemic hit. I think that the following week we were asked to go into isolation and the lockdown. So that has been a bit of a challenge in terms of, establishing a strong foundation for this organization, but I'm very, very proud of the work that our staff and our leadership continue to provide to the Justice Council. And through the work of the Justice Council as outlined in the BC First Nations Justice Strategy, the commitment and capacity to rebuild Indigenous legal structures and decolonizing existing models of justice have never been stronger. In addition to our partnership with the BC government, Earlier this year, Canada joined us on sharing shared journeys on our shared journey towards transformative change. First Nations and Indigenous peoples from across the country are looking to us here in BC as a leader in Indigenous justice. We've accomplished a lot, but much more needs to be done. We all know that this work is long overdue and that the Bcfn or the Council cannot do this work alone, so we're calling on you to work with us to help deliver the transformative change needed in the justice system. Some of the accomplishments to date for the Justice Council have included the establishment of 3 Indigenous Justice Centres. They are located in Prince Rupert, Prince George, and Merritt. 1 virtual Indigenous Justice Centre that provides legal supports and resources regardless of your residency in British Columbia. The expansion of our GLIDU reports within the province and building that stronger commitment and capacity to rebuild Indigenous legal structures and decolonize existing models of justice. As well, First Nations and other Indigenous peoples from across the country are looking to us as a leader in Indigenous justice. We've been meeting with leaders across this country who have inquired in terms of how, we've developed the BC First Nations Justice Strategy, how we've carried that out in addition to building those relationships both at the provincial and federal levels. So the work has been very, very groundbreaking and exciting. This continues to be some of, the most interesting work to date that I've carried on as a lawyer, and I've been around these rooms for about 20 years. And honestly, if you asked me at the beginning of my career, I didn't think that this kind of transformative change was possible. So it's very humbling to be able to come here and provide these updates and acknowledge all of the work that we've done, particularly at the council. So with that, in terms of our governance, we have experienced some change in this past couple of months, and the BC First Nations Justice Council would like to acknowledge Anita McPhee for her years of service on our council. As well, we're pleased to welcome Dr. Judith Sayers in her new role as a council member, and she's been recently appointed as of September for a 3-year term. In the work that Anita carried out in terms of the Justice Council work, she was a strong advocate not only for the North, but also, for issues affecting Indigenous women and how, legal issues that our women face. She provided a very, very strong voice to advance those issues, as well as contributing to the Indigenous Women's Justice Strategy. So in this presentation, we'll be providing a few key updates on strategy implementation, all of which can be found in those communications materials that I was showing you that the staff have been circulating to the chiefs in assembly, and they can also be found in your communique found in your meeting packages. So there's a lot of information. There's a QR code as well as great resources, our website, to find more information not only on the strategy and the virtual Indigenous Justice Centers, but it's also a great resource for being able to find appropriate legal services in your region. We've spent a lot of time cataloging a lot of different legal resources for the province, so that's really helpful, useful information if you do have community members that are requiring legal services. So strategy 4 is the one that speaks to the Indigenous Justice Centers. As I mentioned before, there's 3 physical IJCs, and we have a mandate to open a further 12 centers in the coming years. The Justice Council welcomes expressions of interest from communities and nations who may be interested in hosting an Indigenous Justice Center. At the same time, we acknowledge that BC and Canada's commitment to opening 15 IJCs is not enough for our nations that are spread across vast lands and territories within this province. We also know that access to justice for our people demands more than 15 brick and mortar centers, and we're actively advocating for solutions to address this issue. We also ask for your patience and collaboration as we work to identify and attain those resources needed to expand the scope of this crucial initiative. This has been one of the things that, is consistently one of those challenges for the Justice Council, and I think in many other sectors that First Nations leaders and communities face, is that there's never enough funding for the work that needs to be done, and that's part of, one of the very important things that the First Nations Justice Council has been advocating for, because, the legal system's very much intersected with many parts of being a First Nations person. If you're a First Nations mother and, perhaps you don't have access to affordable housing, then you can lose your kids, or if there's a criminal charge, it really complicates matters. And so, it's not just looking at kind of a specific, very narrow approach, but our IJCs are built holistically in order to help proactively address some of these issues so that the effects or the aftermath of legal issues don't have to have such huge consequences and effects on our people. So right now, currently, there is engagements going on in the Mid-Island as well as the Fraser Valley for the establishment of 2 more Indigenous Justice Centres this year, as well as dialogues planned for establishing IJCs within an urban context. So the IJCs are Indigenous controlled, and they use a decolonized approach to legal aid that are key components to increasing trust in the Canadian legal system, including the reduction of offending and victimization, and including self-determination. It's imperative that our legal services for people are designed, delivered, and directed by our people, for our people. And with our partners, the Justice Council is working on the transition of legal aid service provision for our people from legal aid to the BC First Nations Justice Council. We will continue to provide updates as this important work unfolds. In terms of GLADU services, when we developed the justice strategy, we knew things needed to change drastically, and this needed to begin with Indigenous people leading and overseeing the work that was already being done in BC. This couldn't be truer with respect to the creation of the GLADU Services Division that has been tasked with implementing the GLADU and IPLE decisions from the from the Supreme Court of Canada. And that's why on April 1st of 2021, the responsibility for GLADU services and GLADU report writing transitioned from Legal Aid BC to the BC First Nations Justice Council under the GLADU Services Division. In our first year since the transition, we saw a 30% increase in requests for GLADU reports, and we more than doubled the number of GLADU reports delivered to the courts. The demand for GLADU services continues to grow, and we have some exciting changes to our approach in the coming weeks. You can also visit our website to learn more about the GLADU report system, writing system, as well as an opportunity to enjoy or to join this growing team. Currently, the Justice Council maintains a roster of legal aid or that for writers that previously worked for legal aid who had administered that process for a number of years before we took it over last year. And, you know, part of the work that we're doing is changing how that system, how we better respond. There was a bit of a backlog, and so right now we're looking at, you know, building a bit of a hybrid model, including increasing the number of GLADU writers that are on staff, as well as working with that current roster. They act like independent contractors, and so in terms of being able to have consistency, we will be looking at different approaches that include both having staff writers as well as keeping those on the roster. In terms of our work around issues that affect First Nations women, the Justice Council is developing an Indigenous Women's Justice Plan, which incorporates key findings of the MMIWG 2S+ final report and calls to justice, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action, and numerous other important works. The plan has set out clear and shared approaches to ending the grim realities faced by First Nations women as victims of crime. And this work also includes a strategy to address the challenges of intimate partner violence and the range of issues caused by enforcement of no contact orders, administrative offenses, and providing safety to victims of violence in communities. With respect to First Nations courts, the Justice Council is working with BC to develop a new approach to First Nations courts. There are currently 8 First Nations courts in the province, and these are primarily sentencing courts, where different processes and procedures, including those that are more healing-based and culturally appropriate, can occur at the sentencing stage. While this is an important initiative, the result of the laudable and steadfast leadership of Indigenous experts, First Nations courts are, at their core, a construct of colonial governments. They are not courts where Indigenous laws and jurisdictions are applied by means of our own processes and our institutions. So with this work, Strategy 12 within the Justice Strategy seeks to address this, not only to ensure reform to the current structure of First Nations courts, but to actualize our laws and establish systems for ensuring those laws have effect. The new approach we are advancing seeks to ensure future investment and expansion in the current model of First Nations courts in coordinated efforts to reawaken First Nations legal orders consistent with our rights and with UNDRIP. A little bit of context for these courts, in terms of recognizing the limitations around this, is that in order to access these courts, you have to plead guilty. And that, may actually be incentive for some of our people to plead guilty just to have access to culturally appropriate legal services. And that doesn't work for us at the Justice Council, nor for many of our communities or our people. You shouldn't have to plead guilty, even where you may have, a legal defense in order to access those culturally appropriate ways or those culturally appropriate legal services. And this is part of the work that we recognize and strive to change. I also like at this time to welcome my fellow council member, Corey Wilson, at the back there, just waving hi. I'm happy to see another member of our council, as well as Dr. Judith Sayers, who's joining us online today. So in terms of some of the other work that we're doing and with respect to elders and knowledge keepers, we recognize that elders and knowledge keepers are integral to criminal justice and child welfare reform. Strategy 21 mandates the creation of an Elders Council that can provide support to all sectors of the justice system as we implement the strategy and beyond. We also recognize that we need support from all of our communities here in BC to help identify and lift up those knowledge keepers and elders within your communities who play such an integral role within the justice system. With respect to policing, Strategy 22, we've heard from many who are seeking to fundamentally restructure policing for their communities and for our people more broadly. The Justice Council takes this work incredibly seriously, and we are in communication with those tasked with implementing the recommendations of the Special Committee on Reforming the Police Act, or SCORPA, and we anticipate playing a formal role in this critical work. We're also engaging with Canada in this respect. While changes to the colonial approach to policing are necessary and overdue, the Justice Council acknowledges that tinkering with the existing system is not enough. We actually need a system that is designed for us and by us. And this is the essential work that's outlined within Strategy 22, the Justice Strategy. Within respect to child welfare, we're working with Dr. Rishan Dinesh to develop a justice-specific child welfare plan, which shall serve as somewhat of an appendix to the BC First Nations Justice Strategy. We anticipate that this work will be complete by the end of the calendar year, and we're eager to present this work with you in the winter and spring PTO meetings. In regards to the national strategy, we've partnered with the First Nations Leadership Council on engagement around the forthcoming National Indigenous Justice Strategy. The work we are leading in BC has been recognized as a model for First Nations and provinces across the country to follow. We're also working to support rights holders in other jurisdictions to create their own justice strategies, and we'll be planning a number of engagements over the next 2 fiscal years to help inform what BC rights holders can expect to see in the national strategy. So the BC First Nations Justice Forum is currently scheduled to be held March 6th to 8th, 2023 here in Vancouver. Planning for the forum agenda is currently underway, but we'll ensure that this event is meaningful for our nations, and we're asking for your support to identify the topics and agenda items you would like to see discussed at our next Justice Forum. The Justice Council is also creating a survey that will enable communities and leadership to provide feedback on where our focuses should lie. The QR code within the communications materials, so this is right here, that's being distributed today, will give you access to that survey. So in terms of, as I mentioned before, some of the really exciting work that we're doing is we are a rapidly growing organization, and we're looking for you to help us in this growth. We're asking everybody here, you know, leadership and communities, to please send your best and brightest committed community members who are passionate about supporting the transformative change within the justice system. You know, one of the things that has been relatively unanticipated, despite the fact that we have had a global pandemic on our hands to deal with. You know, about 2 years ago, I believe we had about 2 or 3 staff that supported the Justice Council, and there were times where I myself, you know, took public transit out to a ferry, sat on a ferry, wrote an agenda, and made sure that travel claims are submitted. You know, that is the commitment seen from the Justice Council, and from, you know, those very humble beginnings of having a staff of 2 or 3, we've now grown to currently we staff 50 people, and earlier on, within the last week, we have had additional plans to hire more people. And this growth is really unanticipated, but it is so welcome because it talks and it really addresses to the need of services that are needed by our people, as opposed to those that simply don't work. As I've reported out before, you know, the amount of Indigenous women who are currently incarcerated, despite us only making up 4.5% of the population, over 50% of incarcerated women are of Indigenous descent, and that's a problem. You know, these are the things that keep myself and other council members awake at night. But you know, finding those that are committed to fundamentally changing, not only just kind of tinkering on the outsides, but you know, changing the system itself. You know, and within our justice strategy, there is that track 1 work, which is working within the existing system, but track 2 work is really, you know, helping and assisting communities to start reinvigorating their own laws and legal orders. And I believe that's the future. That's the future work that is required for fundamentally changing the justice system here in British Columbia. So thank you for your time, Lim, to everybody, and I look forward to any questions you may have pending the chair's direction and discussion. And thank you, Regional Chief, for having us here today. Lim.
Thank you so much. All right. I know I already had one hand raised over at microphone number 22. And so we have Rosalie at microphone number 2 for responses. We'll go over to microphone number 22.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the report. And I know that one of the 50 that you hired was my daughter Chantel. She's your human resource officer over there. I think that's what they call her. But then she said they're treating her good, so that's good. What I wanted to bring up was there's a huge space in there that seems to be missing around human rights. A lot of different things that come up for our First Nation people there's no space for it. If you know, the BCGEU has no Indigenous representation in the union. And when something comes up, they say, they put their hands in the air and they go, maybe try human rights. And I'm just wondering if your organization helps support people when they take something to that level, because again, the ombudsman is another level that has no Indigenous liaison. Well, they're working on it, I'm hearing, but at the same time, I think we need to be able to, we need to step back, and instead of putting liaisons in different places, that we need to take over some of those organizations or create our own parallel ones, just as we're doing here. But that's my two questions, is I guess human rights, are you able to support people in that? And are you doing anything to help people with, there's no internal reviews when it comes to somebody that's in trouble with a ministry job. They, you know, you can take your time off, and at some point they either spit you out or they tell you have to come back to work. There's no resolution to maybe the reason why, whether it was stress leave or whatever. But anyway, then, like I said, the next road for them that's been requested or suggested is human rights. And I don't know if there's some space in between there that you guys facilitate. This is my question, Cook's Jim.
So microphone number 2, please.
Lim Chief, for that important question. With respect to the BC Human Rights Tribunal, while there's not a specific portion of the strategy that directly addresses that, we have recognized the need to increase Indigenous staffing in all parts of the justice system, including administrative tribunals like the Human Rights Tribunal. You know, one of the things that really struck a chord with me while we were developing the justice strategy is that if and when our people are interacting with these legal systems, they're quite often victims, or, you know, the offenders or the accused, and that just does not sit right with me. You know, despite the fact that we do have about 4.5, I think, is the last statistic that I remember that Indigenous people make up, you know, the general population, is that when we looked at it, I think we made up less than 1% when it comes to sitting judges, lawyers, you know, pretty much anybody who plays a role within the justice system where you're not sitting there with charges against you or whatnot. And so for us, you know, part of the strategy and you know, in the larger context of the conversation of access to justice, is that Indigenous people need to, you know, those numbers need to increase when it comes to the decision makers and staffers, and making sure that Indigenous voices and values are reflected within the system that is dealing so often with our people. So I just want to recognize and acknowledge that today we have 2 staffers. To my right here is Amanda Carling. She's our acting executive director right now, and she's also our senior policy counsel as well. We have Curtis Bedwell over in the corner, if you could just give a quick wave. He's our senior policy advisor for the Justice Council, and I welcome you to either talk with myself and Corey or these 2 staffers that'll be here with respect to some of the things that you would like to see addressed and learn more about your issue. Limlimt.
Thank you. I will go over to microphone number 9, please, and then back over to microphone number 2 for the response.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Chief Don Tom, Sartlet First Nation. Thank you, Vice President Rosalie, for the update today. I appreciate the update and the work that the Justice Council continues to do. And I'd also like to congratulate the appointment of Dr. Judith Sayers. And let's make Corey wave again. Are you over there, Corey? Hey, Corey. Thanks, everyone. Looking at your strategies and looking at, I know that when Chairman Douglas White was here at previous meetings, they were looking to engage perhaps with some First Nations around policing, RCMP, in that strategy. And I think that's one of the areas that I sure hope that the Justice Council could help, because it's looking at the Vancouver Police or the Vancouver Police Board at every level of government, at every level of accountability. We're finding that Indigenous people are being denied proper access, being denied safety, being denied services. And it's becoming a larger problem as days go on. And so I'm just curious as to, were there any communities that took you up on those engagements? And I know that I'm not one who supports the renewal of the tripartite that they just did on their own of that renewal. And so I think that there needs to be, specifically with RCMP in the province, more work needs to be done. And RCMP, I am by no means a lawyer or an expert, but it does need to be reformed, and it does need to be overhauled, because the current system protects the police, protects the board, and does very little for First Nations and those who are struggling. I hate to use the term most vulnerable, but at times these are our most vulnerable people in these inner cities or in rural communities. And we're both seeing this at rural communities within the inner city. Thank you very much.
Limp for that question, Chief. And to put it simply, our people die in custody, and we recognize this. I mean, I think most of us, know of or heard of people, and you've seen movements across the country with respect to this. So yes, the Justice Council has been involved with some of the policing reforms. Unfortunately, I'm not the expert on that. That's actually Boyd Peters, who's been very involved with the Scorper work alongside. We did host a forum relatively recently, but again, I don't know a lot about it, so I'm going to turn it over to Amanda to answer your question more fulsomely. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosalie, and thanks, Chief. So to start, Strategy 22, which addresses police drastic reform to police services in British Columbia, is not a funded part of our strategy to this point. We are hoping to receive funding so that we can hire a full-time staff person to move this forward. We acknowledge that things are happening provincially as well as federally when it comes to, this is a huge window of opportunity to make significant change in policing, and we don't want to lose that opportunity. As recently as Monday, we were at the Indigenous Justice Centre in Merritt, and we were having a conversation about the need to move quickly on this. We do have draft terms of reference to form a committee to move Strategy 22 forward. That coupled with the work that we've done in partnership with the BC AFN on the Policing Essential Services legislation, which I think is the engagement that you're making reference to that Doug mentioned at the last meeting where he made a presentation. That draft report, I think, is in the materials for today, and there will be a resolution for it. It's a what we heard report, so we did have really great participation from people across the province, and that will be submitted to the AFN and will go in. But the reform that the federal government is consulting on is not going to make a big difference in British Columbia to First Nations in British Columbia. Most First Nations in British Columbia, well, there's one First Nations police service. So what the federal government is proposing to do, which is to change policing from a program into an essential service, will make a difference for Slatliam, but it won't make a difference for the other communities. So despite not having funding for this specific part of the strategy, we have hired a consultant. He's engaged with police services across British Columbia. They're eager to sign protocols with the Justice Council. So we're trying to get the capacity to get that moving. And it is happening. It's happening slowly. But if you have ideas, if you want to get engaged, please let's chat more about it. Miigwech.
Thank you for that. Absolutely, we do have a draft resolution number 5 about supporting the findings and the recommendations of what we heard report on police reform and policing as an essential service next. On the USB key as well as online in the events page for all the documents for this annual General Assembly, you will also find the full report, the what we heard report. So it has been distributed to all chiefs and proxies here today. So I just wanted to assure you that that good work has been passed on. We have a number of people still on the speakers list. I'm going to go to those who have yet to speak and then return back to those who have. So I'm going to go over to microphone number 26, Cook B. Doug Thomas. Then we'll go over to microphone number 18 and then back over to microphone number 22. So 26, please.
Yeah, since there's a number of people, I'll try to be quick. How many stats are kept on even the most simple infractions? The reason I ask is racial profiling is very prevalent still in our community. So every 6 months or so, you know, we're bringing it up to, you know, we meet with our local police liaisons, and it seems that if we don't do anything drastic, it just continues. You know, we have a band member that was pulled over, say, 10 times in an 8-month period. And, you know, we come up with all kinds of things on paper, but, you know, how many times and how many band members do we have to hear out? You know, because the more often you're going to pull a certain sector over, of course, there's going to be more tickets. So, you know, if we put these stats together with a drastic measure, like throw out X amount, but kind of like a lottery, and not to forgive, you know, First Nations as a special, you know, how would you put this, a special privilege, but to highlight the fact that, you know, along with the stats, that's why the numbers are so much bigger. So all we're trying to do is equal, you know, the fairness to combat, you know, the subtle racism caused by racial profiling. So say if the, I come from, we're near Enderby, so say if the average Enderbyite gets ticketed for speeding, you know, 20% of the time, and we're up near 40 or 50 because we're Indigenous, you know, throw out 30% of those tickets by lottery, just to highlight the fact that we're a small part of the population, but we're getting, you know, ticketed and racial profiled. Because as much as we write, as much as we, you know, policy, it still seems to happen. It, you know, and we need, I don't know, stronger measures, not to forgive our people for doing wrong, but to highlight the fact that, you know, the racial profiling's got to end somehow, some way.
Microphone number 2, please.
Thank you for those comments, Chief. We recognize that data serves a very important, you know, as an important tool when it comes to decision making. And what we've encountered so far is that with respect to the number of Indigenous people, you know, being charged with various offenses and whatnot, is that the data simply doesn't exist in a lot of cases, or there's been a lot of pushback with respect to, you know, talking to provincial representatives and federal representatives going, look, in order for us to make the best decisions possible for our people, we need to have access to this data. And they're like, oh, well, we don't collect that. Or if we do, it's in limited circumstances. So we've recognized the importance of collecting, you know, relevant data so we can start understanding really the fulsome context of the issues that we're facing. You know, racial profiling is one of them, because, you know, if you have a disproportionate number of Indigenous people getting tickets or some type of violations, I mean, that's clear evidence that there's systemic, you know, racism and discrimination happening. I mean, you don't have to see those numbers to know it. You know, I've even told my own son, whatever you do, you know, you fly under the radar because you are visibly Indigenous. You know, he's got braids and brown hair and you know, brown eyes and brown skin. And to me, that is just, you know, a risk I'm not willing to take as a mother, you know, and I'm a lawyer. So, you know, those are one of the things that we recognize, that currently the system, part of that, you know, why it requires transformative change, including, you know, gathering more relevant data so we can make the best, you know, decisions and advocate, you know, for funding as necessary. We recognize that as an issue, and there is work being currently done on it. I don't know the technical details. I think the guy over there in the blue shirt that I mentioned earlier will have a better idea. But what we'll do is we'll commit to getting, you know, more information on the data collection that our council's currently doing and get answers to you. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go now over to microphone number 18, Chief Jerry Jack.
Gala Kessler, my name is Clarko Gala, Chief Jury Jack from Mojit Muchlet.
Clark
I'm
Gala.
over on this important motion. And I just want to make a suggestion. Has it ever been talked about to make the RCMP sign those tripartite agreements? Because I also sit on the National AFN Policing and Justice Task Force, and I asked the superintendent or chief superintendent of First Nations Police Services that we have a problem with detachment commanders not living up to the tripartite agreement because it says that he or she shall spend 80% of his or her time on reserve. Detachment commanders don't do that. And the SIR blatantly says we don't sign those documents, so we're not liable. I think they should be made to sign those documents because it'll force them to be accountable for the position that's being filled, because that's why I left the RCMP. I spent 17 years of my life enforcing laws of this country, you know, and they didn't treat me well. The detachment commanders didn't treat me well, and I understand there's new leadership in First Nations policing, and it sounds like it's getting better, because even back then, they didn't treat me well. You know, I told them that when I was up in Merritt, the staff sergeant said the only reason why he signed that tripartite agreement is because he gets 2 extra cars, extra office equipment, you know, and a big budget, and 2 officers. And I stood up and I asked him what he just said, and his mouth dropped because he didn't know I was in the office. And you know, it happened in 3 places that I policed in. The detachment commanders talking that way about signing tripartite agreements, and I think that the RCMP should be made to sign those so they're accountable. So when we get a First Nations police officer on our reserves, that's where they actually work and they're not downtown. Clicko.
Thank you for that. I'm going to go over to number 22 as our last question on this discussion. As was shared, we have Corey Wilson, who was able to be with us today. We also, of course, have Rosalie. We have the staff, Curtis Bedwell and Amanda Carling as well, who will be happy to answer your question afterwards. So go for, I just ask you, keep it.
Yep. So, thank you. Once again, Chief James Hobart, Spuzzum First Nation. And I wanted to say that I was on those calls. I actually presented on the Canada Policing Forum. And what happened 3 or 4 years ago, we went away, 4 communities, leaders went away, and we built what was called the Community Policing Agreement. And it took a lot of time. It took us almost 3 years. At the end, it was with the RCMP. We came out with a product that we felt was marketable to other nations, but at the least we actually were taking care of ourselves in our rural communities, and we ended up having 10 more bands sign on to what was called the very first policing agreement of its kind in British Columbia, and we offered it to other mayors and to other communities that wanted to see it, and we were supposed to be presenting it, and at the same time, the RCMP were talking about funding it to build it to the next level, and that's where it stopped. So I want to tell you, like they wanted us to try to go to the tripartite agreement. They said, what if we tweaked it? We said, no, we worked on this. We need to have the respect. So I just wanted to put the notice out there that if you're working on something, the whole time the conversation has to be going, it has to be talking about funding. And I brought this up at the forum that we don't have the proper funding. And the province says there's funding, the feds say there's funding, the RCMP says that there's supposed to be funding for projects like this. And so tomorrow, someone mentioned Dwayne McDonald. Tomorrow, he's the new top dog RCMP in BC. I'm meeting him tomorrow at noon, and I'm hoping to hopefully maybe get some support with them, because the 4 chiefs that built this community policing agreement, I was one of them, are looking for support to hold the province and the RCMP accountable. And tomorrow at noon, I'm meeting them at Chiacton. So I have to leave here and then come back. But at the same time, this was more important. This is important, but that was, to me right now, is at that point where we need to get the funding for it. Because if we don't, we had one officer, Indigenous officer retire. Now it's down to 14 communities and one Indigenous officer reporting to them all. And he's running off his feet. And at the beginning, they promised us officers that would fit the work, right? And now it's not. Now we're not getting that. So I just wanted to put that out there, that if there's any way that you could offer us some support, you know, and attend maybe virtually or even attend in person, somebody to let them know that eyes are on them, that this is not just a conversation between 4 chiefs and a few RCMP representatives in the room, because it seems to me that once it leaves that space, there's no accountability, there's no follow through, and the funding piece is huge. And so unless we can get somebody to help acknowledge that, yes, funding is on the way, here's the avenue to get it, all the rest of this conversation is really empty, because we can have all the good ideas we can in the world, but unless we get something to implement it and have the staffing, it's really hard. So that's my point. I just wanted to make sure that it was Don Tom, actually, Chief Don Tom brought that up, and it sparked my memory about this other stuff that we're doing. So, Cook's Gem.
Just some brief final comments, and we need to get to the resolution. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you for your comments, and we'll be taking that back with us. I didn't attend the policing forum, so our staff are more knowledgeable. Let's connect after this presentation. With respect to supporting you, Chief, of course, we will endeavor to have somebody from our organization. If they can join you, we'll arrange that. So thank you for that.
We're going to now go to the resolution. Okay, thank you so very much, Rosalie, and for your staff, and of course for Corey Wilson being able to join us. Thank you very much for this presentation. We're now going to go forward on to resolution number 5. Support for the findings and recommendations from the What We Heard report on police reform and policing as an essential service. This is moved by Chief Jerry Jack, and this is seconded by Chief Ralph Leon. I see Chief Jerry in the room, and Ralph Leon is who I'm looking. There we go, right there. Thank you very much. All right, so we're going to go straight into the therefore be it resolved. There's quite a preamble to this, but in the therefore be it resolved, the BC Chiefs in Assembly fully support the What We Heard report and endorse its recommendations to recognize policing as an essential service and further the rights of First Nations to implement culturally relevant justice and policing systems related to their communities and nations. That the Bcafn Chiefs in Assembly urge the provincial and federal government to advance the What We Heard report recommendations without delay and with appropriate reporting and accountability for results back to First Nations communities and Indigenous governing bodies. 3, that the BC Chiefs in Assembly directs the regional chief and the Bcafn staff to work with the First Nations Leadership Council to provide any necessary support to the implementation of the What We Heard report, including integration into the action plan pursuant to the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People Act, and 4, that regular progress reports on implementation of the What We Heard report be provided to the Bcafn Chiefs in Assembly. Thank you, Maureen, for joining us in case there's anything that we need to keep track of here. So I am going to first go to our mover, Chief Jerry Jack. If you have any further comments at this time, microphone 18, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. On May 25th, 26th, 2022, Bcafn and BC First Nations Justice Council held a Policing and Essential Service Forum for First Nations chiefs, leaderships, experts, and technicians and community members to discuss their vision for transformation change in First Nations policing communities, safety to inform federal and provincial legislative commitments for reforming existing policing and justice systems. The results and recommendations of this forum were consolidated in the What We Heard report. From this report, we can see that many of our primary challenges in policing and justice sector are concerning. Chronic underfunding, systemic racism, a lack of responsiveness from all levels of government, both localized and province-wide issues with recruitment and retention, and a lack of accountability at various points, and the need to rebuild and reforge relationships with key partners. You know, like when I went back for my mod troop, because when I graduated, I was a Native Special Constable, and they got rid of the Native Special Constable program in 1990. And their racism and their, because Oka crisis was going on at the time, and every single Caucasian, especially the French troops, hated us, treated us with most disrespect. And we were trying to teach ourselves how to march. And a Lebanese guy that I ended up working with in Ucluelet was the only one out of 400 cadets, I guess they're called cadets now, taught us, helped us, you know, and it's a really important resolution, and I fully support it 100%. And thank you for allowing me to make a few comments, Madam Chair. Clecco.
Just turn right next to you to the seconder, Chief Ralph Leon, if you have any further comments.
I have no comment at this time.
Thank you very much. I'm going to open the floor to discussion. I already saw somebody waving their hand, so we'll go over to microphone number 31, please.
Could be Judy Wilson. I just wanted to add, because we always add to our resolutions at the end of number 1, therefore it be resolved, and their respective inherent title and rights, laws, jurisdiction, and legal orders, because that's what we're shifting to, you know, children and family jurisdiction, you know, health jurisdiction, education jurisdiction. It's also the jurisdiction in our justice and reform that we're talking about. Many of the chiefs mentioned it already. So it's not under our laws, under our processes, and Aboriginal courts is part of it, but not fully there because it's under the guise of courts yet with the sentencing. But I just wanted to add that to strengthen it. Thank you.
You're putting it on the very end?
At the very end of 1, and their respective inherent title and rights, laws, jurisdiction, and legal orders.
Got a nod from for the friendly revision, going over to microphone number 18. Looking.
Thank you, Kupti Wilson. I fully support those because it's really important that the police officers that police our reservations enforce our laws, because right now they don't. They won't enforce any banned bylaws, which is really sad, because when I joined the RCMP, I signed on a dotted line that I would enforce all laws of Canada. And to me, on reserve law is a law in Canada, and they should be made to enforce those laws. So I think it's a very good addition, and Clecco.
Thank you. Going to our seconder.
Thank you. I also support the recommendations as well. You know, where we all come from, you know, it's they say it's our federal jurisdiction. You know, we're federal jurisdiction, and it shouldn't matter regardless of what RCMPs are coming into our communities, if they're your municipality or First Nations policing. The job should be done equally. You know, the laws, you know, we don't tie their hands, they tie it themselves, you know. And when we do certain things in Staelis, they tie their own hands. Then they just stand there in support, you know. We sign letter of intentions with them, so it should be followed or taken a little bit farther. ACM.
Thank you for that from the seconder. So that one friendly amendment has been accepted. Looking to see if there's need for further discussion at this time. While I scan the room, I'm going to just turn to Maureen to, it's all fine online as well. Appreciate those of you who are joining us online as well. Question has been called. Is there any abstentions to draft resolution number 5? Seeing none, checking online. Any opposition to draft resolution number 5? Seeing none, I declare it passed by consensus. All right, thank you very much. That's 5 out of 14 passed. Thank you so much again to Rosalie and staff for coming in. We're going to slide now over to a Just going to check one thing here. So understanding that people have accommodated us with the original agenda as proposed, and understanding that Regional Chief TG is with us for the day, I've just asked if we can just go to Fisheries after. So we're going to go to Kasalem, pardon me, who's going to present an update on to the AFN Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal. Because I understand you have a hard stop for yourself, and we have a hard start with Minister Marco. So I'm going to invite Chairperson from Squamish Nation, Kasalem, to come forward at this time to present an update on AFN Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal. Then we will most likely go into Minister Marco and then over to the Fisheries update. Thank you for accommodating these changes due to adjusting our timeline. So microphone number 2, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, that was louder than I was expecting. Good afternoon, everybody. At this time, I'd also like to invite up our National Chief, Roseanne, who is also the Chair and Portfolio Holder for Charter Renewal, and I work alongside the National Chief. Want to thank all of our leadership that is here today. For those who don't know me, my name is Khal Salem. I'm the chair or chairperson for the Squamish Nation Council. We don't have an elected chief councillor like other First Nations might. We have a custom election code that our membership voted on in 2018. And so I lead our council as the chairperson. But in August of this year, after the annual General Assembly here in Vancouver, the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal had its first meeting with quorum in over, I think, 16 months. And one of the first order of businesses was appointing a new co-chair to that committee. And I was grateful to receive the unanimous support of the committee members, and I've been appointed as the co-chair to lead the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal. Hence why I'm here to provide an update to our esteemed delegates. And I've asked the National Chief to comment. She's also available. I'll be leading most of the presentation and the update, but if there's any questions that are directed to herself or myself, I'm going to do our best to try and answer. I'm also going to try and run through the update rather quickly because I want to be able to open it up for any questions as well from the delegates here, and recognizing that we're running a bit behind time on this, but I appreciate the accommodation. So I'm going to take us back to 2017. The First Nations in Assembly have passed a resolution calling for the creation of a Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal. That committee was mandated to look at changes to the AFN governing structure, to the AFN charter that would help improve or renew the AFN. The committee is comprised of reps from each of the regions. There's a few vacancies currently, and there have been vacancies for quite some time, but some of them have been filled recently. And over the last number of years, that committee met and had proposed a number of amendments to the charter. Many of those have been approved and ratified by First Nations in Assembly, but also a number of those amendments that have been put forward were quite narrow or minimal in scope. They were often very technical changes, very minimal changes to clarify certain terms that were confusing, or discrepancies between one clause or another clause. There wasn't a lot of substantive recommendations coming out at that time. The committee has been renewed in terms of its mandate by First Nations in Assembly to look at really addressing a number of longstanding governance, financial accountability, transparency, and operational aspects of the Assembly of First Nations, both with regard to the Assembly of First Nations as an organization, but also in relation to the policies and practices of the AFN Secretariat, also known as the National Indian Brotherhood, which is the administrative arm of the Assembly of First Nations. So here's the update. Guided by the principles that created the broad support for the Charter Renewal Committee of truth and transparency and accountability, we're providing an update to you all in this regard and what the work has been to date and what the work ahead looks like. We're excited to provide this report to you as we carry out the mandate that the First Nations in Assembly have given us. and we have completed the following to date. We've reviewed the relevant resolutions that give mandates to the Charter Renewal Committee. We then reviewed and amended the terms of reference for the Charter Renewal Committee to align the terms of reference with those mandates. That updated draft terms of reference is going to the Executive Committee at their next meeting coming up, where they will be asked to consider approving the updated terms of reference. The updated terms of reference also included further language to address things like conflict of interest, process and procedures, decision-making in areas where it was currently lacking. We've also assembled a technical working group, which is comprised of all the technicians that are appointed to support the committee members. And they meet regularly as well to provide technical reviews and assistance of the work that's done by the committee itself. One of the tasks that our committee has been asked to complete is 2 reviews of the Assembly of First Nations. One is a governance review. One is an operational or financial systems review. The committee has met and started to draft a project plan that would combine those 2 reviews into one comprehensive review that would be called a governance and operational review. The purpose is to review policies and processes with respect to transparency, accountability, and reporting to the AFN Executive Committee on contracts awarded, and make recommendations with respect to potential governance models which distinguish and clarify political versus administrative roles and responsibilities. The single review, called the Governance and Operational Review, is the project plan is currently being refined by the technical working group, and then it'll come back to our committee to review one more time and then approve. We've received support from the CEO of the AFN Secretariat that as the committee does its work, the AFN Secretariat is there to support and assist the committee in applying for external funding to support some of this work. The current sort of contemplation of the committee is that we'll develop this project plan that identifies sort of the scope of work, engage in an external consultant or consultant team that will then do the actual review, and the committee will oversee and provide direction and advice for that team. The resolutions that called for these reviews outline specific expectations with regard to process as well, and it contemplates interviews with key leaders that are involved in the AFN processes, whether it's the chiefs committees or the advisory councils, assemblies themselves, etc., as well as a material analysis of existing policies and procedures by the Secretary against best practices that are established elsewhere. We're very fortunate to be aided by some wonderful technicians from BC and Ontario and the Yukon, where those regions have done a number of initiatives in the last number of years to improve their own governance procedures within those regions as well. So we're aided by a lot of good work that's already happened in other regions. In addition to that, as you will recall, there was a resolution that was passed that directed the Charter Renewal Committee to begin developing a scope of work and terms for a forensic audit of the Assembly of First Nations, not limited to anything less than 10 years, and with a specific focus on contracts and payouts. The Charter Renewal Committee has met 3 times officially, and part of that was getting the terms of reference aligned, part of that was staging all of the meetings for the fall and the new year, and then most recently we held a 2-day session here in Vancouver, a hybrid meeting, where we were able to review some of the resolutions and the mandates, and the committee has asked for the technical working group to bring back a recommendation on an independent auditor that could help support the Charter Renewal Committee in terms of providing advice on what is an audit, what is a forensic audit, what kinds of scope should be contemplated, how is their ability to create a logical, fair, reasonable process around this request, and as well help technical advice on how that should be structured and how that should be conducted. So right now the committee feels like we don't have a lot of technical support from an audit perspective, but the hope is to bring in somebody who can help provide that technical support. And we do also have a lot of contacts through the AFN and through the regional offices to support that. So there's sort of a first step, which is bringing in an advisor. Next step will be developing a scope of work. Third will be then making recommendations and then moving it forward in that fashion. And then the big update, the really exciting update for everybody is the Charter Renewal Committee has also contemplated and is working on a number of charter amendments that will come, hopefully, if we can meet the deadline, to the Special Chiefs Assembly in December in Ottawa. There are a number of recommendations that the Charter Renewal Committee has already explored. They're now being reviewed by the technical working group to refine and make changes, and then it'll come back to the committee to recommend one more time to be distributed to chiefs and leadership across the country to consider. The amendments that are coming forward are based off of the 2005 Renewal Commission report, where there was an extensive process of engagement that was done with First Nations and leaders across the country over a long process that was led, and I want to acknowledge being here in this hall, Wendy John from Musqueam was an instrumental leader and co-chair of that commission. But there was about 47 recommendations from that report, and only a handful of them have actually been implemented. So we used that report as a basis to develop a set of recommendations that will come forward. And ultimately, the hope is let's actually have the conversation around what changes might improve the effectiveness of the AFN to achieve its purpose, or to improve the efficiency or the relevance of the AFN within our communities. And so there is going to be about 10 charter amendment resolutions being considered right now. And I'm just going to run through some of the names. Some of them are more minor in scope, some are a bit more extensive. The topics that are being contemplated include a corporate name change. Chiefs might recall at the summer assembly, it was pointed out that the AFN Corporation still operates under the term National Indian Brotherhood. And there was a loud applause from delegates when the suggestion was made that we need to, it's 2022, and we need to create gender inclusive language and spaces for all people that participate in the AFN. So corporate name change. There was a recommendation to develop a statement of values so that the AFN can be guided by a set of values that hold us together and bring us together in our work, influenced by traditional First Nations teachings. There is a recommendation to require that the AFN hold AFN orientation sessions and training for new leaders that get involved with the AFN, for staff that get involved with the AFN, so that all delegates can understand the expectations of conduct at AFN assemblies or the processes of how AFN works, because often there isn't any training available to, say, new leaders that want to be involved. There's going to be a recommendation around how to include participatory representatives. These are First Nations leaders who represent Indigenous governments that have been reconstituted under our inherent rights. So not just looking at elected chiefs under the Indian Act, but also in many cases our First Nations have created our own governments that are representative of multiple First Nations, but the leaders of those governments don't have any standing to be able to speak or participate in AFN proceedings. So there's a contemplation of that. And then there's some really important and critical recommendations that are coming forward. One is to discuss and look at creating a national, amending the executive committee of the AFN and changing the terms of the executive committee and creating what the Renewal Commission report recommended, which was a national council of the AFN, which would be slightly changed from the current structure, and it would recommend comprised of the regional chiefs, the national chief, a chair from the Women's Council, a chair from the Knowledge Keepers Council, a chair from the LGBTQIA Council, and 4 advisors that would be recommended by the national chief to the National Council to help build a stronger representation of the different voices that are involved in the decisions that are made in terms of implementing the resolutions by First Nations in Assembly. But also coupled with that is addressing the conflicts that can sometimes arise between the political operations of the Assembly of First Nations and the administrative operations, and how sometimes those are blended currently. So the Renewal Commission report recommended clarifying a separation between the executive committee and the board of directors for the corporation. Currently, they are quite melded together. because the executive committee and the national chief also are the board of directors for the corporation. So it made recommendations that meetings of the two bodies should be clearly separated, the agendas should be clearly separated, and the roles and responsibilities clearly separated. So it gives recommendations to addressing that. Another one is a requirement for the development of a governance manual that would help guide terms of reference for the national chief and the executive committee, and the rules and procedures for executive committee meetings. Would include things like how to address conflicts of interest or in camera or reporting on minutes and meetings. Another recommendation that'll be coming forward is to formalize an election code process to manage and run all AFN elections. And another amendment to the charter to address conflict of interest and providing a definition of conflict of interest to remove either the actual conflict of interest or appearance of conflict of interest. And then finally, another recommendation, which was to formalize the ability for the AFN to hold national policy forums, which have been an effective tool for developing a First Nations political agenda nationally. So all of these ideas that I've just referenced are ideas that came from directly the 2005 Renewal Commission report. And the committee is hoping to bring those ideas forward and ultimately let's have the conversation and let the chiefs and leadership of the country decide. If they don't want one of these things to happen, that's totally fine, and we can have that conversation. And then our hope as a committee over the next few weeks and months is to be engaging meaningfully with First Nations leaders on their level of support or interest, any concerns with some of the changes that are going to be brought forward, and to be able to incorporate that feedback and engage in a two-way conversation with leadership on some of these changes to help improve the effectiveness of the Assembly of First Nations. There is also going to be a letter and briefing note being sent out by myself and the chair of the Charter Renewal Committee to send out nationally, sharing all the information that I've just shared with you as well as an offer to other regions that I would make myself available as the co-chair for the Chiefs Committee on Charter Renewal to come and do presentations on the work of the committee, as well as answer questions. And I've also been in conversations with a regional chief here in BC around also exploring holding a day session, maybe a hybrid session or some sort of online session where BC First Nations leadership can also come together and talk about and evaluate and discuss amongst ourselves some of these ideas and receive that feedback to help improve them as well. And so I think my main message, if I can just sort of give my take on the work here, is the history of the AFN for many people who have been involved for many years, or for those like myself where I've been fortunate to hear the stories and the history of the Assembly of First Nations and how it's evolved and grown. And, you know, we have, for example, George Erasmus as one of the committee members who is a former national chief, and speaks about the history of the AFN and when it changed from the National Indian Brotherhood into the Assembly of First Nations, and how when the charter was created in 1982, it was always intended to be a living document, and that it was always intended to reflect the needs and conditions of First Nations in this country and what we needed in order for our national organization to serve us as best as it can. And I made a comment at the Assembly in July that my hope in this work is to work with the other chiefs and leadership on the committee, with the AFN, with all of you, to make the Assembly of First Nations the best political organization in this country that is effective at serving the needs of leaders across this country, First Nations leaders across this country, and that we become like the gold standard of organizations. And that's my hope of where I'd like to see us go. And so some of these ideas that are coming forward, there's going to be a lot of rationale, a lot of details, a lot of background of why and what it's trying to address. There's going to be more details to it. I just wanted to give you a sense of the work ahead, and really genuinely invite, as we do this work, to work together, to have conversations, to engage in dialogue, and to support one another, so that we as a region feel that we have an organization that's really working for us here in BC, but also nationally. And I'm going to give you one last comment or thought that I've had lately as the political affairs of this country are starting to change. We are seeing the rise of a very particular type of right-wing racism, nationalism, xenophobia into political office. In BC, we have municipal elections coming up, and there are a number of right-wing candidates that are running for office and might get elected. And we also have, right now, a leader of the official opposition who has engaged in a long history of residential school denialism and outright contempt for a lot of First Nations rights. And so for me, when I think about what is to come or the risk of what is to come, is how ready are we going to be as First Nations leaders to take on a conservative government that is going to be more emboldened and more right-wing than the Stephen Harper government? And we look at what they were able to accomplish when it came to our rights, when it came to our waters, when it came to our environment, when it came to so many issues that we had to fight very hard to defend our communities. And I worry about what that future might be if we don't take some time to deal with some of our own housekeeping within our organization so that we can be ready to work together with effective tools, effective means, a strong leadership, a strong process as an organization. So I'm very humbled to be able to do this work, very grateful for the support of the committee and support of First Nations leaders. And I come to you humbly as a leader as well to work together on this really important task ahead of us. So that concludes my report. Like I said, I know we're a little bit behind, but hopefully we have some time here to open up for questions and answers.
Thank you so much. In fact, we have been just engaging with Minister Medicino's office to make sure that we can keep this conversation going. It's something that has been allocated as amount of time here, so we do open the floor for discussion at this time. Microphone number 31, please.
Could be Judy Wilson. I don't know what that noise was behind us. It wasn't Bob and I, so just clarification, okay?
And I didn't
Yeah, that
have
was
any
kind of
dairy.
weird. Yeah, I just went, what is that? I looked at Bob's mouth for the record. Anyway, he kind of woke me up too. Thank you for that, Element National Chief. I think it's so important, the work that you just outlined. The only thing I was concerned about was opening it up to organizations because it is a Chiefs Assembly, proper title holders. I'm not sure how non-government organizations fit in our decision-making, or if they're just setting out a clearer process how NGOs type organizations make presentations, provide briefing notes and recommendations to the Chiefs Assembly, that type of thing, I would support, but I'm not sure if I would mix it because I've seen how that happens sometimes. And yeah, that could kind of, cause a lot of issues, but, we're growing, both in our regions and our nations and provincially and nationally. And, back in the day, the purpose was just getting together so we could make these decisions and advocate and support one another on land rights, fishing rights, and you name all the things that our tables have grown quite a bit for a lot of these other issues, as you can see from the Bcafn agenda the next few days. So I just wanted to put that out there. That's the only one I'm concerned about. And the second one was just about, we always call about the governments implementing the UN declaration and how are we doing that in this work. So I didn't quite hear it, so I just want to ask that. Thanks.
Yep, so microphone number 2, please. 2.
Thank you. There you go. Thank you. No, those are excellent questions, and I was going quickly, so I can probably better clarify. With regard to the participatory representatives, what the Renewal Commission recommended was in situations like where there's tribal councils or Indigenous governments that have organized themselves outside of just the Indian Act. So for example, here we might have an alliance of First Nations, and they have a leader of that group. In the Northwest Territories, they have the Dene Nation, for example, where they have a number of communities and they have a Dene Nation president. So the Renewal Commission report discussed that they had received a lot of feedback that for a First Nations organization, there was sort of this feedback of the First Nations leader for a community is able to attend and participate and speak, but the actual leader of the entire nation doesn't have any standing. So what it contemplated was just giving them a non-voting participatory role to be able to attend and speak on resolutions and to help shape national policy should it arise. But it was a way to try and include Indigenous governments, not just sort of Indian band governments that are also contemplated. So that's just the recommendation of the report and sort of the recommendation that will be asked for feedback and input on.
Back over to 31.
Just further clarification that in those cases, the chiefs would have some sort of tribal council resolution or a resolution to appoint them that they're able to speak for their nation, because has to be the proper title holders to sanction that. Yeah.
Correct.
Miigwech Rossell. I did want to add also that the concerns around how the AFN evolved with PTOs in the beginning back to more of a Chiefs forum is something we have discussed actually at the committee to make sure that we're not taking too far of a step backward into the past, but somehow trying to bring those organizations and Grand Chiefs and people like Grand Chief Sillaboy and Nova Scotia into the conversation, because they have that ability to represent as well. So it's kind of trying to find the balance.
I'm just taking one last scanner on her. We do have Minister Mendocino, who has a hard stop at 3:45. So I'm going to move on to that. So thank you very much for joining us again, National Chief. Thank you, Kasalem. Yeah, absolutely.
I just wanted to share my contact information with everybody as well. So if you'd like to follow up or have any other questions for myself, my email is chair@squamish.net, chair@squamish.net. And you can email me there and be happy to follow up either by email or phone calls and so on and so forth. So thank you.
Thank you so much, chair@squamish.net for Salem, and thank you again for presenting with us and extending a little bit into you having to go. Thank you. So we're going to now go online to our Minister of Public Safety Canada, Minister Marco Mendocino. Pardon me for mispronouncing your name earlier. So glad you're able to join us. We're just going to make sure we can hear you.
I hope you can hear me, and no need to apologize. I've got a long Italian last name. You did just fine. So 9 letters, 4 syllables. Who's counting? Good afternoon. Bon après-midi, tout le monde. I'm very pleased to be joining you today virtually from Algonquin territory. I obviously wish I could be there with you in person, and I certainly hope the next time we will be able to do just that. I want to thank you, Regional Chief TG elders and all chiefs and leaders who are joining us today, both in person and virtually. It is an honor to be participating in your annual general meeting. As Minister of Public Safety, supporting Indigenous-led approaches to public safety is at the very top of my agenda. Indeed, the advancement of policing by First Nations for First Nations is a central part of reconciliation. And this work is well underway, but we have to go further and we have to go faster. It includes tackling systemic racism across all of our institutions, and that includes law enforcement. It means addressing the shameful and tragic overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples in Canada's correctional systems and in our criminal justice systems, including by expanding healing lodges and other Indigenous-led approaches. And on that note, I would like to commend the efforts of the BC First Nations Leadership Council in the development and implementation of the BC First Nations Justice Strategy. It also involves supporting Indigenous-led initiatives that keep communities safe. That's why our Building Safer Communities Fund federally includes specific funding for Indigenous communities to fund programs that will help young people who are especially at risk make good choices, avoiding crime, and set themselves up for success in life. Most importantly, it is led by a significant commitment to First Nations policing. And that's what I would like to focus my remarks on today. I know many of you have long called for reforms, and recent events have reminded us just how urgent these changes are. I would be remiss if I went any further without expressing our deep sorrow and sympathy and condolences for the members of the James Smith Cree Nation who have suffered an agonizing and indescribable loss over the last number of weeks. It is heartbreaking to be reminded of the work that we must do together to keep First Nations and Indigenous communities safe, but that work is underlined by what has occurred not only in James Smith Cree Nation, but right across our country. Our goal is simple. It is to ensure that First Nations police services can keep communities safe. And from a legislative perspective, this means two things. First, recognizing First Nations and Indigenous police services as an essential service. And second, ensuring that you all have the resources that are necessary to do the job. Over the past number of months, we have been consulting extensively and widely in support of this work. I personally have been engaging with a wide variety of First Nations leaders and communities, from Six Nations to Wendake to the Siksika, as well as leaders like Region Chiefs, Federation of Sovereign Indian Nations, and many others. And I was very grateful to have a recent meeting with you, Regional Chief TG, very recently in BC. In fact, in that province, I had a very memorable visit to the Seabird Island First Nation earlier this year. And earlier this month, as I said, Chief TG and I had a very good conversation, and we continue to engage with other groups right across the country. More broadly, our government has held 13 virtual engagement sessions, and today we've put out a report outlining what we heard. To state the obvious, what we heard loud and clear was that we must recognize that First Nations and Indigenous police services are an essential service. We heard about the urgent need that is required when it comes to funding to make sure that it is adequate, stable, predictable, equitable, flexible, and responsive. Funding that truly meets the needs of First Nations and Indigenous communities. And finally, we heard that government must better recognize First Nations' role in directing policing in community safety priorities. I want to thank everyone who participated in these sessions, and especially you in BC who are with us today. We will continue to collaborate with the AFN, First Nation Chiefs of Police Association, the First Nations Police Governance Council, Modern Treaty and Self-Governing First Nations, and a variety of other partners who are working in this space to get the job done. Now, let me talk a little bit about the path forward. Through this process, we heard one other message very crystal clear. We need to act now, and I agree. And that's why beyond our legislation, there are concrete steps that we are taking. It begins with over $500 million that was allocated in budget 2021, which will help to stabilize and expand the First Nations and Inuit policing program by addressing immediate needs, adding flexibility, and closing capacity gaps. And this can mean many things, from hiring staff to adding new officers and providing other infrastructure. Indeed, some of the main objectives are to fund priorities like officer safety, equipment, and salaries. To be clear, we aren't making the program part of the new legislation, but it will still exist as many different paths converge to improve the overall system and the relationship between the federal government and First Nations and Indigenous communities as a whole. Of course, there are still challenges that must be addressed outside of the proposed legislation. For example, I look forward to continuing to work with you on the process for renewing community tripartite agreements, including with colleagues from the provincial government. In conclusion, I hope that my remarks today have conveyed the urgency and the commitment with which the government is acting. Safer communities by First Nations for First Nations requires action now. And I look forward to continuing to do this work with you in good faith together. Thank you. Miigwech.
Thank you so very much, Minister. We're going to open the floor for some questions. Also, a reminder for those of you online, we also welcome your questions as well. We're going to go over to microphone 31, please.
Cookby Judy Wilson. I just wanted to say that's not the reality in our communities, Minister. We have a lot of challenges, and we even just talked about the policing tripartite agreements. Chief Jerry Jack mentioned that. And it's such a disconnect, I think, what you're speaking of. Maybe some of the communities, maybe that have the resources and the funding to do that might have that, but I know in our community, we had to get an ad hoc sort of WACHMA group to help keep our community safe. Our tripartite agreement is, doing the best it can, I guess. We haven't had our own Aboriginal officer for quite a few years, it seems like. He's been on paternity leave. He's a great officer, but we just don't see him. And he does great work. And then the sergeant was supposed to fill in while he was gone. And, the sergeant is a very small detachment in our community. And they're spread very, very thin. Sometimes there's only seems like one officer available for, 3,000-4,000 people in town and 15,000 in the rural district. So when things are going on. But one of the things that's really hitting us is the drugs and the gangs. And that's why we had to do our own community WACHMA group. And we had a lot of overdoses and deaths and drug poisonings in our community. We potentially, it hasn't been clarified, but there may have been 2 more just this week. So we're being hit really hard with all of this. And it's just hard to see where the RCMP are in all of this. We've made reports and presentations to our local detachment, and they did bring in some of the, I guess, the special officers that do drug and gangs kind of work. But again, it's all fragmented and disconnected, so it feels really ineffective. And we did evict a drug dealer from our community, but before we could completely get him out of the community, which we had to go through a whole bunch of stuff with the bailiff, which was unreal because he was illegally there, but it seemed like he had more rights than our people did to be able to remove him. And just on that month we were removing him, he was killed. I don't know how he died. There's been some deaths like that are in our community, suspicious deaths, just not in our community, but neighboring communities. So, the police are investigating all that, but, a lot of that isn't shared. So we're really struggling with all this, Minister, and I hear the good words, but we really need to action in our communities and better resources and better work being done in regards to our jurisdiction, our laws and legal orders as well, not just the federal government with the RCMP. And usually I let the sergeants know about, our community, that's first and foremost to us. But we have very dismal reports here, Minister, in regards to what's happening to our community. And, our hearts are with the James Smith Cree First Nation, but, it could have been any one of our nations, really. So that's what we're behind the 8 ball on. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and I agree with you. I think you're right. It could have been any community, and often there are tragedies which occur which don't receive the same public attention as some of the mass casualties that we've seen. But that doesn't mean that there isn't anguish and loss and trauma that is being felt. And I want to begin by recognizing that. And I also want to acknowledge that while we have made some progress, you're right, we have to do more. And all of the words in the world won't make a difference unless they materialize into meaningful reform and concrete action. And the message that I wanted to convey to you today is that I am prepared to make that commitment. And that commitment really takes 2 stages. First, I think we have to try to close some of those capacity gaps. I heard what you said around scarce resources from RCMP detachments, and you stepping up and other members stepping up in the community is something that I think I'm very grateful for, but it shouldn't just fall to your shoulders. There should be that additional capacity. So under the First Nations Indigenous Policing Program, I've charged my officials with the responsibility of working with all communities and provincial and territorial governments to accelerate the rollout of that work so we can stabilize First Nations policing. I mentioned the fact that we put out a report just today on what we heard. I want to read for you a quote which I think completely validates your perspective. And it's printed on page 6 of the report. where it describes the current state of First Nations police services as follows. It says FNIPP is breaking our officers who are working every single day. It is like driving a car with no brakes, air brakes, or turn signal. It's time to turn that car in. I agree with that perspective. I agree with the words that you said, and we'll continue to work with you, and we'll also continue to work with Chief TG to advance the co-development of that legislation, because at the very core of the goal is about not only setting a legal framework which ensures equitable treatment for Indigenous peoples when it comes to public safety, but does that work in a way that is anchored in good faith and trust. And I know that we still have work to do on that front. So thank you for your question.
Thank you so much, Minister. We have a speakers list, I think, that will take us to the end of our time with you. So what I'm going to propose for the next one is I'm going to go to the two speakers and come back to you and then go to the last two speakers. So remaining on my speakers list is Deputy Chief Harlan Schilling, followed by Chief Leeds Bahan. Then we're going to go online for Chief Leslie Aslin, and then we'll round out with Chief Jerry Jack. So we're going to go first over to microphone number 19, then microphone 13, then we'll go back to you, and then we'll take the last two. So microphone number 19, please.
Hello, Minister. Sorry, yes, Deputy Chief Harlan Schilling. You had mentioned in your opening comments that you had visited a community regarding policing. One thing that I may charge you to ask is visit a community that does not have policing. Those are the issues that you will see the real reality that our communities live in. I am personally from a community in northern BC, and our community is policed by a Yukon detachment. Now, this interjurisdictional problem brings many, many different problems, not just for the First Nation, but also for the RCMP members. They need the province and the territory need to work better together on policing First Nation communities. Personally, about 2 weeks ago, I made 3 phone calls in 1 week to ask to have a drug dealer removed from our community. And the young, new officers had no leadership. There's no sergeant in the detachment in Watson Lake. Their size, I believe, is the size of Rhode Island. It is a massive area. There's supposed to be 13 RCMP officers in that detachment. There are 4. They're stretched thin, and I do commend that detachment for trying their best, but more needs to be done. Also, with enforcing band council resolutions, right? The laws that we put in our communities are for communities. It is to protect our elders, it is to protect our young citizens, and it is to protect our future. These issues need to be looked at now. When and every chief in this room enforces a band council resolution, it is not an easy thought process. We put many hours and many decision-making processes into getting these BCRs done. So the Government of Canada, the RCMP have to look at that. And again, I do understand it is a policing issue, but in northern British Columbia, we are severely remote, right? We are policed by a Yukon detachment. We are that remote. The community of Iskoot in northern BC has been fighting for a detachment in their community for many years, my entire life. I am 35 years old. I think that needs to be looked at, and our members, our First Nation members, deserve the protection that the rest of Canada gets. So I firmly support and will continue to support the Tahltan Nation to get the policing that they need. Another issue that we bring into is the different jurisdictional jobs that the RCMP do. Sheriffs are another thing that are very much needed in our province. There are many things that the RCMP say they cannot do, and that is the job of the sheriffs. Well, the nearest sheriff's detachment for my community, I believe, is 8 hours away. So those are the things I think that need to be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go over to microphone number 13, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, Lee Spahan, Chiefs Coldwater Band. Yeah, I just want to comment too on the police in the Nicola Valley. Policing is needed not only within our First Nations, but you look at the Nicola Valley and there's 7 roads. And on any given long weekend, there's only 4 officers on. And usually on a long weekend, there's always a fatality on the Coquihalla. Just about every time. And when they do, and if it's in between Merritt and Kingsville, they'll try to detour the traffic through Coldwater. We won't allow that because we said in the past for RCMP escort, pilot vehicle escort, And it never happened. Every time we seek help from the RCMP, they're out on the highways and they're not available when they're supposed to be coming up to the res. So, you know, we've been advocating for the RCMP to get more officers in the Nicola Valley, but apparently it's been going on deaf ears. And, you know, one of my band members went missing a couple of months ago. And not sure if you know, but the Nicola Valley, there's a lot of rednecks there, a lot of racism. And we didn't get very much support from the RCMP. They went out a few times, search and rescue went out, still looking for the body of our band member and cousin, but still to no results. Have to keep phoning in to find out what's happening from the RCMP and what is search and rescue doing. A lot of excuses, but no action. I needed to comment on that because that's very frustrating, and you need to hear those stories because Ottawa apparently isn't listening. Guksham.
Thank you. We'll go back over to Minister Mendocino.
Thank you, Chief Barlow. Thank you, Chief Lee. Deputy Chief Arlo, I took down, I think, four main points from your question, just around the capacity at Watson Island. I will raise that directly with the commissioner. I note from what you said that it sounds like there was a target to get 13 RCMP officers up there, and there's only 4 right now, so that's a pretty big gap. And I will press the RCMP for some answers on that. And I think the fact that you need coverage from a territory to get policing in northern BC, I think speaks volumes about, you know, how challenged and how stretched things are. So that is certainly a very important takeaway. I also took note of your concerns around the ability to enforce band council resolutions. And this is a theme that has been recurring through all of my engagements in communities across the country. And I think you're quite right. If the community sets a law or sets a bylaw or sets a resolution, then it should be enforced. And how we do that and how we provide cultural training to non-Indigenous police services, so the RCMP or local police, what have you, is, I think, a critical piece to that. I also agree with your basic principle that, again, Indigenous communities deserve the same quality and level of service when it comes to public safety as every other non-Indigenous community across the country. And I also took a note about what you said around sheriffs, and I want to dig in a little bit on that. I want to make sure I understand exactly what responsibilities are being carried out by sheriffs that you're hearing on the ground cannot be carried out by the RCMP, but I will absolutely have my team follow up on that point. Chief Lee, again, took down your points about capacity in the Nicola Valley there, and how there are fatalities on the weekend in the Coquihalla. I will follow up with the RCMP directly about being responsive and available to you and to your community. But I think the most important thing that I heard from you, Chief Lee, is the need to acknowledge the fact that there is still racism and inequitable service across the country, and that's wrong. And that's one of the reasons why I updated the mandate that I have given to the RCMP commissioner and indeed all law enforcement branches within my portfolio to address this reality because it exists. It exists overtly, it exists systemically. And if we don't begin by calling it out, then we can't begin to solve it. So I commend you for your leadership in saying those words. I hear those words. I agree with you. And we are committed to rooting it out so that we can make the meaningful changes, again, not only to service, but in the very nature of the relationship itself, which has to be rooted in good faith and trust. And I'm committed to doing that work with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As I was saying earlier, see another hand went up. Unfortunately, I have closed the speakers list. We're going to go now to Chief Leslie Aslan online, and then we're going to go over to Chief Jerry Jack. My apologies to Chief Sandra Laren, as that will go into our time with Minister. So we'll go over to Chief Leslie at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Just going back to some of the messaging you're hearing from the other chiefs and the frustrations that they have in their communities, it's similar in my community as well. I'm in a remote area, 40 minutes from the closest detachment, and the issues we have in my community is with the lack of support of the RCMP responding to calls. I even had the sergeant come into my council chambers and tell my council that they only respond to priority-based calls. So when a call is made to the detachment, they put them on a priority list and they go by that list on which one's the most, the one that's most intense to attend and things like that. Being in this crisis that we're dealing with, the epidemic of the drugs and things like that over the past 2 years within our community, with all the money that was being given out through CERB, we have a lot of people addicted to drugs now, and just addressing those issues. And now we're dealing with a lot of addicts that are hooked onto these heavy drugs in our community. In the past 2 years or the past 7 months, we had a security gate put up at the entrance of our community, and my community members have allocated the gaming funds that was given to the First Nations in BC. We've allocated over $500,000 of that money to support that community gate in battling the drugs and the dealers and keeping the people out of our communities that we don't want here, because we're having the same issues with the BCR banishments that we put in place, and the RCMP not really supporting us on enforcing those. So going back to the security gate, it's been really effective in my community, and it's lately everything has calmed down, and I'm happy on the steps that my leadership in my community has taken in battling this situation, because we've lost a 16-year-old girl, was the youngest last year in June, to an overdose, and it was very sad, and it was a very hard time for my community. We lost a lot of people and a lot of overdoses, but we got a grip on it. I just like to really put it out there that Fort St. James needs more RCMP. They service 5 communities, and I think they have about, I'm not sure the number of RCMP officers in that detachment, but I could tell you it's not much if they can't service us in a proper way that we should be serviced and attended to. And it's just frustrating for my people and frustrating for my council, but we try to stand together and we try to battle this as a community, because it's something that our band members want us to do, and it's something that we have support from them. We've taken it to steps where we've kicked people out of their houses, shut off their power, shut off their water, and banished drug dealers, and we got them out, and it worked for our community. I'm very happy that we've taken that stand for our people. And yeah, it's frustrating with the capacity and things like that within our areas. Must see.
Thank you so much. I know there's more people putting their hands up online as well as in the room. And again, I will reminder that we're just taking one last question, microphone number 18, before we go back to the minister, as he has generously given us some extra time, but we does have a hard stop at 3:45. So go over to microphone 18, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Clark O'Gala, Chief Jerry Jack for Mowatchit Muchlet First Nation in Gold River on Vancouver Island. I'll be really quick. Number one is, I think the worst thing that the RCMP did was go union. Number two is that they got rid of the auxiliary program. When I was stationed in smaller communities, we had an awesome auxiliary program where somebody could leave town and go and do something, shopping or whatever. And I just called up an auxiliary and say, do you want to work tonight? And they'd come to the office and grab a gun, their sidearm, their radio and keys to the car, and worked with me. The other thing I want to say is that the Canadian Coast Guard is miles ahead of the RCMP in regards to training their officers how to work with First Nations people. In Moach at Muchlet Territory, we have a video called MMFN 101, and it explains our history right from first contact to today on how our governance system works, the effects of residential schools, and everything like that. And I asked the sergeant, what training do you do after this? And there is none. I was part of I was on Unified Command with the Canadian Coast Guard for 8 months, and they made a film on how the Coast Guard, when they go into a First Nations community, how to work with them. And that's, to my knowledge, it's never been done with the RCMP. You know, they might take some kind of training in depot, but you know, that's as far as it goes, you know, and that's not, and the last thing I'll say is that us First Nations really need to say yay or nay to somebody coming to work in our community, because we always get 1 or 2 or 3 that should not be working in First Nations communities because they're so dang racist. And it's hard to see. You know, I went through that when I went to depot, when I converted from a special to a regular member with all the, because of the Oka crisis that was going on, you know, and it never stopped from there. But anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Glecko.
Thank you so much. We'll go for some final remarks from Minister Mendocino, and then we'll be going on to our last item, second to last item on the agenda. Minister?
Well, thank you, both Deputy Chief and Chief. I will try to address concisely both of your interventions. First to Deputy Chief Leslie. I mean, I think we heard some consistent themes around the concerns of resourcing, the concerns that have been expressed around the presence of drugs and organized crime. And please extend my condolences to the family of the 16-year-old who lost her life. I take note of what you said about the effectiveness of having a security gate in place to settle things down. And, you know, just finally, you know, again, the question of how it is that we can cooperate or collaborate to see that band council resolutions are being enforced in a way that is effective so that you can protect your community. So again, thank you very much, Deputy Chief. I think you've really reinforced some of the main themes that have emerged throughout the conversation tonight. And to Chief Jarajak, I again hear you loud and clear on the resourcing issue, on the auxiliary, the absence of an auxiliary. But the last 2 points that you made are the ones that really struck a chord with me, and that is with regards to training, which in my view has to be informed by culture and language and tradition and Indigenous laws. And those are things that we are actively working on right now. In Budget 2022, we provided for additional resources on that front. But I think in the context of the First Nations Indigenous policing program itself, that is an objective which I think we can, which we have addressed and which we need to address further, which is again, enhanced capacity of training. And then finally, making sure that that you all have a say in how it is that public safety is achieved as a value, as a goal, as an essential service, and as a goal. And I mean, you mentioned that you think it makes sense that your community should have a say in who it is puts on the uniform or who it is responsible for carrying out public safety. Again, I agree, and that's why we want not only to use the First Nations Indigenous policing program to stabilize and expand capacity, but we want to work with you and all communities to co-develop this legislation around deeming Indigenous policing as an essential service, which is not just about creating some legal parameters. For me, it's about making sure that we set the relationship right, that we have a relationship that is based on common values and respect and trust. And it, I think, is through the assertion of those values and the practice of those values that we can reduce the systemic challenges, including racism in all of its forms.
That's the first literal hard stop I have ever seen. Wow. I'm not, we'll just see if that, I think that's where we ended up.
I'm back. I'm back. I was wrapping up. To say thank you. I look forward to coming back in person and seeing you soon.
Well, thank you very much for coming back. We took you seriously when you said a hard stop. We appreciate you taking those extra questions. I'm sure there's much more discussion to be had. Thank you again for staying with us as well. I'm assuming you're in Ottawa right now, so on a different...
I just got back. Yeah, I was back and forth from Toronto, back in Ottawa just now. So really good to be with you. Thank you very much. Language.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you very much for that. Now we have 2 items left on the agenda. Thanks again, everybody, for accommodating some little switches around in the day. It's all the items of today's agenda, just in a slightly different order to accommodate some hard starts and stops. So as we had mentioned earlier, the Pacific Salmon Foundation was struck from the agenda as that was deferred to another time. That person was not available. We're now going to go over to Fisheries with Regional Chief TG and then Jansen Wong of the First Nations Fisheries Council. We're going to wrap up our day with the All Candidates Forum for the male youth representatives. I know it's been a long day, but I really, if I may permit myself to just encourage you to stay, to listen to these young leaders, give them your heart, give them some good questions as well, so that they can feel prepared for what they are going to step into if they are chosen for the role as male youth representative. So that will take us through to the end of the day. We are just about half an hour behind. So thank you again, Regional Chief, for your patience as we navigated through a couple of changes there. We'll go right to you first for update on fisheries.
Thank you, Rochelle. Just getting texts and whatnot about an earthquake in Prince George. I think it's okay, but nevertheless. Anyways, this is a presentation on fisheries. As you, if you don't know already, I am the co-chair of the National Fisheries Committee for the Assembly of First Nations, along with Regional Chief Joanna Bernard from New Brunswick. For the most part, we deal with fisheries issues from our coastal areas, but also with inland fisheries issues in regards to freshwater fish. And now and more, we're having more discussions in regards to fisheries issues in the Arctic. So certainly, I'm just going to give some general updates in regards to some of the issues that we've been dealing with on a national level. And I was just thinking about this with the minister talking here. And with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, I've been in this position for 5 years, and there have been 5 ministers, if I recollect. It started off with Minister LeBlanc, Minister Tutu, Minister Wilkinson, then Minister Jordan, who wasn't re-elected, and now Minister Joyce Murray. And we're matter of fact, we're a member of Parliament, Minister Joyce Murray's riding here. We did invite her to speak, but she didn't reply. It has been a challenge for the most part to get meetings with Minister Murray, and more recently in this past month in August, we did have a meeting with her with the National Fisheries Committee, and discuss many of the issues that we are challenged with from our coastal regions. Certainly, I think to what we've been pushing for many years, and this is even me previous to this position as regional chiefs, is to properly implement the inherent and treaty rights of First Nations across Canada to live up to what was agreed to, and also in many respects we're also implementing what the courts have stated, the issues with accessing food, social, ceremonial, accessing fish for commercial uses, and we help each other. And more recently there has been some issues back east with the fisheries, with the Mi'kmaq, in their access to commercially fish lobster. One of the issues there is the definition of the Marshall decision. What was stated as really, I think, what they're trying to figure out is what is, I forget the term was used, affordable living or something like that, which many of the Mi'kmaq are really afraid to define because right now, if you see what is occurring in the East Coast, is that there are many fisheries out there that is quite lucrative, but it isn't benefiting the Mi'kmaq. So I think in terms of defining what the courts have stated, I think they're really reconsidering of what that means. Is it making the bare minimum of a living, or is it to be, become very affluent and becoming very rich in terms of, the access to those resources? Some of the work, in July of this year, the Senate released its report that called on the federal government to implement the Mi'kmaq rights-based fisheries on Canada's East Coast and overhaul its approach to negotiations. In fact, the report clearly stated that the committee found that the Fisheries and Oceans Canada has not been an effective lead negotiator regarding the implementation of rights-based fisheries. So these were statements that came from the Senate, which seems to run counter to what we've been hearing from First Nations, who are asserting their rights to their fisheries and find that their lobster catch and equipment have been actually seized. So certainly in terms of accessing fish and fisheries products, if you will, resources has definitely been a challenge, especially in regards to treaty rights of the Mi'kmaq. So this is some of the issues that we deal with. You also see it here in the province of BC. We have to take it to court. The Huset case is one example in regards to accessing fish. And also the discrepancy that we see when we talk about food, social, and ceremonial uses to our respective communities. So one of the Aquaculture Act, which is being proposed, there has been a working group developed at the AFN to look at federal legislation on aquaculture that looks to much more than just fisheries. It's also other fish products that we've all been utilizing since time immemorial. This work is being supported by the Fisheries Council to look at co-drafting can occur in regards to the Aquaculture Act. Many First Nations benefits from the aquaculture industry, and First Nations cannot be left out of this growing industry, which must be done in a way that requires First Nations free, prior, and informed consent. For all fisheries-related legislation, we must push for changes that align with the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which is not only provincial law, but also, as we all know, federal law. We hear time and again that the Department of Fisheries and Oceans is using policies and regulations to limit or define First Nations rights to fisheries management. This is an ongoing issue with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and it continues to fall on deaf ears, as I've stated. You're going through many ministers here. The last 5 years, there's been 5 ministers. Our rights fisheries are being negatively impacted by the allocations to commercial and recreational fisheries throughout Canada. It's not just here, it's elsewhere we're seeing this. And we have been monitoring the impacts of federal legislation prohibiting cruise ships from docking in First Nations territories to limit COVID. So they're really subverting our ability to make some of these decisions. So the National Fisheries Committee is also working on inland as part of a working group called the Inland Working Group, has been focused on policy development for DFO, Fish and Fish Habitat Protection Program that is responsible for the conservation and protection of fish and fish habitat under the Fisheries Act. The outcome of this work is to examine Examine the safeguards for the participation in the consultation process of Indigenous groups whose rights may have been affected by Fisheries Act, Species at Risk Act, project authorization decisions to ensure more collaborative and partnering activities relating to fish and fish habitat conservation across Canada, and in particular the coastlines along Canada. One of the examples that has been utilized by the DFO is the Oceans Protections Program, which was a $1.5 billion strategy that we all know about in regards to protect Canada's coasts and waterways under the core pillars of the state-of-the-art marine safety program. And never really defined what does that mean, state-of-the-art? And also the fact of the issues with some of that program was that a lot of the funding, the $1.5 billion, was utilized by the federal government, and very little was left for our First Nations to utilize. Similar in terms of habitat protection, there is funding, $640+ million. Some of the First Nations projects have been funded, but there becomes issues here in our province that the vast majority of that funding will be utilized and cannibalized, if you will, by the Department of Fisheries, Oceans, and federal government. So once again, we need to keep an eye on this issue in regards to some of the habitat protection projects that we have as Indigenous peoples that can potentially be utilized to safeguard our salmon species here. Although we've seen higher numbers this year, it is projecting that in the next coming years that there will be a downturn, quite simply because we're in the fourth year in regards to the cycle, and also the fact that the many issues of that we've seen 4 years ago, such as a big bar slide, had huge effects on some of the salmon species heading north up into the waterways of the Fraser. Some of the Skeena and also the other runs have had a downturn years, but this year, I'm glad to report there has been a significant bump in terms of populations in some of those runs to fulfill the food, social, and ceremonial needs of many First Nations. During the pandemic, that certainly has come up time and again because many of our people were trying to access our FSC numbers to, really, I suppose, as a part of their diet, but also access during COVID was very challenging in terms of accessing, traditional food, social, ceremonial uses, but also to other dietary needs in terms of Indigenous peoples during the pandemic. Certainly, I think as we move forward, there are a number of issues that we are really at the forefront of that need to be addressed, whether it's decisions by the Department of Fisheries, Oceans in regards to the acts of Department of Fisheries and Oceans, or it's decisions that are being made from the local levels, because far too often I do get calls by First Nations stating that the DFO, the RDG, aren't listening to our people in regards to allocations of not just FSC, but also access to other fish species in their respective regions. So we continue to work along with our counterparts with different regions at the National Fisheries Committee. And also, as a part of that, we do work with the First Nations Fisheries Council, who provides technical support for the First Nations Leadership Council in regards to many of the fish issues that they know very well about in regards to how decisions are made and the how the Department of Fisheries and Oceans just, I suppose, conduct themselves and don't listen to many of our First Nations organizations and our rightful decision makers. So it's certainly a challenge, I think, you know, some of the commitments that I've heard by previous ministers have never been followed up with countless letters. And certainly with this minister, I think we need to make sure that they're accountable to some of the commitments from previous ministers and or perhaps even more so to the DFO to live up to some of the reports that we've seen in the past and some of the court decisions that need to be upheld. And I think it comes back to our First Nations communities, especially in regards to what we'll see in the coming years. Sadly, there will be a downturn, and we need better management in regards to many of the fish species here out in the West Coast. And we do work with many of the other First Nations across this country, and a lot of the policies and also the decisions do come out of British Columbia and need to be upheld. So with that, that is quickly my report, and I know First Nations Fisheries Council are here. So.
Thank you. We'll call upon now Jansen Wong. Do you want to come here, or do you want to? You're happy over there? It's up to you.
I'm happy here.
There we go. So we can hear you. So AV's already on it. So welcome, Jansen, First Nations Fisheries Council.
Perfect. Thank you, Regional Chief, and thank you for inviting the First Nations Fisheries Council here today. My name is Jansen Wong. I'm one of the senior managers at the First Nations Fisheries Council, and I'm in charge of our policy and fisheries management sector. I want to thank Musqueam First Nations for hosting the meeting, and again, I want to thank you, Bcfn, for including fisheries into your agenda today. As the Regional Chief had provided during his updates, fisheries issues, concerns, topics, they're numerous, and what I'm going to try to do today is really just provide a high-level snapshot of some of those concerns and topics that are relevant to the discussions. They're not exhaustive lists, and I would always encourage that if there's any other questions or feedback topics, please feel free to reach out to us, and we'll do our best to help work with you, understand what those issues are, and try to bring them up to the agenda and the topics of the work that we do. In the PowerPoint that I'm going to provide later today, I believe a copy of it has been provided to in your meeting kit, as well as a communique as well. So feel free to refer to those as we make our way through this and at a convenient time for yourself. We always like to provide a quick snapshot overview of some of the work that we do as Fisheries Council, some of the background context. So I'm just going to say next slide, and something magical is probably going to happen. There you go. Thank you, magical. In terms of a quick overview of the Fisheries Council, many of you are familiar with who we are, but as an organization, we started with the mandate. Thank you very much. We were started with a mandate to work with First Nations in BC to convene and facilitate the political, technical support, and the capacity to engage on fisheries matter and developing a coherent and cohesive voice amongst First Nations. As many of you are fully aware, that is, of course, a challenging task. There are 200 plus First Nations in BC, and many of which are engaged in different sort of treaties, governments, leaderships that we need to work with in order to bring that a cohesive approach to fisheries matters. One of the ways that we try to do that is through our partnership accords, and I'm going to have a map in the next slide. It's one of the structures and processes that we have developed over the last decade with many of the First Nations and fisheries organizations that work with your communities and with BC First Nations writ large on many topics regarding fisheries. As well, we also work with some of the commercial fishery enterprises, the Pig Fee through the Pig Fee program to bring forward sort of their economic interests. And altogether through these sort of partnership accords and Pig Fee programs, they're hearing a lot of the voices from over 130 plus First Nations through this structure. As a regional chief also talked about, we also work at the national scale, international scale, and with leadership through the AFN. We work with Leadership Council to hear and work with and provide technical support And we are also part of sort of the various resource councils that exist that came from the Leadership Council. And we work with them as much as we can to bring forward a cohesive approach to resource management writ large. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, I have to, I remember now. There you go. So this map is something that we have worked on over the last couple of years to provide just a snapshot of some of the regional organizations that work in fisheries, or different First Nation communities that work in fisheries. And it's part of the structure and processes that have been developed over the last number of decades. Many of these organizations exist with their own funding agreements. They have their own capacity that work really sort of on the waters in the field on many fisheries topics, and could be a resource to support some of the nation's interests in regards to fisheries and aquatic resource management. Some of the maps, on the map, some of the organizations you may notice have a bit of a yellow gold sort of circle around it. And these organizations are ones that we have partnership accords with as Fisheries Council. And we always encourage using this structure to help advance shared interests and building that cohesive voice with different communities. We are always reaching out to different organizations as well, and we will continue to use this network and this partnership accord to really further and bring forward First Nations interests in a cohesive manner. One of the things that we also like to highlight, and it's one of the challenges that as Fisheries Council we deal with, is fisheries issues are highly complex. They go between various scopes and scales, ranging from the national, international level, all the way down to the local, right on the riverbanks issues. And so our challenge as Fisheries Council is to help bring that message, sort through that information, and try to have sort of the right conversations at the appropriate scale. So one of the things that we do at the national and international scale, and again, these are just some examples of them, is through the Pacific Salmon Treaty, there is the First Nations Caucus, and we provide some secretarial support to them to bring forward First Nation participation across the various panels, commissioner levels, panels, technical committee members, and they bring a voice for First Nations to the Pacific Salmon Commission. As well, as the Regional Chief alluded to, we previously worked on the revision of the Fisheries Act back in 2016 to around 2018. And we worked at FNFC, we facilitated a coalition working group with many of those fisheries organizations that were on the previous slide to bring forward a shared response to the national government as well as to the National Fisheries Committee. And we really saw positive outcomes from that process. BC was a really influential voice in what some of the changes did occur. And this provides a structure for us to be working on in future activities like the Aquaculture Act. At the provincial scale, if I move sort of down there, some of the coordinating committees that we have formed to support that voice includes the Salmon Coordinating Committee, the Aquaculture Coordinating Committee, and a recently formed BC First Nations Water Table and a First Nations Water Caucus. I'll have a couple more slides to talk a little bit about the caucus later in some of my updates. But these are examples of where we're trying to bring forward shared concerns, shared interests, to work on provincial matters of interest, and bringing forward and hearing from nations about where changes could be made in terms of legislation, policy, both at the national and the provincial government scale. Some of the watershed processes, many of these are with the regional bodies themselves. They operate independent of the First Fish Council, but we work with them to hear and bring their interests to the table. Examples of those processes include the Fraser Salmon Management Council, which was recently formed about 3 years ago when the Collaborative Management Agreement was signed. It provides a structure for First Nations and DFO to work on fisheries management issues relating to the Fraser watershed, as well as technical processes like the Skeena First Nations Technical Committee and other stewardship groups in that process. And finally, in the local scale, these are where the rights-based conversations take place, direct bilateral conversations between First Nations and government. These are a little bit more specific on fisheries planning and when fisheries to be executed. And again, we work through those structures and processes to make sure that the voices from the local makes its way up, all the way up to the national and international scale, and vice versa. In terms of the Fisheries Council, I won't spend too much time on this slide, but one of the key key things I would refer back to is the BC First Nation Fisheries Action Plan, which the Leadership Council, Bcafn, had an instrumental role in developing. It was the mandate, it created the formation of the Fisheries Council, back in 2006, 2007. And within the action plan, it created our marching orders, which we always go back to as staff. There's 6 themes, 70 recommendations, but one of the challenges that the council had always pointed out was that there was no committed resourcing to execute that plan. And so that required the Fisheries Council to go out and identify resourcing, either both working with government as well as other charitable sources to identify ways to develop work plans and resource those activities. Over the last 10 years, we've continued that work, and the main pieces of work that we've continued to do is continuing to help address that fragmented voice that we see with First Nations in terms of bringing a coherent approach to some of these complicated issues. The structures and processes that we develop and work with is to help address those concerns and to make a bit more of a more structured approach to this conversation. And we also like to clarify and always make mention that FNFC as an organization is not a rights holder and does not engage in that bilateral space for dialogue on allocation and access of the nations. Our role in that process is really just as a convener on matters of common concern. A little bit about sort of some of the work that we do in terms of collaborative relationships. FNFC has a commitment to action accord with DFO dating back to 2010, and it provides the mechanism for us to maintain a collaborative relationship with them in the sense that we want to work together on fisheries. We understand that First Nations have a vested interest in fisheries and aquatic resource, and that there is a platform, there is a need for DFO to work with us on a number of these issues. That C2A agreement has further expanded in 2018 to include the Oceans Protection Plan program, and it brought forward, included other federal agencies in that conversation, including Transport Canada, Natural Resource Canada, Environment Canada, CERNA, as well as Canadian Coast Guards. And the form of that is a new Oceans Protection Plan Commitment to Action Accord. And most recently, if we turn our attention to the provincial government, in 2019, we signed a memorandum of understanding with the provincial government to look at how the provincial government can more effectively work with First Nations on fisheries and fisheries, as well as working across the multiple ministries, including MIR, MOE, and MAF. And so I'll have a little bit more, another slide on that a little bit. In terms of the structure of organization, the Fish Council has 14 regions. Our executive, our board, comes from delegates from each of those 14 regions. We recently had an organizational reshuffle into 5 sectors now. So there's the Executive Management Unit, Corporate Services, Partnerships and Intergovernmental Relationships, Habitat and Environmental Protection, as well as the section that I lead, which is the Policy and Fish Management Unit. In terms of staffing, FNFC has grown from our early days of 5 staff into now we have approximately 20 full-time employees right now. And most recently, since 2020, we've expanded into 10 new positions to suit some of the number of activities that are ongoing on. I'm going to provide a bit more of a snapshot update on some of the more fisheries topics that are happening right now. Obviously, the decline of wild salmon is on the top of everyone's mind. It is a big concern and is one of the main priorities in our strategy plan, our strategic plan. The decline of wild salmon has been decades in the making. The science has shown us that there's numerous issues, numerous causes that cumulatively has attributed to the decline of wild Pacific salmon. From overharvesting, mismanagement, oceans conditions, climate change, predation, high seafood availability, and of course the season pathogens from net pen fish farms, all of which have caused and contributed to the decline of wild Pacific salmon. In response, both the federal and the provincial governments over the last number of years has released new initiatives to hopefully address these concerns. DFO, with their Pacific Salmon Strategy Initiative, PSSI, they've committed resourcing over 5 years, $647 million, but concerns regarding sort of that budget transparency that the regional chief was talking about, that remains high on the radar. As well, it's been about 2 years of that program, and to date, we haven't really seen a lot of clear direction from DFO in terms of sort of how they're implementing it, how they're approaching it, and how they're working with First Nations to address the number of issues that relates to recovery of Pacific salmon. In that regard, the FNFC has been continuing to open dialogue with the department, and we drafted a few options and presented that to the department in terms of working together on a shared strategy on salmon conservation. And I'll have a slide on that in a little bit. On the parallel side, the provincial government, they've come forward with their own BC wild salmon strategy. These conversations would seem to be a little bit more positive and collaborative with the provincial counterparts, although the challenge remains is that they have not provided a formal mandate nor the resourcing required to develop and implement such a comprehensive plan. Recently, both Canada, so the federal government, as well as the province of BC, have announced that they've doubled their contributions, their own respective contributions to the BC Shrift program, and they are now receiving proposals for that. One of the things that we've heard from First Nations that are concerns about that program, though, is that they need to have a greater participation in the review of those projects, as well as the identification oversight of the BC Shrift program. Related to that, the FNFC has also been directed to begin to apply more pressure on both sides of the government, both the federal and the provincial government, to work together on one shared strategy. We recognize that it's having separate strategies from the federal government and the provincial governments, as well as what the First Nations themselves want to develop. That's going to be a challenge, and it's going to create a very mixed bagged approach. So what we've been hearing from First Nations is really a strong need to work together on one common shared strategy that brings together the objectives that First Nations have and how to work with federal and provincial governments and the resourcing that's required to move forward on salmon recovery. The regional chief has also talked a little bit about some of just the high-level update on some of the salmon runs this year. We still early in sort of coming out from the fishing season, or not yet fully, but here's some general trends that we have seen with some of the sockeye fisheries. Other than the Fraser runs, many runs seems to have experienced higher than expected returns for sockeye, in particular the Skeena, West Coast Vancouver Island, and Okanagan. It's still quite early in terms of some of the information that we are gathering, some of the postseason data that needs to be collected. But we are what we understand is that one of the drivers for the Fraser run returns has been a lower return for some of the early summer returns. So that is a cause for concern. As well, for the first time ever at the international scale, Canada and the US actually disagreed on what the in-season run size was for Fraser sockeye, and it resulted in some challenges to the fisheries that occurred. Again, these are something that the RDG is aware of, and there's conversations that are taking place at the PSC to better understand what occurred, the mechanisms, and how do we respond and work with the US counterparts to ensure that this doesn't occur again. As we mentioned, right now it's still early to identify sort of where and why some of the fish returns came back above estimate, or in the Fraser sense, why it came back below. But we are still trying to collect that information and trying to better understand how influence from coastwide resulted from fisheries, both fishery closures as well as fisheries that occurred, ocean conditions, ocean survival, etc. As well, there's ongoing concerns, of course, with productivity and migration, referencing Big Bar landslide as a major migration impediment, as well as warm wind river temperatures that we still don't know have impacts on potential productivity and spawning events. So those things we won't know until much later in this year. In terms of some of the Chinook, we are, again, still quite early in this, so we don't really have all that information yet. But Chinook returns continue to be projected to be below historical average, with some concerns on declining Chinook stocks. And it's something that my next slide is going to be talking a little bit about as well. One of the key updates that I wanted to raise to your attention today as well is DFO's proposal, or at least a framework discussion paper on mass marking mark selective fisheries. It's something that's been on the minds of many of the First Nations and fisheries organizations that's been working on this issue. But DFO over the summer did release a discussion paper that sort of signaled their approach and their to implement this new fisheries management regime. I won't go into this in much detail. The FNFC has been working with the Salmon Coordinating Committee to develop a shared response. But the key thing that I do want to raise to your attention today is that if this framework is sort of move ahead and DFO does move down this path of pursuing mass marking and mark selective fisheries, we do believe this is a sizable shift in fisheries management across the Pacific region, and that there is significant potential that it could infringe on Aboriginal priority fishing rights. We raise this to your attention because we do think that some of these conversations that are taking place exceed the technical and operation lens, and that there are some other political drivers that are at play that is influencing the discussions that DFO is holding. And so what we do recommend is that political leaders work with the First Nations Fisheries Council, other fisheries organizations, to develop support from leadership that can help raise attention to this negative issue and raise concerns to DFO that implementing mass marking mark selective fisheries in Pacific salmon fisheries would entail. Right now, DFO's proposal is sort of limited to South Coast Chinook, but we do anticipate that once the proverbial cat is out of the box, it's going to be really hard to close up again. So we will be following up with further information and the response that FNFC is currently developing. We're just still in the latter stages of completing it and finishing some of the reviews that needs to take place internally. The other relevant update that might be of interest to this group as well is that DFO has finally released the terms of reference for the salmon allocation policy review. This has been about 2 years in the making, so a very long time. But FNFC is planning to facilitate a working group similar to a coalition working group approach to work together on this review of the salmon allocation policy. And we also plan to convene broad tier 1 engagement as well as tier 2 engagements on this later. And we'll have more information to share as we get into a little bit more planning around what that entails. DFO released that about a month ago. In terms of updates on the BC relationship and our member of understanding, just a little bit of background context, the MOU provides a framework for working with the BC government on overcoming systemic barriers, coordinating intergovernmental relations, supporting communications, and exploring innovative approaches to support First Nations involvement in fisheries initiatives. The MOU started in 2018, and it facilitated this one window approach for FNFC to work together across multiple provincial agencies. This work has led to restructuring of ministries as well as the creation of a new ministry, the Ministry of Lands, Water Resource Stewardship. And most recently in discussions with Minister Osborne, we do understand that she's interested in doing a refresh of the MOU to complement this new direction. And through this MOU, what we're hopefully going to be working on is a more structured approach to working with the government so that the ministries associated with the MOU could be better organized and more clarity on the new mandate for the new ministry. And some of the priorities that we're working under this new MOU would include protecting wild salmon, the co-development of a coastal marine strategy, as well as the co-development of a watershed security strategy via the water table that I mentioned earlier during the presentation. For the water table, what we've done and has most recently is established and launched a province-wide First Nations Water Caucus and Water Table, with the goal is to work in partnership with the province to strengthen watershed security and sustainability. The water table itself was launched in June 27th of this summer, and it includes up to 15 delegates from across BC, and we're convening meetings to bring together delegates from across BC to participate and work together on priorities and interests around freshwater and aquatic resource. We recently had a meeting actually up in Kamloops, and we are working with the province of BC to identify broad level legislation, regulation, and land use planning policies and programs that can facilitate shared decisions making and support with First Nations in regards to water governance. And some of the ministries that are involved include the new Ministry of Lands, Waters, and Resource Stewardship, Ministry of Forests, Indigenous Relations, and Reconciliation, as well as the Ministry of Health. And that's just a bit of a schematic in terms of the water table itself and working with the water caucus and some of the water groups, the technical working groups that might be formed to help support that process. The FNFC did meet with the minister on September the 6th and working with her to better understand some of the key priorities involved in that. Through that conversation, there were three main topics that we identified working to put on her radar. First is the development of a single coordinated salmon strategy. We want to work together with BC, with First Nations, with the federal department, so that we're working on a common strategy with the funding and resources towards salmon recovery. The second is establishing buy-in for the development of IPCA's Indigenous Protected Conservation Areas focused on protection of salmon and salmon habitat, as well as we wanted to promote First Nation involvement in the BC Shrift program. I would echo the regional chief's update in the sense that we have found that, through the number of changes in the federal government and the ministers, it has been quite difficult to work with this minister in particular, and with the department over the last 2 years of COVID. It has been definitely a huge challenge to work with them and for them to come out and work with First Nations. It's something that we have identified to them, and hopefully things will be improving as we sort of move beyond the COVID work environment. In terms of the salmon strategy, as we mentioned earlier, we know that there's a PSSI program under the DFO. We know that BC wants to do their wild salmon strategy. We know First Nation wants to have a salmon strategy as well. This one shared strategy approach would bring together all three levels of governments to work together in a formal tripartite manner. What we're recommending to the group is that there needs to be a formal agreement in place. Quite simply, that we need to work together. Salmon extinction is not an option, and that through this agreement, through this structure, we can coordinate and align funding to resource a comprehensive and a cohesive strategy. We can also make use of respective federal legislation, provincial legislations that can help promote salmon recovery, including Species at Risk Act, as well as BC's own conservation listings, as well as the Fisheries Act fish stock provisions. I've got 2 more slides, and then I'll be finished with my presentation here, and no questions. Some of the science collaboration updates that I wanted to provide. FNFC started a Indigenous Technical Advisory Network, I-10 for short. This is to help support some of the more policy-oriented coordinating committees that FNFC already has. And it invites First Nations technicians, biologists, Indigenous knowledge holders to convene and develop shared technical advice on matters of broad interest and broad concerns. Some of the examples that we worked on most recently include the Fish Stock Provisions Program and the limit reference point that under the Fisheries Act. We've also been working on the Marine Finfish Conditions of License update. And moving forward, we'll be working on both the mass marking mark selective fisheries technical working groups, and as well as provide some technical support into development of the Open Net Pen Transition Plan. On regards to the international scale, we've also been working with the PSC and to the BECI, the Basin Scale Events to Coastal Impacts that Dr. Brian Riddell was going to present on later. These are early discussions, and we still need to figure out how we're going to be, how that would work. But we are discussing with them on terms of how we can bring forward First Nations to participate in these programs and be more involved in international scale scientific activities that has a big role in salmon survival in the high seas and offshore areas. And finally, also want to draw attention to the Indigenous Gathering of Indigenous Salmon Peoples. FNFC is also supporting this event to help identify opportunities to promote international collaboration with Indigenous peoples across the Pacific. And we'll have more to update on that event later on. The last thing that I would want to update and draw your attention to is that our fall assembly, our annual fall assembly, is going to be occurring on October 12th and 13th. They will actually be in the same venue, hosted by Musqueam, and we do invite you to attend. We will have in-person as well as a virtual option, so if of interest, please make sure that you visit this link and register, and we're looking forward to seeing you all in person and at the event. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention and time.
That was a lot of information. You get the award for the most information and slides, though, I think, today. Anyways, thank you so very much to Regional Chief Terry Tiji and to Jansen Wong for accommodating us with a change in schedule. We have a number of questions, a number of people who want to address. I will mark down number 4 on the list. A couple of things I'm going to keep in mind here. I know this is a fulsome discussion. I know it's always a hot thing that we want to talk about here. I encourage you to do that. I also like to remind you this is not our last item on the agenda. We still have a forum to get to. We need to get to that forum today. So with permission, I'm going to ask that you make it short and sweet. So with that, I'm going to go over to microphone number 22, followed by 13, 31, and 28.
Thank you.
Short and sweet.
Thank you, Jansen. And I'll ignore that. This is important. It's saddened to me that that something so important was squeezed into the information. I mean, if anybody wanted to see what it felt like to be at a DFO meeting, I think we've just seen that, because leaving it to the very end with zero time for anybody to respond, that's frustrating. You said it's an important topic, yet rush it. And I know that right now I'm taking my own time to say that, but this is huge. Now, first of all, the Fraser River is a linear construct in nature. Agreed? Anything that happens above the Fraser River, like the Big Bar Slide we've heard about, the Mount Poly, it runs past us, it affects the marina, it affects everybody all the way out to the ocean. The same goes in reverse. The same goes in reverse. You know what I read, and I've read this in a letter, and I've quoted it to 4 or 5 different meetings that I've been in. I've been in quite a few in the last little while, that the First Nations are not concerned. Do you realize this? First Nations are not concerned about fish farms. Like, who believes that? And yet the First Nations Fisheries Council, in their letter, had put that out. And that's really frustrating to me, because I know different. You know, you're talking about engagement with all these different groups. I just not the First Nation Wild Salmon Alliance that has a huge voice across BC. We're the only group that is not paid for. We don't go to the mothership for, to see where the funding is. We go and try and do stuff for our nations. And so it's really important. I want you to know that to not address, and we're right at the finish line. There's no reason to camp out at the finish line around the wild salmon and the farm salmon issue. The priority is wild salmon. If you don't, and I've asked this of the First Nations Fisheries Council before, can you prioritize wild salmon over farm salmon? I'd like to hear a yes out of that organization, because we've pulled our support out of there, because every time I've come, they've said no. I'm just wondering, because I want to tell you, it's just like a peeing section in a swimming pool. You can't have both. It's going to end up floating upstream. It's going to end up floating downstream. It affects us all. And so to say that you're talking with First Nations and to put it out there that we're not concerned about fish farms, that's ludicrous. That's ludicrous. I don't know if maybe it's you're trying to put it out under the radar. But I hear, even the regional chief didn't bring up very much about fish farms. It's huge. We got them. Why camp out at the finish line? I know First Nations have, I understand that it's our brothers that have fish farms. We have to figure out a way of quickly making sure that they're taken care of. They made the mistake of buying into it. If I would have, I probably would be sticking up for it the same, but I hope that I'd have the same understanding that the other nations are saying, please, now that we know the truth, the science is there, we're gonna do whatever we can to support you. And the First Nations Fisheries Council, I believe, has to take a step back and go, listen, we need to make sure that we're supporting every voice along that Fraser River that is affected by it, because there are a lot. And I just wanted to say that we are, right now, they're talking about the Fraser Salmon Management Council. Call it what it is. It's the roadmap meeting. People were falling off the roadmap, so they ended up pumping up more money, put it into the Fraser Salmon Management Council. We keep doing that. We got to have an independent voice, and I think that that's what we really need here, is to have a collective voice. We've asked DFO, is there funding for us to create our own science, to have our own science look at the effects of the farm salmon? They said, yeah, it all goes through the First Nation Fisheries Council. Our money that we should be able to utilize as a nation, it goes through them, and they can't prioritize one over the other. I don't know. I just see something wrong with that. Cook Jim.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to Jansen. Is there any response to that?
Yeah, sure. I can respond quickly. No, thank you for the comments, and I definitely hear them. You know, we understand that, you know, fisheries is a holistic approach, it's an ecosystem, and what happens, you know, from the spawning areas up to the migration area and the oceans and vice versa, there's impacts along the way, and it's a very important consideration when it comes to how we work together on salmon recovery. One of the challenges that we have as Fisheries Council, and it's something that you know, we are definitely not ignoring, is that there's a lot of complicated and voices with regards to this discussion on fish farms. There are, one of the key things I would say is we have heard from many First Nations that are involved in that process. They voice sort of issues and their concerns in that conversation. And as Fisheries Council, we have to be balanced in the approach that we take that. It's one of the things that, you know, we work with and we bring to government in terms of we need to have First Nations consent in this conversation. We've heard that, you know, the transition plan itself, it's a spectrum. People need to better understand what that looks like. We also want to accommodate those nations that are part of that process. And so in the work that we do, we are definitely part of that technical working group to better understand the science and the work that includes into developing that transition plan. We are supporting the nations in having that tier 1 conversation so that we better understand each other's approach, like you mentioned. And we want to make sure that DFO doesn't go about developing this transition plan in a way that, you know, is going to impact the nations broadly. And so it is definitely still high on our priority list to be working on. And it's something that as an organization, we have a lot of focus on making sure that this plan is developed in a way that can meet the needs and objectives that nations have voiced to us. So I appreciate the comment.
We'll go over to microphone number 13, please. Chief Leespan, that's you. Yeah.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for that, Leespan, Chief Coata Band. I need to ask a couple of questions and comments, and I totally agree with my brother Cookby James Hobart on what he just said. I'm not very happy with the First Nations Fishery Council, but also with the First Nations Leadership Council on how they responded back to the fish farms. Need to be listening to the chiefs of British Columbia. You know, in all the fisheries meetings that I went to, you know, we never hardly seen very many leadership council members there. And I raised that question. And in regards to the fish farms, you know, it's been killing off our wild salmon for over 35 years. Probably been about that same time when the Nlaka'pam nations stopped eating coho. Last year, just before the atmospheric river happened, we had the highest number of coho return, but just to be wiped out. So the question to you, Terry, and to Jansen from FNFC is, how did you respond to the fish farms and what's going on in that area? Because, you know, it's, I sat on the board about 5 years ago about fish farms and not very happy with it, and getting a funny look from people in the marine area about why is an interior chief sitting on a board like that. You know, in the past 5 years, CNA, which is the Silk Nlaka'pam Assembly, consists of 8 bands. We had to purchase salmon from Alaska. Who's going to advocate us to hand that invoice in to the Minister of DFO or the federal government? Because they're not fulfilling that role of FSC. And it seems like we're being the forgotten. I've been pretty quiet up until now, and it's getting very frustrating. And I say that because that was the reason I joined politics 13 years ago, was to be the voice for our people at the salmon table. So I hope this message goes loud and clear to the First Nations Leadership Council that you need to be advocating for us and not those fish farms. Goksham.
Thank you, Chief Liesbahan. We'll go first to Regional Chief, and then we'll go over to Jensen. Microphone number 5, please.
Thank you, Chief, for those good words. And certainly we've seen some positive movements in the last few years in regards to some of the fish farms as there is a transition. But at the same time, you know, some of those decisions have been not followed up on in terms of the DFO. I think what we're also seeing here as part of the Leadership Council is reflecting on our relationship with the First Nations Fisheries Council. As Jansen presented there in regards to the mandate, it's outdated. I think it's an opportune time as you bring up these very important issues in this time. Perhaps we need to see more out of the First Nations Fisheries Council that reflects the changing times, especially in regards to, I mean, what we've seen here for quite some time is a declining fish stocks of, you know, many of the species out there that is related to not only fish farms, but climate change, etc., but also in the current landscape of politics, especially in regards to DFO. And we've put this in our letters time and again that free, prior, and informed consent is an important piece to implementing UNDRIP, and that needs to be involved and followed up on with the Fisheries Act, with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. So I think it's a real opportune time. It's high time to renew our MOU with the First Nations Fisheries Council to reflect on the current needs, as you've stated, or time and again, in regards to some of the issues, including fish farms, but also making it clear who speaks on some of these issues in regards to fisheries. I think it's because, you know, this is one thing I'm struggling with our relationship with FNFC, and it's not just FNFC and picking on FNFC. It's with some of the councils that have perhaps outdated mandates, and also relations with the First Nations Leadership Council, and moreover, I think it's updating these things that was presented by Jansen. Thank you.
Is that microphone number 2? Yep. So Jansen, please. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for your comments, Chief Liesbahan. You know, I would say we further recommit, you know, as an organization, we're committed to working collaboratively to make sure that this transition plan is, you know, done by 2025. It's something that we've, you know, continued to hammer down to DFO, that this is a commitment that the federal government, the minister has made, and that this needs to happen. And so one of the things that we're continuing to be doing is working with the Aquaculture Coordinating Committee, with the Coalition Working Group, to better understand and bring forward the interest from, you know, all the nations that are interested in this, including those that are part of it, as well as those that are opposed to it. And so we want to create that vehicle, that forum to enable that conversation. And it's something that we are going to continue to do an update on. So it's definitely not a priority that is lost on the Fish Council, if that came across in any of the presentations or the communications that as an organization we provided. You know, one of the things that I can say definitely is, you know, our priority in terms of Fish Council is making sure wild salmon is back. That's our number one priority in our strategic plan. It's some of the conversation that we know. And so that we want to make sure in that regard, we bring a cohesive and a collective approach to addressing all the issues that are, you know, contributing to the decline. And that includes NetPen, that includes a number of things that are also happening. And we need to make sure that we are focusing, we're looking at all of those wings in a holistic nature so that we can put our resources and our efforts collectively with the federal government and with the provincial governments to make sure that we're addressing all the impacts that are contributing to the collapse of Pacific salmon. And so I want to make sure that, you know, if there's opportunities that we can work with the Leadership Council, with the Bcfn, and with leadership here, we can continue to do that, because I think that's utmost importance to what we're facing across the board.
Thank you. We'll go over to microphone number 31, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gela Kesla, Hamas the local atle, Nuguam Galaga, Megais and Laka Quaquasuitinuquaquatmis. I've been asked by my chief and council, they contacted me late last night to come and share concerns that my nation's leadership has in relationship to fish farms, in relationship to the First Nation Fisheries Council, and in relationship to the First Nations Leadership Council. I'm disappointed in the report today, Terry. I didn't hear any update in terms of the transition plan for the fish farms that DFO is currently conducting. And the reason I say that is because I've provided you specifically and the Leadership Council members detailed information as recent as, I don't know, 3 days ago. And it's not the first. And I find it laughable, sorry, no offense, okay? I find it laughable that the Fisheries Council can report out here today that they are going to, how did you put it? You are going to monitor DFO. We're going to update on the transition planning process that's currently underway. I've spoken to 4 First Nation chiefs that participated in the initial round of the transition planning for fish farms. I've spoken to the Pacific Salmon Foundation, I've spoken to Living Oceans. And the entire presentation from DFO and the guiding questions are leading. They are not objective. The fix is on, is what I want First Nation chiefs to know. The fix is on for DFO, and now it seems to me, with the Fisheries Council involved in that fix, with the reporting today and lack of reporting, and pretending that there's an involvement. Now, I've spoken, I met with the minister, I don't know, a couple weeks back. I've had 4 or 5 meetings with her senior staff, and just so you know, they told me the Fisheries Council has stepped back from the Oversight Committee for the First Nation Fish Farm Transition Planning. I'm not sure if that's news to you, but that's not what you just said. And that was the call I had yesterday morning with the minister's office's staff. And so I would suggest that if any council is going to come before a gathering of chiefs, that your information is accurate, that your information is timely, and the information is helpful. Because what I learned yesterday talking with the senior staff in the minister's office is not what you said. But I want to get back to, Terry, your first report. You talked about protection of Aboriginal rights. You talked about legislative reform. And you talked about fisheries and oceans programs and initiatives. The DFO fish farm transition planning process is every one of those. And I didn't hear you speak about it. I heard you speak about representing for the Mi'kmaq and the Marshall, and that's awesome. What about British Columbia? Are we so beholden to 8 or 10 votes that we're not going to stand up for the food security of First Nations across the province? And this is something I've heard from DFO and I hear from the Fisheries Council. There are First Nations that support the fish farm industry. Everyone, there's 10. Okay, 10. There are over 100 that have come forward saying they support the transition of fish farms out of the ocean. There are resolutions at the Bcafn, at the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, and the First Nations Summit. If your marching orders are not being adhered to, why are we here? If we make discussions and informed decisions and give direction to the Leadership Council and it's not followed up on, why are we here? If we're not pushing for political advocacy for the food security of 90% of the First Nations in British Columbia, why are we here? This is a very pressing issue that I've been alerting the Leadership Council specifically for almost 2 years of constant reporting and providing information to inform, to arm, and to get real action in relationship to your resolutions as chiefs. And this is what we have today. My chief is not happy with this. And in terms of the Fisheries Council, in the very first slide, that the Fisheries Council has a political mandate. Have you read the terms of reference for the Leadership Council that came about from the All Chiefs Task Force that clearly says the Leadership Council is the political lead and councils like the Fisheries Council are technical? Now, I don't see, and this is one of the questions that I've asked, because I'm not just a rabble-rouser, I want to know information. And so I've posed to all three organizations, is there a ratification process? Is there a means within the terms of reference of the Leadership Council to alter the terms of reference? I've received no response. I had to forward emails to the Fisheries Council from June, July, and August, and I finally got a response. And it was about some very fundamental pieces about transparency, accountability, chief's direction. And the Fisheries Council letter said, gee, sorry, we're going to ignore 14 of your questions. And when I spoke to my council about that, that's utterly unacceptable. And to think that, Terry, you mentioned time to revisit the MOU. I agree. I think the Fisheries Council needs to stay abreast of every topic that relates to food security, not just what their board communities are interested in, but the broad interest in protection of food for British Columbia First Nations. And not to be steered by two members of the Fisheries Council whose nations and families are benefiting from fish farms at the expense of all of your salmon in your communities. And so, yeah, because I could ask, and it would never happen, I could ask the Fisheries Council, let's see all the briefing notes that you provided the Leadership Council over the 10 years on disease, on problems with policy, conditions of license, and everything else. You wouldn't have more than half a coffee's worth of reading because there hasn't been. And so I'm here to tell you that I've met with the DFO minister on behalf of the First Nation Wild Salmon Alliance. I continue to engage with senior staff to get the transition planning to be an objective exercise. That's it, an objective exercise. Because if the First Nation Fisheries Council has been involved in some manner, which I'm unclear, it isn't. The process that's rolling out with DFO right now is exactly what the Fisheries Council letter said. This is of no concern to First Nations. And so when I think about it, I don't know that there's something in the terms of reference for the Leadership Council to make changes to that terms of reference. So, Regional Chief, that means that there is no redefining the MOU with the Fisheries Council, other than to really look at that and measure objectively how well each council has reported to you as Regional Chief to do the political advocacy you're elected to do. because I'm not seeing it. On behalf of the First Nation Wild Salmon Alliance, and I need you to understand this, it's Jansen or Jason? Jansen? Jansen, thank you. Our tribal council that our nation is part of wrote a letter to the Fisheries Council a long time ago saying, you do not speak for us. You do not represent us in any way, shape, or form. I understand that Chief James Hobarth of the Intlakepnik, and I believe they have penned a similar letter. And I know that there are other nations that have spoken to me. I just received a text, we should do a resolution to dissolve the Fisheries Council. This is the sentiment amongst leadership today. And so that tells me quite clearly that the First Nation Fisheries Council does not enjoy support of First Nations writ large across BC. So how is it then that you can step forward and say we're going to monitor the transition but not really pay attention? We're going to work towards a common vision for all First Nations, but we're not supported by all of them. These are logic questions that don't make sense to me. You mentioned the Aquaculture Coordinating Committee. I would really be interested to read what they've developed. Because I know I attended one a number of years back. It was like stepping back into kindergarten. But when I think about where do we go from here, I want folks to know, and I want the Fisheries Council to know, and I want the First Nation Leadership Council to know, the First Nation Wild Salmon Alliance enjoys a membership of 60+ First Nations. We're not an inconsequential group of political leaders. We are not some small little group. And to this, I know I pointed out before at a Fisheries Council presentation, why isn't the Wild Salmon Alliance on your map? It's because we are not an ARM body. We are not an Aboriginal Fish Strategy body. We are a collective of First Nation leaders speaking from a title and rights perspective about food security for wild salmon. And this is going to continue. But I think what needs to really happen, and I really want the Leadership Council members that are here and the representative for the Fisheries Council, this whole scenario of the relationship between the First Nation Fisheries Council and First Nations and the Leadership Council deserves a few days' attention. Because we're on the verge of extinction. We're there. But I want to finish off, and I know I'm taking up an almost appropriate amount of time. In the Broughton Archipelago, which has been ground zero of the fish farm fight for a very long time, we implemented the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People for the very first time. And we developed a transition plan to remove fish farms based upon our traditional Indigenous ecological knowledge. And we identified 2 fish farms that we knew were exactly on the tide run from Hada River of Bond Sound. I don't expect you to remember any of that, but what I want you to know is we were right. 2 years ago, the official count of pink returns to the Hada River was 197. Well, after those farms were gone, where these juveniles were delivered directly to after they left the river, when those farms weren't there, today, I can honestly tell you, the numbers that I received last night from the official count coming from about 200 pinks is over 11,000. And this isn't the first time. This moving of farms out of the migratory routes happened in about 2004, and we saw the same bounce back. And if you're a Fraser River First Nation, you should be very concerned about Discovery Islands. 90% of your fish goes through there. And then what I want you also to know is on the east coast of Vancouver Island, up around Port Hardy, there are expansion applications right now. And so they're just moving the pressure further up, and it's still going to have the same impact. And for Skeena and Nass and every other river on the Central Coast, I really do hope you find your voice to oppose this, because they'll come up there next. And the last thing I want to say, I really had hoped I was going to be contacted to make a formal presentation here, is I have a wonderful PowerPoint outlining facts. Not my opinion, but facts, and that are being ignored by the Leadership Council, that are being ignored by the Fisheries Council. And that to me is unacceptable, because I want your grannies to get fish, and I want your grandchildren to be able to do it too. That's what drives me, right? And I'll never meet them, but it's important to me to have that opportunity. And I'm telling you now, there is no sustained, focused political advocacy for wild salmon in British Columbia. There isn't. This is where the Wild Salmon Alliance comes in, where we have myself as chair at this time. We have supports of media. We have government relations support, which has been incredibly helpful. We got legal advice. We want to build the Wild Salmon Alliance to be the irrefutable voice and political advocacy by nation's terms to look after our wild salmon. It's not happening today. And I encourage you all to make sure that you attend the UBCIC meeting next Tuesday, because I'll be able to do the fulsome PowerPoint presentation. We've got an amazing binder of information to arm you to speak up in the transition planning. It's all factual. It's all taken from thousands of pages of DFO internal communications. We can show you, and we will provide you that information to show you how offside DFO is. And this is what the Fisheries Council is supporting by remaining silent on the opposition of First Nations to fish farms. And there's also going to be a science update. There is going to be a really well-rounded package. And I really want you, if you want to see protection from this one stressor, because there are a lot of things, but this is one we can reach out and touch today. And then we can focus our attention and energy on the other things like flood mitigation, on wildfire repair, and start to look at rehabilitating the province for salmon. But it's not happening today. And if the FNFC is not supported by all First Nations, what right do they have to sit with the province and DFO to develop one strategic plan when they don't speak for all First Nations? That is a government. And this should be a concern to every chief. This should be a concern for the entire Leadership Council, that the government is pursuing a path knowingly excluding First Nations. Itsnaka, that's not right. They should be doing things that are inclusive of all First Nations, not going to the same room where many of us are not sitting and they know it. And so this is where we need to come together with a strong political voice. And it's not here today for a variety of reasons, but we can do it. We need to build the Wild Salmon Alliance. We need membership. We need nations to come say, I want to have a voice. I want to make sure that our needs are met politically in a way that helps our salmon. So, Madam Chair, thank you for providing me the minutes you have. And I say this with the greatest amount of respect. I want our families to have salmon. That's it. And so I pay attention. Gaelic.
Number 5, please.
Yeah, thank you, Bob. That is certainly a summary and reflection of our current state in terms of fisheries, and I certainly reflect on the Wild Salmon Alliance meetings that began many years ago, and then too, I'm reminded of we're trying to make sense of all these organizations and all those issues that came up at that time. And one of the issues that came up was, like, some of the organizations were beholden to the money that was coming in, and the reason why they didn't do the work they were supposed to do. So perhaps this is the thing. We all thought that the good work with Broughton. There was an assumption that Discovery is going to be same as Broughton. We were hoping, and obviously it's not. There's there's issues in regards to how decisions are made, and DFO are getting into some of those decisions, including the decisions in terms of the transition and the oversight committee, which I understand was appointment was Jordan. And so my question is, well, how did you get to that decision? You didn't ask me, didn't ask us. And I think those are important decisions where DFO assumes too much, or maybe they're not assuming. Maybe it is by design. So I think it's an important points that Bob, you bring up, especially in this work that you have been doing on behalf of the Wild Salmon Alliance, that really I think it's one stressor, like you said, of many that we need to deal with in regards to what's currently happening. So I think, this is why it's really important to have a bigger meeting about fisheries and about all the issues of fisheries. And I think it's not only the issues that we're dealing with. I'm glad to hear you had many meetings with Joyce Murray. I had a hell of a time getting 2 hours with her these many months since she came into power, and even before that, Minister Jordan, Minister Wilkinson, the letter to Minister Wilkinson. What happened with that? We shared a letter, myself, Bob, and Jordan, about all the issues and nothing was followed up. So I think, it's, one thing that we do have in control here is our relationships. And this is why I bring back our relationships with the FNFC, and perhaps it is high time to revisit our relationships with the FNFC. And perhaps, engaging with those First Nations of 10 that are part of this discovery area that have interest in fish farms. I think we need a real discussions in regards to how is that going to look? And certainly I want to have those discussions, and I think we all do at the FNLC. In regards to many of the issues that is occurring in regards to fish farms, but also to many issues that we're dealing with in terms of fisheries, following up with many of the court decisions that we were asked to intervene in and also follow up with. So I would suggest that perhaps we do need dedicated time. Obviously, this isn't enough in regards to the fisheries issue. So more importantly, I think it's not only getting the appropriate time, but making sure and following up with some of our relations in terms of the current times that we have. Things have changed drastically compared to when the FNFC first began. Things have changed since the beginning of the FNLC. So I think it needs to be reflective of the current times, the current state of affairs, and make sure that we follow through it from a political level. And making sure that those relations with the DFO, that despite the fact that I've been having troubles in regards to them listening, is to make sure that they put this on the high priority in regards to the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. Thank you, Ursula.
We'll go back over to microphone number 1, please. Number 1.
Yeah, no, appreciate the comments, and Bob, you're always eloquent in your words and in the comments and feedback. You're never afraid to share them, so really appreciate that. I won't be able to, speak to every single topic. I think, we just don't have the time for that today, but I echo, the regional chief yourself. Fisheries is highly complex. There's a number of things that, this agenda time, we can only touch on so few things. And so having some additional time, I know if the Fisheries Council would appreciate working with the Leadership Council and leadership here to better unpack some of these conversations and to have a little bit more in-depth discussions on, bringing awareness and bringing sort of a strategy to this topic. Some of the things that maybe I will speak to in just a short response is I know a number of issues that Bob, you had raised. My executive director, Jordan Point, has communicated with you over the last number of months, years probably, and I think that conversation is a welcome one because I think from your comments, I'm hearing, certainly we're sharing the same objectives that wild salmon extinction is not an option. There is no greater cause that all of us are united on, and that our work collectively is to make sure that there's food security, wild salmon in place for many generations to come, and we want to make sure that that's what we're all working towards. So I think that direction, that common objective, I would say it's something that unites us all and will enable us to continue to have these conversations moving forward. With regards to some of the specific responses, as well as our withdrawal, the FNSFC's withdrawal from the Strategic Oversight Committee of the Net Pen Transition Plan process, we did CC the Leadership Council when we were withdrawing, and it was something that if I missed in my update, I just, it was something that has been communicated to Leadership Council in prior communications, but we are committed still to participating in the technical process because I think that's an area that we have more value in and that we're able to better support the process through the technical support that we as an organization can provide. One of the comments that I think you're bang on in bringing up about the Fisheries Council role is we don't speak for all First Nations, and that's actually something that we are very we make sure that we point out. Our role in this process is to bring First Nations together to offer their voices to this conversation, but we don't at any time speak for any one nation or all First Nations in BC. That's the role that is not the role of the Fisheries Council. So I would agree with your statement on that front. Our role is a convener on matters of broad and shared concern, and that's continues to do on the work that we do. I don't believe we actually, in our slide, said we had a political mandate. If that came off as in there, I think that clarification needs to be made. But again, I appreciate the comments and future conversations.
We're going to go over to microphone number 28 to wrap up this topic. So microphone 28, with final comments from our presenters.
Unlike my counterpart there, I won't be as elegant or eloquent or as long. Chief Brian Tate from DT First Nation. 2019 or late 2019, the Toronto Tribal Council had a AGM in Campbell River, and DFO Rebecca Reed and her counterpart and regional managers were there with her. I asked her the question as to why they were cutting back on their egg takes and fry releases. They said her response was, "We do not provide economic benefits to the areas where there's a hatchery." Now they're doing a mass fin clipping program. A mass fin clipping program allows sports fishing to increase their catch for next season or the following seasons, the next salmon return cycle, 3 to 5 years. That's what that does. A mass increase in fin clipping increases sports fishing associations to harvest. This is detrimental to every First Nation along the coast because now you have accident, or what do they call it, bycatch of wild stock. And then you've got, well, I don't know what the percentage is of death on them, on what their mortality rate is, but you will get the increase in that because they will not be catching all hatchery fin clip fish. They'll be catching wild stock and then having to release it after tormenting the hell out of it for 15, 20 minutes. So I just want to bring this to your attention that this is what's going to happen with this mass fin clipping program that's going to be taking place. The reason I know this is because we have a hatchery right on our lake, Nitnat Lake. We have one of the largest hatcheries on in Western Canada. So I just want to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. We're going to, as it was comments, we'll just wrap it up there. Thank you for everybody for your appreciating. It was not my intent to be disrespectful about this topic. It was navigating availabilities of different people. We do our very best. We're also learning, as this is our first in a couple of years with not being online. So this is that hybrid situation. We have one final task to do today, and that would be our All Canada's Forum for the Male Youth Rep. So I'm going to thank you again, Jansen, and thank you again, Regional Chief, for that. We're going to go into our final item for today. I'm going to call for Zachary and Justin to join me here. You can come take your places just right next to me or around that area. And I'm just going to walk through how this is going to go. So both our male youth reps, both of our male youth reps will have an opportunity for opening statements. What we did not confirm was the amount of time. I'm going to confirm that now. It will be 4 minutes, and I will give you a 1 minute mark indicator. We invite you to pose questions to them. You can direct it to one candidate or the other, or if you don't, what will happen is it'll go first to one candidate, then the other. And in those cases, when we have questions going to both candidates, I'm going to rotate who answers those questions as I am the moderator for this forum. And then we'll give them just a couple of minutes, just 2 minutes for any final comments. I think well, you got a good taste of what it's like, both of you, to understand with these meetings, we get through what needs to get done in a good way. So with that, we're going to go alphabetically today. And we're going to start off with Zachary, followed by Justin. And just give me, and I'm going to just use a drum for the signal. Zachary, I'm just going to lift it up like, you know what, we're getting to the last push-up of a song. I'm just going to lift it up just to give you a signal that we're at the last 1 minute of your 4 minute time. Okay? All right. So I won't start until you start. No, you're going to come up here to the podium. We're going to do from the podium here for the introductions and then seated for the questions.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello. Oh, sorry. Okay. It's been a long day.
Stations outside, we have two candidates who are ready to share their heart.
Thank you. Okay. White, hello everyone. I would like to acknowledge and thank the Musqueam First Nation, their land, and say thank you for hosting this annual meeting. My name is Zachary Astakizik. I'm 24 and Celix from the Upper Nicola Band. I would also like to thank the National Chief Roseanne Archibald for attending and the Regional Chief Terry Teegee for his leadership, and my nominating Chief Stuart Jackson of Lower Nicola Indian Band, Chief Greg Gabriel of Penticton Indian Band, and finally my own chief of Upper Nicola, Chief Harvey McLeod. I would like to acknowledge my great-grandparents Joe Pete and Josie Saddleman, and my grandparents Ronald and Charlotte Ned, and my mother Yvonne Ned. I would like to acknowledge the work of Youth Representative Justin Peters for his service for the past 3 years and contributions to the Bcafn and the AFN Youth Council. In recent years, our youth have experienced so much change brought by the external means such as COVID-19. The discoveries of our people and their stories in residential schools, a Vatican apology and a papal visit, in addition, the efforts by our governments to reconcile, while discussing the future of UNDRIP and the Declaration Act. Pandemics are not new to First Nation peoples, and recently they still proved to cause tragedy across our First Nation communities. with shock that can only take our breaths away and keep our hearts heavy. For those who we remember every day, I myself lost my sister last year due to COVID complications. I want to thank the Regional Chief TG for the awesome efforts of the Bcafn to support vaccinations and promote awareness for COVID-19. It is so important to keep our people informed, protected, and diligent. Among these external changes, our communities across the nation have also felt the shifting changes in the past couple of years as the youth watch on. Beginning all those years ago in residential schools, and events that happen at these schools were brought to light, starting in Kamloops and finding 215 graves. They are our relatives and still are being searched for and found. We have opened our hearts to these events as youth. We are listening from all the brave elders, survivors, and leaders, from the traumatic stories that needed to be told to explain the pain our people have gone through that does affect our youth to this day. The opioid epidemic is a giant all communities are tackling. There are programs and efforts underway to destigmatize and turn addiction into the health problem I find it to be. We must stay vigilant in the changing laws around us. Starting in 2023, narcotics under 2.5 grams will be legalized. This is essential to prepare our communities and to be aware of the drug problem as it is today. What is happening now is change, and we can grasp this time of opportunity to become young leaders, as mentioned earlier. We are leaning in and learning into the Bcafn because it's our future, and there are so many smart, talented young First Nation youth that continue to impress me at events such as the Salmon Ceremony and Sunday in Penticton, and their wishes to organize and become informed when it comes to the excitement of fisheries and protecting and learning about our salmon culture. This makes me think of educating, funding, and everyone knows the importance of education and clear policies for funding I advocate for. I believe that funding our youth does nothing more but show faith into our youth, so one day those youth can come back to our community, come back and continue to make our communities better and more united. We see the Prime Minister engaging in reconciliation while elders, leaders, and the youth look forward to seeing the fulfillment of broken promises and efforts of understanding our lands and our environment. The Pope visiting survivors and referring to what happened to our people as cultural genocide is something we hope to hear from other governments, including for Native American tribes in the States. While reforming the doctrine of discovery, we experience climate change like a lot of the world today, devastating floods, wildfires, and constant smoke in the air. I believe we are the best stewards of our lands and resources. The governments have plans for carbon reduction with all of our communities. We hope we have opportunities to bring clean energy to the forefront of economic development and next to cannabis policy. Thank you, everybody.
I appreciate the intensity. I was giving you the 1-minute signal, and I think you were just focused on doing your best work. I will try and make it a little bit more clear for you, Justin. So, no, I'm not going to bang the drum. So we're going to now invite Justin for a 4-minute introduction. With a reminder, there is time for some closing remarks at the end as well. So we're going to go for 4. Once you start speaking, I'll start the timer, and you'll see at the 1-minute mark, the drum come up.
My name is Justin Peters. I come from the Okanagan Indian Band. I would like to thank our elder, Dr. Gwendolyn Point, for the opening prayer, for fulfilling her role as a knowledge keeper, and for her songs, her prayers, and her connection to the unseen world that secures our people through the protection of our ancestors. I'd also like to thank the Musqueam Indian Band for holding this event here for today. The Musqueam Indian Band is a very strong nation and are doing very exciting things in terms of reclaiming their land base and development and culture as well. I'd like to thank our board of directors as well for the hard work they've done. And over the 3 years, so much I've learned from them, their integrity, their bravery, their intelligence. And that goes out to all of the chiefs I've gotten to know and meet over the past few years. I used to think that speaking or politics was a just talking, but now I realize how holistic and interconnected and how important it truly is for there to be leadership, for there to be people to look to and learn from as well. I would like to thank my colleague, Taylor Bandicoza, for her remarkable advocacy for representing not just the female youth, Indigenous youth, but the youth of the North as well. I would also like to thank the chiefs who put my name forward. Of course, Byron Lewis from Okanagan Indian Band, Cookbee Judy Wilson from Niskalmouth. Thank you, Judy. Thank you for your wisdom and your teachings and your guidance over the years as well as Cookbee Roseanne Cashmere from Kamloops. I would also like to acknowledge Charlene Gale for her enthusiasm over the past few days in supporting me. My friends from the Niska who keep inviting me up because they want me to talk to their youth for some reason, and I'm willing to do it. And just before, I don't know if the drum went up, just a little introduction to my parlay into politics. When I was 13 years old, I experienced a severe depression. Well, before then, there were drugs around. There were a lot of the similar effects of colonialism that exist on every reserve almost. And at around age 12 and 13, I started to attend this program called Our Native Voice, which was an after-school program, which taught about Okanagan culture, history, and using our voice. So it was at that age of 12 that I started to learn and identify truly with the culture and with my identity as well. And long story short, I kept going to these conferences, I kept talking, and people kept inviting me to go to places, so I kept coming. My parlay, I would say, was officially in 2018. I worked shortly for the Okanagan ECDEV company where I was introduced to CANDO and the concept of economic development. The next year I worked for the Ministry of Jobs, Trade and Technology and MER in Victoria. Tammy, I forget her last name, but Howard Grant as well from Musqueam here provided me with a lot of comfort and guidance and care and leadership and words that really helped me on my transition here. After my time with the province, I came to this band, I came to the Bcafn conference, and I heard there was an opening for a youth rep. I had spent a year seeing the relationship between the province of British Columbia and First Nations from the provincial lens, and now I was ready to step into the next transition of my journey, which was seeing it from the lens of the 204 First Nations within British Columbia. I just heard my ring go off, so I hope that was a good enough introduction to me, and I would like to thank all the chiefs who stuck around to hear us young leaders speak, and for your advocacy and leadership. Thank you.
You know which microphones are on. I've lost track of the microphones. I've been playing microphone shuffle up here just to keep our AV on their toes. My apologies, I won't do that tomorrow. So at this time, we're going to take questions from the floor. Again, you can direct it to either Justin or Zachary individually. I will invite the other person, if they wish to respond. They don't have to. If you don't assign it to a person, both will respond. So at this time, I open both the floor and the chat or online to any questions that you would like to ask. So we'll go to microphone number 13, please.
Lee Span, Chief Quarter Band, thank you for those speeches. Just two questions for each of you. And it's really good to know that if you're invited to a community that you would go and speak to the youth. So my question to both of you is how would you approach youth and communities in regards to racism and the opioids? Because it's really bad in our communities, and how can you advocate for leadership to speak to our youth about that?
Thank you for that. I'm not going to put any timer for that one as it's two questions, but we're going to hope that you're going to be concise. So we'll go first to Zach and then over to Justin, and then next time it will be Justin and then Zach. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, hello. So when it comes to opioids, if I were asked to communicate with youth in bands and youth, you know, really, I've had friends that I've seen fall into the opioid problem very quickly, and that are still there. And so it really starts from you know, I think bands have been doing really good for years at keeping that information out there for youth to stay away from drugs. I know in my community that's very strong, that kind of messaging. So I think if we could have role models go around and engage and do it quite frequently. But most importantly is to be a role model. And we need more youth male role models out there to show that, you know, you don't have to go party on the weekends, that you can go to, as Justin said, to these meetings more often and become a part of the community, really. I think that's a way to attack the opioid problem. When it comes to racism, that's a hard one to figure out. I lived in the States for years, since I was 3, and then I moved back here. So racism has always been an issue in my mind, whether it's in the States or here, and here it's for First Nations. And I think we all have to rally around our youth and support them and make sure that they're confident and that they have their identity. As I was going to continue in the speech that I had here, is that our identity is really what's important. I was speaking with my grandfather. We talk about education, and education in our bands is what keeps our youth within our communities. So I think if we can educate, keep our education going well, we can address racism and the opioid problem. The opioid problem especially, like I said, it's a giant that's going to creep up, I think, in 2023 with the experimental laws BC is doing.
Thank you, Zach. We'll go now over to Justin.
Thank you. The opioid crisis is a detriment to our society. It's a horrific thing. I guess how I would approach the youth in your communities would to ask if they know anyone who's been affected by opioid overdose or death by overdose. And the chances are through our communities that there will be some youth who know some people who are overdosing and dying from fentanyl use. And the origins of that, of course, are trauma or emotional, spiritual. And where I'm from, there's a treatment center, and there's this big banner that says, "Culture is treatment." So relaying similar back to what Zach was saying, it is in our identity and our culture. So to gather the youth in a way to gather youth who are concerned about the opioid crisis, to just simply voice their feelings, their thoughts, and what's happening in a safe way. And also providing information for how to seek help and overcome the detriment of addiction, of hard drugs and other drugs and other things. And it's a lot of the influence comes from mass media, it comes from boredom, it comes from gangster culture and whatnot. So I feel that our battle is almost a psychological and spiritual one to fight the opioid crisis. In terms of racism, I'm assuming you mean discrimination against you because of the color of your skin or your ethnicity. It was mentioned a few times that there's an uptick in right-wing populism that I'm very aware of, especially where I'm based out of. And the basis of the right-wing populism is that the whites feel that the world's against them and they want to protect their own. And how that shows itself within the future and within the next 3 years of propaganda that people are going to face, I feel that it relates back to dealing with the opioid crisis. We need to have youth voice their opinions on racism, but also, face the fact, if we don't stick to our if we don't have children with other Native people, look at me, we're going to dilute and we might lose status, we might lose loyalties. On my reserve, we have 8,000 non-band members and 800 band members living on reserve, with 1,400 living off reserve. And there's band members who are having kids with non-band members, and these kids are having split loyalties between the white colonists living on the reserve and the Native people living on the land reserved for Indians. So the question around racism is, well, my view around racism is, of course, we can't judge people on their skin or their ethnicity, but by their character and their intentions. But at the same time, we can't let outside forces attack our part of the medicine wheel, the red part. So.
Thank you. We're going to go over to microphone number 9, please.
Thank you, Russell. Chief Don Tom, Startlet First Nation, over here. I guess my question is, I know a lot of people think that millennials or Generation Z, they have these stereotypes of cancel culture, or they have these stereotypes of quietly quitting. And one of the things that I always think is that this generation has been born, I think, with perhaps less trauma than generations before, that they have many more gifts than that we know of. Tell me, what would you tell someone about the benefits of young people and the vision and inspiration that they have that maybe is lacking in today's society? Thank you.
So in that case, we'll go straight to you, Justin, and we'll go over to Zachary, and then we'll reverse the next question. So go ahead.
In 2015, I spent 4 months in Uganda as part of an Indigenous agricultural project, with one of the intentions of being disconnecting myself from the luxuries of modern life, of the internet, of these made-up problems that we have. And that was the biggest thing that clued into me with this generation, that a lot of our problems are made up, that we get tricked into following trends, following spellcraft, or following just tricks laid out by media or social trends that promote rather pathological behavior. And there was a lot of my mind's racing here at the moment, but my words to encourage youth to pursue leadership, to pursue insight, to pursue what's beautiful and true, is that it truly transforms you. I was on the verge of being a statistic multiple times through my life. And through these leadership programs, going from Our Native Voice to the Indigenous Leadership Program, Indigenous Youth Internship Program, the Bcafn here, I've been truly transformed and humbled over the past 3 years in accordance to my beliefs, in accordance to my responsibilities, and in accordance into what my role is in society. So I would like to see youth stand to the plate to take on the torch of what's being passed down to us, because over the past, I guess, 4 years, including my work with the province, to hear what's going on, to hear the advancements made with UNDRIP, the advancements made with mining in the Northwest, with the green tech all across BC, ecotourism, and just the leveling up that's happening with First Nations across BC. And I just want more youth to know that there's a way out, that there's a way to find purpose, that there's a way to give back to the community and continue our quest towards rebuilding our nations.
Thank you, Justin. I'm going to go over now to Zachary.
So the question was that our generation grew up with less trauma, and how is that different from the younger generations now, younger than us? I would say that Okay, in 2014, I was appointed to the National Congress of American Indians. And in 2014, we were younger, but much different from youth now. We didn't have TikTok 24/7, Twitter 24/7. I mean, I'm on YouTube all day, watching political events and all that. But so I think the importance is that, in today's world, it's all about technology. It's all about Zoom. It's all about, Skype or FaceTime, and it's texting. And it's really important, I think, that the difference between the generation now is that they really, we really need to monitor youth's screen times like that Apple does. I think we need to monitor our youth's activity on their devices and all that as they're adults, parents, or leaders or communities. We got to look out for our youth in that way because sometimes they're vulnerable and don't know it. So I think the outside forces of technology has really influenced modern youth in today's world, and that's going to change again quickly. Things are changing quickly, and Justin mentioned that there's an uptick for First Nations. I mean, there's so many opportunities that have happened in the past 2 years since COVID, unfortunate ones, but out of that comes consultation with prime ministers and popes and leaders of the world. These are, the world is changing, so it's important that we stay on top of issues like cell phones, media, and that we know, like I said earlier, our identities. Thank you.
Thank you to you both. I'm going to take one question from our Zoom participant, Proxy Annie Silver, from Cham First Nation asks, as a new generation growing in the age of technology, growing cyberbullying and extortion, growing concern for identity crisis, the pandemic has increased suicide, increased drugs, increased gender crisis due to limited peer support. How would you advocate and lobby government and work with our nations? So we'll go to you first, Zachary, and then over to Justin.
So how would I work with the government on cyberbullying, gender?
I'll go through the question. It's a big, long question.
Yeah,
We'll go through
yeah.
it one more time. So
Yes,
we
please.
have, as the new generation growing up in the age of tech, growing cyberbullying and extortion, growing concern for identity crisis. The pandemic has increased suicide, increased drugs, increased gender crisis due to limited peer support. How would you advocate and lobby government and work with our nations?
So I think that working with our nations on cyberbullying is that we can have a lot of bands don't have youth councils. Some do and some don't. And I think that if we have more bands that put together youth councils, Justin or I, whoever wins this, will have an easier time at reaching out to your bands, your communities, and really having a meeting and really like engaging, true engagement. I believe in true engagement, like a Zoom meeting or traveling. I love traveling. And to hear the voices of the youth. I know some youth can be shy, but I've met so many youth that are right there to tell you exactly what they're thinking. They're very smart because of today's, tech world. When it comes to cyberbullying, that's an issue that's it was around when I was younger myself. Like I said, monitoring that and asking your youth, are you being better for your community and your brothers and sisters? That's what it's values. We need values, and we need to teach them to the youth so that cyberbullying and things like that don't happen. When it comes to identity crises and whatnot, again, it just comes back to engaging in the youth, and we're in a time where I don't think this youth kind of leadership has been as successful. But like I said, if we can go to each community and find that each community finds their own youth council, we all can get the party going and get things done and help the youth.
Thank you, Justin.
Thank you for that question. So nowadays, technology is everything. Everything runs on our cell phones, the internet. and the various things connected to the internet. So we're going to have to deal with working with technology and social media. We're sort of at this really gross early stage where social media is novel, and we've given a lot of our attention and time and spirit over to the black screens in our hands and in front of us. And there exists, of course, a world of cyberbullying, trolls, words without consequences, very nitty, gross behavior that can exist on one side, but on the other side, there's a world of accessing information, good people with like-minded minds, videos, beauty, and just a whole different world there. So I feel like, much like in the real world, when we walk online, we have to walk in a good way, but acknowledge the rules of online, that things can happen on there that can't happen in real life, vice versa. There's things in real life that can't happen online. So going forward, as we evolve with technology, finding a balance as to what we're using it for and what our intentions are for. Ideally, I would like to see a First Nations social media app geared towards young First Nation leaders who want to network with each other or find other opportunities. There's Facebook, but something that isn't owned by Meta, or something that's more geared towards British Columbia here. And as we continue evolving with technology, a lot of digital things are becoming analog, and there'll be more ways to use technology in the future that intertwine with real life. So my suggestion towards the youth is to try to use your cell phone as a tool for good. Also, I've been doing this lately, and it's been helping. I smudge my phone sometimes. I smudge my screen. We put so much intention into this. Why is it exempt from being smudged? You know, there's dark spirits in here. There's good spirits. You know. So yeah. Thank you.
That's almost better than a mic drop. Just saying. Not asking for anything.
I was going to say.
No, I know, sorry. I did not mean that. Sorry. I'm sure you're very capable of doing the same thing. So we're going to go over to microphone number 25, please, and then we'll go over to 22 after that. We'll go to 25, and this will be Justin, then Zachary.
Some papers. Thank you. Just a question, and you just heard our last agenda item, which was on fisheries, and you know, a lot of times when we're trying to deal with issues, we have a lot of organizations that are trying to do the same thing at the same time, and we get in each other's way. And so my question is, from the youth perspective on the fisheries issues, how would you present these issues to the federal government, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and get them to actually care about the resource that we all care about, because they don't? Thank you.
Thank you, Charles Marvin. First off, I would like our youth to know, if they don't already know, to remind them, as well as the federal government and other jurisdictions, that First Nations had jurisdictions over our fishings for hundreds, if not thousands of years, that we had systems in place where we managed our own salmon resources, our own fish sources, our own technology for harvesting salmon, which were ingenious in their own ways, but were stamped out by colonial practices and colonization, smallpox, and the horrors of the past. But really having that set into the minds of the youth that we never gave up our rights to the water. We never gave up our rights to the fish. We have been fishing people. A lot of us in this room are salmon people. In our Chapteeth, there's an area called Coyote's Canoe. And long ago, before the dams and colonization and development, that was a spawning area for salmon. And the salmon would spawn from one area, but they would go two different spawning routes, one through Fraser and one through the Columbia. And in our Chapteeth, it's prophesized when the wild salmon are gone, coyote will come back and it will be the beginning of the end of our world. That's the abridged version. I'm sorry for abridging it, but so it's within our culture. It's for me on a personal level, and for I'm sure others, that the protection of our salmon and the protection of our food sources is astronomical. It's the top priority for going forward and for modern for what's happening right now. But dealing with the jurisdictions, even between the different incentives and possibilities for various First Nations, whether if they're depending on wild salmon or if they've got into more commercial means through fish farming, is acknowledging that these things take time, that negotiation is a long process. It's a science and it's an art, and we have to take in consideration, and we simultaneously have to do what will protect the salmon for the future, but also, you know, look out for what's happening right now. So the area I grew up in is called, it used to be a fishing village called Shueen, and it's the word for dried sockeye, or sockeye, I believe. And it would mean a lot for me for the fish to come back one day, and for the salmon to come back up there. So, but I know it might not be within my life, right? So thinking 7 generations ahead, I was going to jokingly say you guys should play La Hull over it, whoever wins the stick game, but that might not be the wisest decision.
Thank you. We'll go to you now, Zachary.
So when it comes to our food source of salmon, the Declaration Act, you know, is law, and I was on the Canadian website recently, and they said that they're open to amendments. So you mentioned that it seems, yeah, that these organizations are pretty chaotic. And how are we going to talk to the federal government about what Justin is mentioning, seemingly almost like our right? You know, it is our right. It's our food. It's always been our food. There's footprints in North America from 23,000 years ago. You know, we've always been here, like Justin was saying. So the government has a duty to follow their agreements, and they have a duty to listen to our what we want in amendments in the future. That's what the Declaration Act is for, I think. And I think there's a huge opportunity to take advantage of the Declaration Act for good of First Nations. And I think that's how we can get negotiations done with the federal government with issues like that are disorganized, that seem hard to get done. And there's other issues like the ocean and overfishing, and they suck up the fish out of the ocean. And it's crazy what's going on with, you know, the fish and the ocean and the waters. But I hope that the Declaration Act, with consultation of First Nations, can fix these issues quicker. As Justin said, things take time, but this is our food, and it shouldn't have to take that much time. Thank you.
Thank you to you both. We'll go now over to microphone number 22.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentations, both of you. Amazing jobs. I think either way, we're in good hands, and I hope whoever doesn't win the position goes on and does great things for their nation, because you both have incredible insight and voices that need to be heard. So Cookstem to you guys, amazing. I guess one of the things that comes to my mind when I'm listening is something that's become almost trite and stereotypical is the land acknowledgement that has been going across Canada. People want to throw out a land acknowledgement, and they think they've checked off a box. And I'm wondering, in your future, where you see land acknowledgement becoming more of a feeling and less of a checkbox on an agenda, and how you come about your land acknowledgement in your own nation, but also when you're visiting another nation, what you may want to consider as you are acknowledging that nation's place of unceded territory. And that's my question. So, but great job, both of you. Cookstem.
Thank you. And Margaret, it is Zachary and then Justin on this one.
Yeah, thank you. So land acknowledgement. With the question, when I go to in the States even, I've gone to so many tribes, and I feel right at home. And I get to know the elders. I know the elders in California. There's the most tribes are in California. I've been to so many tribes in California. I know people personally there, like their family. They've come here to Upper Nicola, and I think really with land acknowledgements, I know what you mean, that it's a trend almost. I think it's important to acknowledge unceded territory. It's 95% of BC is unceded territory. So with genuine respect is I think comes with getting to know the people that's land you're on. That's how you do it, is you get to know them and you talk to them. You don't just give one acknowledgement and then shy away, from the event the whole time. I think it's important that you get to know a lot of people. That includes going to ceremonies and community ceremonies. It's not just delegated to First Nations. I've seen, non-First Nation people at ceremonies, and they love it and they want to learn. So I think when it comes to land acknowledgement, it's do you want to be a part of the community? Do you want to be friends of the community? At the end of the day, it's about the respect and the connection that you want to have with those people. And it has to be genuine. Thank you.
Justin?
Thanks. I remember the first time I heard a land acknowledgement 10 years ago or whenever it was, I thought, you damn right, this is Okanagan territory. Second time, hey, it's catching on. This is cool. Third time, okay, cool. Like, this must be mandated. 300th time, it's tedious. But I do acknowledge the seed that was planted by the land acknowledgements, because before my time and for a lot of people's times, they never acknowledged the tribes here. They hoped everyone would forget. Out east, they pushed the Indians so out far north that no one could see them, but here in BC, there was nowhere to push them, and so we're right in front of their face. The land acknowledgement, I find that a lot of the times it is just said without any heart. It's just said to be said now, especially in some communities, and that they're more so acknowledging the nation and not actually the environment. It's more of a nation acknowledgement, but how meaningful it is and what the implications are of it now, I don't think meet what we need. Land acknowledgements are not enough. People who have a drive in their heart to say, I really, really want to acknowledge the land when I begin to speak, should perhaps look at themselves or look at the community and look at different ways to engage with the land, not just acknowledging it, but engaging with it. One of the things that I've learned over the past few years, it's been sort of related to my Bcafn journey, is that when politicking or when being in a new space or when just being in a community, that we don't just acknowledge the human beings, we also acknowledge the four-leggeds, the winged ones, the water ones, and the ancestors, and the rocks and all the living creatures around. So to truly do a land acknowledgement, I don't think saying we're on Musqueam territory is truly a land acknowledgement anymore, but a step needs to be taken further to attack the monetary capitalist mind that infects so many non-Indigenous people, and to reconnect our spirits to seeing the wealth that exists outside of fiat currency and outside of bureaucratic mandates to acknowledge your territory. So land acknowledgements aren't enough, and we need to come up with something else for them.
Thank you, both of you, for your responses to these questions. Thank you to our assembly for these thoughtful questions. I'm going to move now to your final comments, and I'm going to leave you both where you're at. Handy dandy drum. And because we just wrapped up with Justin, we're going to have you start again, Justin. And I'm going to put the timer on for that same 4 minutes. You do not have to use it, but you're welcome to use those 4 minutes. But just give me a sec to get my timer set up here. Same thing at the 1 minute mark. So when you start talking, I'll start the timer. At the 1 minute mark, I'm going to wave the drum around. Okay? When you're ready.
So I'd like to close off by thanking the Chiefs and Assembly for attending and advocating for your people and the hard work that you do. The spiritual wear it takes on you, the emotional, mental, and physical, I do understand now. Thank you so much for the staff here at Bcafn for all their research and work and support they've given me, and for putting on this event. They're so tired. They work so hard. They're a good team, very good team. I'd also like to thank our regional chief, Terry TG, once again for his hard work, his leadership. I truly do respect you. I truly do look up to what you've put yourself through and what you're doing for our people here in BC. And like it was said before by James, our chief over there, we're in good hands either way. If either one of us gets here, I think we're going to do a good job. And out there, Bcafn isn't the only place for a young Indigenous or First Nations male, but I want to sell it that way for a bit so we can get more talent. Just kidding, but maybe. There's a lot of talent. There's a lot of inspired First Nations that could really shake the world, and we need to raise them up. We need to collect them, but we also need to acknowledge our other members who are dealing with the effects of racism, with the effects of opioid and drugs and colonizations and mental health problems as well, and acknowledge that we all go through this. There's people who are alcoholics who could sit here and soak it all up and give you insight, and there's people who probably need to be more resi. But I would just like I'm trying to get to this main point. At the end of the day, over my past 3 years, there's been a huge transformation in myself professionally, and reaching out to the people in my community and really pulling myself out of myself and trying to go back to my community, help my family, help others, and try to decolonize the selfish thinking that inflicted me when I was younger. And I keep not getting to the point. Here's the point in a sentence. When I started in this role, I was all about economic development, and then COVID happened and I went back home and I started hanging out with this elder named Victor Antoine, and he'd take me up into the bushes with another elder from the lower Similkameen, and he would show me the medicines because we all were like, you know, COVID, supply chains are going to get messed up. We should probably focus on providing for our communities, hunting, gathering, and stuff. And one thing Victor would always repeat is that when we gather medicines, we talk to the spirit, we acknowledge the spirit. And when we do that, the medicine is stronger for us. And I spent the past 3 summers with Victor and other people with the herbs and with the land and with the water and whatnot. And now my portfolio with the national AFN is environment, because even with my digging with finance and business and psychology and all that stuff, everything ultimately comes back to the land. So any business ventures, any preservation, any future endeavors, I think any First Nations youth who is looking to pursue change in the world, my first suggestion is to connect with the land and to have that as your basis. Violent Limp, thank you.
So the floor is yours, Zachary, for final comments. Again, you have 4 minutes. I will start, and I'm going to wave wildly over here at the 1 minute mark.
Bang, go crazy. So I would just like to finish off by saying, I sort of mentioned earlier that time is changing right now for First Nations in such a good way. We have leverage with the government. We can make deals. We can be at the table. I saw this happening, unfortunately, the beginning in Kamloops, and I knew that this is the time for First Nations voices to be heard, and where things are going to be done. They will be done. We will make the federal government listen to our voices for sure, once and for all. You know, I know that leaders and elders have been talking about issues like these since the 80s, before that. So you know, time is always going forward, but I recognize the definite opportunities and leverage that we have right now for our people, and a responsibility to our people and to our youth to take advantage of that. I also think our identity is something that's very important to remember. I talk with my grandfather, and he's really old school, and a lot of my family is. And we talk about the land, and we talk about you know, the spirits of everything, and we respect everything, and we believe in leaving the land as we left it. So when it comes to Native youth, I think identity is so important, and it's good. It's great to see Native youth out there that have their identity, and it's sad to see youth out there that don't, that are struggling. But it's important that we're there for them as well. I think that's so important, and that's what our jobs, Justin or I, would be to do. I would just like to quickly finish off by saying, at a recent Okanagan Nation Alliance salmon ceremony on Sunday, brought strength and reassurance that our communities are still strong. With storytelling, dancing, and a strong sense of community that I can only describe as refreshing. Considering our recent times of isolation, it's great to come together again with our community engagements and ceremonies. Lastly, it's been great recently hearing outspoken youth and the knowledge the youth has today that keeps us engaged. We don't pretend to know everything, but we wish to learn and listen. And as young leaders, I look forward to working for the youth with engagement, passion, dedication, and humility. Finally, I would like to thank the Bcfn leadership, board of directors, and all the chiefs and proxies of the First Nations, and any organizers that helped put this event together for the next three days. Yeah, thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much to our two candidates. I appreciate you taking the time, being patient with us as we got through our agenda. Now it's my pleasure to call forward the Bcfn Electoral Officer, Ron Laffer. Actually, you're staying over there? Yes. Who's going to do a walkthrough of our voting system. And then that's a wrap on the day. So, Ron?
Good evening, everybody. I guess I get the last 6 or 7 minutes here, so I have a long day for all of you. I promise to keep it to that time frame. So my name is Ron Laffer. I'm the electoral officer for the Bcafn. It's an honor to be here, I will say, of course, on the Musqueam territory. I was born just a few kilometers away from here, and my parents are settlers from various parts of Europe. I want to take a moment to really thank the two candidates that just took part in the forum here, and in fact in the election process overall. It takes a lot to stand up and seek to represent, and so I really appreciate what was said. Very well spoken, intelligent candidates. And obviously it's an important position to fill. So I also want to acknowledge the two individuals that put their names forward for the Bcafn Board of Directors that were acclaimed. That is Chief Jerry Jack and Deputy Chief Harlan Schilling. At this point, I'm going to take a moment to explain the process that we'll be taking part in tomorrow. The election is from 10 a.m. tomorrow until 1 p.m. And it'll be held electronically by either voting online or by telephone. And it's the same system that we've used at the Bcfn in the past. It's a program called Simply Voting. We've been using it for several years, and it's gone quite well for us. Voting, unlike last year, many of us will be here. I know some of us are in our homes or elsewhere, but it seems like many of us are here, which is lovely to be back in person. But nevertheless, you can still vote on your phone, on your laptop. If you don't have a phone or a laptop, we'll be able to provide you a mechanism to vote at the back of the room. So you can feel free to come speak to us then. If you prefer to vote by telephone, you may do so using the automated phone system. The phone number will be included in the email that will be sent to you shortly after 10 o'clock tomorrow. If you happen to want to note it down now, you're welcome. It's 1-866-272-2333. It's the same number we used last year. Finally, I just want to remind you that when you registered for this AGM, you provided your email address as well as either your status card number or another ID number, equivalent ID number. If you haven't provided that number yet, that will be your username to log in. So I know you've been reminded a few times, but if you haven't done so, please see Joanna at the back of the room, perhaps on your way out. And I'll now show you how that will work and why you will need that number registered with us. So thank you. So this is an email, a sample of an email that you would be getting tomorrow, shortly after 10 o'clock. And as you can see here, it shows that it's from the Bcfn. It'll say that it's for the election for the male youth representative. In there, it also says that it closes at 1 o'clock. And you'll see here that you need two things to vote. One is your status card number or equivalent ID number, as well as your PIN code. And so that PIN code, I'm just going to copy so I don't forget it. But you can either vote by clicking that link there or by using the phone number below. So I'm going to click on the link. This is just a sample here. I'm entering my ID number. Hopefully you don't remember my ID. If you have an issue logging in at this point and it doesn't let you in, try 2 or 3 times. If it doesn't let you in, contact me. I'll be at the back of the room with Joanna tomorrow between 10 and 1. You can call, you can email, whatever you need. And you'll log in. It'll take you directly to the ballot. At the ballot, you will not have Pepsi or Coca-Cola tomorrow. You'll have the names of these two gentlemen. And if you click View Details, it'll give you a little bit of a biography of the candidates. So you can click on one or both, and you just check whichever one you're interested in. You can toggle around. Oh, voting ended. Yes, voting ended because I set it to close at 6 o'clock. I didn't expect to be here so late. Once you're done that, it will, you'll just click submit and the process is over. Wow, it really did. I set it to close at 6:12. So basically that's it. You'll click submit and that's the end of the process. It's really quite simple. If there's any issues at all, feel free to connect with me. I'll be back there during the voting period tomorrow. A reminder, voting from 10 till 1 tomorrow. Feel free to vote on your phone, on a computer, anything that's connected to the internet. You will need that email, and you will not get that email unless you are registered with your ID number, email address, etc. The PIN code that you get is generated by the system, and that is basically the process. Shortly after 1 p.m., we'll announce the results of the election, and that's basically it. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it's been a long day, and I look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow.
So with that, that's day 1 adjourned. Thank you again, everybody, for your patience, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thanks again for those of you who stayed online as well. Have a great evening. Stay safe.